Hello, my name is Sean Fair, and welcome to the Leadership Experience Tour Show. We have 35 speakers from all over the country with a message that is specifically for you. And our very first speaker is none other than our Vice President of Operations for the Leadership Experience Tour. Please put your hands together as he comes to the stage, Marcus A. Wright.
Good morning. How y'all doing today? How y'all doing today? Listen, it's been a minute and I said it's about time to get back up here. Welcome back to the Leadership Experience Tour. Thank you, Sean. I got a question for you. When was the last time you looked at your life when you go all the way back to a period that was tough? When you had so much going on and you didn't know what was going to happen. I started doing that because I had a tough time for 20 years. And I couldn't understand what was happening to me. And I kept saying, God, what is going on? Why am I going through these valleys? And then I get up just a little bit. And then I get dropped right back down. I wasn't in the military. I ain't getting on no airplane and jumping out. I'm getting on a plane and going somewhere, but I ain't jumping out of a plane. I'm not afraid of heights, but a perfectly good airplane, ain't no reason to jump out of that. But I think God had a different direction for me because I didn't understand what was happening. So let me give you a little story. It was April 1997. I had a grandfather, one of my best friends. And April 4th, 1997, God called him home. Now, at that time, I was 25 years old. So when you're a youngin' like that, you think about life, it's all right. Things happen. Not a big deal. I'm going to keep going. So I kept marching on. But then I got devastated for the first time in my life. The one woman, besides my mom, that meant the world to me, Josephine. I still get choked up thinking about it. It was August 11th, 2000. And at that time, my daughter and I were going to her house for the one thing that I love that she made me, Sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe and French fries. Now, something happened, and I was on my way over, and my cousin called, and Jennifer said, come to the hospital. So I'm like, okay, everything all right? She wouldn't tell me. I got there, and I looked at my grandmother, and then I looked back, and I looked again. Then I pinched myself. This ain't happening. And my aunt said, she's gone. I didn't know what to do. My dad was in the hospital literally a mile and a half away because he had lupus, and he was in for a treatment. When he was in for that treatment, he got up and he came over. And we all got around my grandmother, all my aunts, my uncles, my cousins, and she went home to glory. So I thought that was it. I'm like, cool, I can make it through this. It was hard, but I can tell you one thing. I went back to her house and got that Sloppy Joe because she made it and she put it in the freezer for me. I didn't get the fries because I don't know how y'all get your French fries, but when your grandmother make your fries back in the day, they done big, huge wedges. And it ain't one, you get three because that's all you can eat anyway. It's like eating 5 potatoes at once. So I went and got my Sloppy Joe. So when I get there, my uncle was there, and he's like, what you doing? I said, man, I came to get my Sloppy Joe. Now, I'm 28 at the time. I am fighting with a 67-year-old man about my Sloppy Joe because he felt like it was his. And I said, Uncle Son, I know you're military, And you know I love you. But I will hurt you about my sloppy Joe. And everybody know how I feel about my sloppy Joe. So I grabbed it and I left. That was the last meal I had from my grandmother. But I thought I was done. 2007, while I'm talking to you guys right now, I was talking to my dad. And I'm trying to figure out why this man is telling me, tell your mother this, tell the kids this, tell your brother this, tell my sister this. I'm like, dude, you about to get up? What are you talking about? He died. And I was like, this is a joke. This ain't real. But being an EMT back at that time, back in the day, they pulled me out that room so fast trying to resuscitate him. Now imagine being the man, the young man, telling your mother that her husband is gone. So I told my mom, and she looked at me like, that's not true. And I said, it's true. After that, thought I'd get through that too. Then I got punched so hard in 2014 when Jason died, my brother. I didn't know what to do. I went into a depression like no other. For the first time in my life, I felt alone. I didn't have my brother. Then God played a joke on me and gave me Sean. And I don't know how we get along, but we do. And the reason is he acts just like Jason. And that's why I get so irritated with him sometimes, because he acts like my brother. Sometimes I want to tie him up and leave him wherever he at, so nobody sees him. But after that, I thought it was over. 2016, my uncle died. 2017, my maternal grandmother died. 2018, my cousin died. 2020, my uncle was murdered. 2022, my other uncle was murdered. Now, I know we've all been through death. But for me, these were, in the beginning, the closest people to me in my life. And then my brother. That was a devastation. But then I realized, okay, God, game on. I stole that from a friend of mine. I don't know why you would ever tell God game on. But I said, game on. How am I going to survive this? 20 years of back to back to back to back. Oh, and before that, I got married at 21 to someone and then I got divorced. We'll leave it at that. That's a story nobody wants to hear. 26, but then God gave me my wife that I've been with for 27 years. So before somebody say you counting, I know better than her, okay? And I know we've been married for 22. She always got to think about it. I never had to think about it. So for all the women in here and out there that think I don't know my anniversary, I do. We got married at 11:35 on March 22nd in 2003, and I ain't never forgot. So take that to the bank, Sonora. So after all of that, I was wondering what I was going to do next. As an emotional intelligence coach, as an adaptability coach, those things are difficult for anyone to deal with. But there's this person that I always think about. One of the people I always looked up to, Muhammad Ali. The reason I looked up to him, because he always had a comeback. No matter what, the comeback was there. If he lost, he didn't get angry. He looked at what he needed to do to win. Then he changed his mindset of every single fight. He told everybody, I'm going to win. Even if he didn't know he was going to win, he said he was going to win. So after that, I started sitting down trying to figure out what I needed to do next. So I started writing everything out. Just started journaling it. Everything. And then I said to myself, it's time for the comeback. So then this company name popped in my head, Okay, baby, I'm not going to lie. It popped in your head. You name the company, Right Mentality. Yeah, I hope I get some reward. I gave you credit today. But when Right Mentality was named, it didn't come from me, it came from Sonora. Sonora made that company. And when she made the name up for me, she said, now go get your mind right and do the right thing because you know how to do it. Change your mindset. So the three things I want you to understand from this today. The tragedy came. But how we all get happy, we are all in good times when everything is going great. But did you realize when things are going great, it makes you weak. It makes you weak because you feel like it's always going to be the same. It makes you weak because you feel like I'm good. My money coming in, my business is growing, my friends is hanging out with me. I'm good. But when tragedy hits, you got two choices. Fold up or get strong. So the tragedy makes you strong. It doesn't make you weak. So as you're going through something right now, stop asking why me. Start drafting your plan. So the first thing you need to do is journal your feelings. You know why? Because everything lives in our mind. And it'll stay locked there if you let it. Letting it stay in your mind doesn't do anything for you. So I like to believe that as I'm writing, and I'm writing everything down, it's all oozing out my brain, all the way down my arm, into my fingertips, and I'm writing. I'm letting it go. So when you let it go, you can move to the next chapter. The next chapter, or the next section of the book, or the next section of your life, is adapting. Remember that. Adapting. That's the second thing I want you to understand. The world is changing right now. Everybody's freaking out AI. They love it, but then they're like, okay, what's going to happen later on? Now, I'm an old dude, Well, I'm a middle-aged dude. That's what I said. I ain't old. My age, but my kid-like heart stays there. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know I can pivot. I know I can shift. I know I can adapt. Without adapting to the future, you won't make it. Change is hard for every single person here, out there, and in the world. But if you don't pivot, if you don't shift, you ain't going to make it because you're going to be stuck. No one wants to be stuck. So if you got to go get that $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, that husband, that wife, that new house, that new yacht, that new car, all of that, you got to be able to adapt to the change. Because every tornado, every volcano, every tsunami, every natural disaster, plus what's happening to you in your own life, it's going to get in your way. So you can do like Muhammad said, get up, figure out what you need to do, and punch through it, and know that you're the best. And the final thing I'm going to leave you with is this. It was hard for me to talk about all of that, but when I talk about it, I know somebody is healing. But I also know that it's healing me even more. So when that lady left, because I know everybody like to talk about my height, I know I'm short. People make fun of me because my son is 6 foot, and I'm 5'6", and nobody knows how that happened. Truth is, my dad was 6'3". My mama just had stronger genes than my dad on my height. I can't do nothing about that. But I'm good being a short, powerful, statured man that I am. But when you look at life and you got to transition, don't let anything get in your way. Because when you're chasing everything that you want in your dreams, you're the only one that can get in your way. The truth is you versus you. And every day I get up and look in the mirror, I ask myself, Marcus A. Wright, right mentality, short, bald man, looking all good with them hazel eyes. That gorgeous wife and your friend Sean. I had to throw him in there. I couldn't help it. What you gonna do? You gonna fumble the ball or you gonna score a touchdown? And I ask myself that every single day. So the question I have for you is, what do you ask yourself every day when you face with a challenge? Do you want to fold or do you want to push through? When good times come, it will make you soft. When bad times come, it will make you strong. But at the end of the day, you in control. It's not those situations. It's been your boy. Y'all know how it go. Marcus say right, but I'm going to leave you with the word of the day. Power. The word of the day is power. And the reason it's power is because every single speaker that comes up here today is going to leave you with some power. They're going to give you a little bit of their power so you can move into your power. That's why they call me Thor from Marvel and Batman from DC. And I tell Superman what to do. Peace.
All right. Marcus A. Wright. Can y'all give it up for Marcus A. Wright? Yeah. Coming out in the early morning talking about healing. That you can lose your power, you can get your power, gain your power. Listen, give it up one more time for Marcus A. Wright. That's all y'all got. Come on, y'all can do better than that. Okay, yeah, there we go. Now listen, I'm MC, Dr. Pastor Anthony Shannon. Y'all gonna have some amazing MCs. We've got Shelly Fan, she's amazing. We've got Chris Hampton, he's amazing. But let me tell you what you gotta do. You have to interact, okay? No, y'all ain't even shake your head. Come on now, you have to interact. Come on, shake your head. Don't be so mean. I'm gonna count to 3. I want everybody there, okay? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, good. Now clap those hands. Yes! I love it, okay? Now I need y'all to do me one more thing, and I know I got to move on. Can y'all give Dr. Sean Fair a hand clap for putting on an amazing, outstanding event? Come on now, look at y'all. Y'all looking good, all right? That's good. Now, all right. Now, we told people about being late, bruh. You got to come early, bruh. You know how it is at the comedy club. They be riding you out when you come late, okay? All right, one more thing. Here's what I need y'all to do. Turn to your neighbor, like y'all in church or something, okay? Turn to your neighbor. Look at them in their little beady, shifty eyes. Because you know they don't want to look at you, right? And here's what I want you to say. Say, welcome to the Leadership Experience Tour. And welcome, because you get to sit beside me. Woo! Come on and give yourself a hand clap. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-woo! Yes, you just been upgraded. All right. All right, listen, we've got the first speaker coming to you beside Marcus A. Wright. Yes, sir. He said he was the man. Well, we've got this woman coming to you. Call her Dominique from Detroit. If y'all from Detroit, you know it's called 313. That's the place to be. What up, doe? Okay. I got a few in the house. All right. She's a powerhouse behind Urban Community Alliance. She's a certified Real Colors facilitator. She's an emotional intelligence expert and the newly crowned Miss Corporate America, Illinois. With over a decade in education, nonprofit leadership, she's empowered nearly 1,000 educators and young people to strengthen their emotional resilience. Listen, she's a published author, proud HBCU graduate, devoted mom, and 2 Dominic transforms community, blending cultural ground. Would y'all please do me a favor and welcome to the stage, Miss Dominique.
Good morning. Y'all look so beautiful today. I am very excited to be here, and I am going to ask, just like Pastor Shannon said, for y'all to interact with me. I'm going to have y'all participate. Is that okay? I said, is that okay? All right, perfect. So, as he so graciously said, I am Dominique from Detroit, the joy-spreading emotional intelligence expert that is dedicated to strengthening the resilience of urban communities, particularly in Chicago, my home for the last 15 years. Now, before I jump into my content, I need y'all to do me a favor. You ready for that? I need you to take a deep breath, release your shoulders from your ears, remove your tongue from the roof of your mouth, and I want you to say to yourself out loud, I deserve more. And you absolutely do. You deserve more clarity, you deserve more confidence, and you absolutely deserve more capacity to show up authentically in every space that you occupy. Now, the best way for us to get to that place and stay in that place is by mastering the very thing many of us have never even been taught how to manage, which is our mindsets. All right, so as he also said, I am the founder and president of Urban Community Alliance, and in my workshops, one of my engagement strategies that I use is an attention grabber that simply says, UCA strong. So when I say UCA, you say, strong. Oh, y'all got it. You got it. Anytime I say UCA, you say strong. Perfect. Now, when I created my company, UCA, the experiences that I had helped me to develop my signature MORE framework, which says that if I have a deeper understanding of myself and others, then I can build relationships that lead to elevation. And as an educator with more than a decade of experience, I have fun teaching people how to do that. I started out as a classroom teacher, and I've served in that role. Then I transitioned to an instructional coach as well as an education nonprofit manager, And now I stand before you proudly as a full-time entrepreneur with not one, but 2 published books that help people heal from the things they hide from others. You know how I've been able to do that? Because I'm a master of my mindset. My journey began shortly after being diagnosed with clinical depression and anxiety. So the transition for me from corporate America into education only happened because God opened the doors and I cha-cha right on through them things, y'all. I am saying by year 3 in the classroom, I became a master teacher. I led a 30% reduction in school suspensions at my school, and I co-founded a nonprofit named She Chicago that helped reduce behavioral issues for those girls by 62%. Thank you. I'm so proud of that work. Then I found myself in a situation where my emotional response almost cost me my livelihood. And so that moment, coupled with the fact that I used to hear my teachers yelling at their students through the walls of the schools that I supported as an instructional coach, was the birth of my company, UCA. All right. I remember thinking way back in the day, how are we expecting these teachers to teach these babies to manage their emotions when they don't even know how to manage their own? So at that point, I knew I had to be the change that I wanted to see. So how do you master your mindset? What does it really mean to master your mindset? Y'all asking some really good questions today. I'm so glad you asked me that. Mastering your mindset means taking your power back. It means choosing alignment over autopilot. It also means choosing presence over perfection. And my signature MORE framework is designed to help you do just that, because it's a simple yet powerful tool that is designed to help you deepen your self-awareness first. It's going to help you strengthen your relationships, and it's also going to help you to create emotionally safe environments from the inside out. So are you ready to dive in? Y'all don't sound like, are you ready to dive in? All right, the first thing that I need you to do is to repeat after me, so you got to pay attention to what I'm saying. I need you to say, mastering my mindset begins with myself. Mastering my mindset begins with myself. Y'all sound so good. And myself is the first letter in my MORE framework. I cannot, you cannot, we cannot lead others well if we are not in tune with our own emotional well-being. The key to emotional mastery is knowing how to pause, how to consciously process, and how to pivot with confidence. So when you pause, what you are doing is creating a mental space that's going to allow you to respond and not just react. I'm going to repeat that for you one more time. When you pause, it creates the mental space for you to be able to respond and not just react. When you're processing, you're going to ask yourself some questions like, is this a them thing or is it a me thing? Are they actually doing something that's a threat to me, or are they triggering something within me that I need to tend to because it's unhealed? Yeah, I said it. Then the last thing, when you are pivoting, the goal of your pivot is to choose a response that is going to align with who you want to be, not just with who you're or how you're feeling in the moment. Because you, my friend, are the leader of your emotions. Your emotions do not lead you. Did you hear what I said? I'm going to say it for you again. You are the leader of your emotions. Your emotions do not lead you. Now, self-awareness is only the beginning, though. And so when you learn how to manage your emotions in that way, the next step to improve your emotional intelligence and master your mindset is learning how to navigate the emotions of others, which is the O in my MORE framework. Some people shut down, some people get loud, some people question everything, like my two children. Hey, Catherine and Eva, I love y'all so much. They are 17 and 10. So if y'all pray to Jesus, please pray for me every day because I really need it. I'm serious. But seriously though, when you are experiencing those type of things, the shutdown, the question and everything, it's emotional intelligence that teaches us to lean into curiosity and ask questions like, what might that person be experiencing on the inside that they don't yet have the words to articulate? That child that shuts down on you, they may be used to their voice not mattering anyway, so why would I speak up? The lady that got loud with you, she might have just finished making life decisions at the gas pump and she hasn't eaten in 2 days. I know I would be snappy if that was me, right? So leaning into curiosity helps you to flex your empathy muscles. Y'all see these muscles right here? I know my dress is a little tight. I hope y'all can see that. But it allows you to flex your empathy muscles so that you can lead from a place of understanding and not ego. That is how you create environments that feel psychologically safe. Y'all with me? All right, so now let's move on to the R in my signature MORE framework, which is relationships. Okay, now the way that you show up and respond in relationships is the clearest indicator of whether or not you have mastered your mindset. Your ability to manage your own emotions as well as interact and navigate and influence the emotions of others will help you, number one, establish trust. It's going to help you to navigate that conflict that is going to come up because conflict is natural. Then it's also going to help you to build relationships that drive results. So I have a story for y'all. I'd like to hear it. Here it go. I was coaching on the south side of Chicago, and I connected very deeply with the school principal there. Her name is Dr. Little. I love her dearly so much. Hey, girl, I hope you're watching. Love Dr. Little. Now, we were able to connect so deeply because every time that we met, I held space for the both of us to show up authentically. And that relationship, coupled with the fact that I'm great at what I do, okay? That relationship right there led her to refer me to her close friend, who is now my largest client, and that is how I got my very first 5-figure contract. Thank you. And that, my friends, is the power of emotionally intelligent relationships. It's elevation. Elevation. That is also the very last letter in my signature MORE framework. When you are a master of your mindset, it helps you to rise without losing yourself in the process. It helped me to go from working in systems to transforming them. It also helped me go from breaking down, because I was down bad, y'all, to breaking 6 figures in my first year as a full-time entrepreneur. Thank you. So I ask you all today, what does elevation look like for you? Is it more rest? Is it more boundaries? Is it more confidence to finally show up as your full, authentic self? Whatever it is for you, I'm going to require you to master your mindset because you deserve more. And if you need some support in getting what you deserve, you can holler at your girl on all the socials. My Instagram is @_UCA Nation. And you can also reach me on my website, www.ucanation.com, so you can book a one-on-one or group coaching session, a fun and engaging workshop, or a dynamic keynote speech that's going to help to transform your community from the inside out as well. Thank you.
All right, give it up for Miss Dominique. Yes, indeed. Yeah, Miss Illinois is up in the house. All right, Miss Corporate America. That's something that all of you can do. Invite somebody to participate in Miss Corporate America. And let's see what you do on the national and on the local level. All right? All right, next up we have you heard of LeBron James? Okay, y'all know who LeBron James? Okay, well, this is not LeBron, but this is Ebron. Come on, give it up. Yes, the one and only James Ebron is a mastermind, mindset, life coach, and certified leadership behavioral consultant, originally from North Carolina, and now he's living in San Antonio, Texas, where everything is big in Texas, all right? Today, he's here to share the transformative power of having a personal creed, a guiding statement that shapes your decisions, fuels your purpose, and keeps you anchored in any season of life. That's what you need to hear. Would you please clap those hands for the one and only Mr. Ebron?
All right. Good day, everyone. Good day. Wow, he's going to do me just like that to start me off. All right. Well, listen, I am so thrilled to be here. My name is John Ebron. I am a master mindset life coach, certified leadership and behavioral consultant. And today, I get the privilege to speak to you about a topic of very utmost importance, and that is how to develop and use a personal philosophy. Now, this is important. This is important because you are important. You are important. And now, take a moment and let that sink in. Think about that for a moment. Leaders win because they know what is now and what is next, and they make an impact. But above and beyond your impact, you are important. And I know it sounds like a throwaway statement, right? Something nice to say. Someone out there right now is saying, whatever, John. How can you tell me that I'm important? I can tell you without ever having met you that you are important, because if you think about it, people, places, and things are counting on you all the time. The family, the friends, the co-workers, the community, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. You are valuable, and people see your value, and they want things from you. Now, that part of life is automatic. Now, what isn't automatic is how well do you take care of yourself while taking care of everything and everyone else? How good are you at preparing yourself to lead in honor of yourself? If that's any indication, I'm cooking. I'm on fire today. All right, let's see what's happening with this. Give us 1 second. All right, we're going to roll. All right, so how do we lead? Hold on, let's give it 1 second. How do we lead? How do we lead in honor of ourselves, not at the expense of ourselves? We're experiencing now more burnout in the corporate workspace than ever before. Not that we don't have the resources, but how do we connect to it? You have to know. You have to know yourself. This is the power of a personal philosophy. Or I call it your personal creed. Now, what is a personal creed? Your personal creed is the words that you live by. How do you develop it? You ingrain it in your spirit, in your soul, by practicing it day after day after day. I remember when I first encountered this concept of having a personal creed. I joined the United States Army back in mind your business, I'm not going to tell you. And one of the first things they taught us as young recruits becoming soldiers was the soldier's creed. Somebody's getting triggered right now. Look at all these veterans out here. And the soldier's creed was a compilation of affirmations and self-identifying markers telling you who you are and consequently who you're not. They ingrained that in us every day. You couldn't do anything, you couldn't go anywhere without saying the soldier's creed. You couldn't go to the bathroom without saying the soldier's creed. You couldn't come back from the bathroom without saying the soldier's creed. Soldiers would wake up in the middle of the night screaming the soldier's creed in their sleep because they were becoming programmed of who you are. I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior member of the team. I serve the people of the United States. I'm 50 years old-ish. I'm still relatively young. And I still remember the soldier's creed. That creed became the identity marker. Not only was it a good catchphrase, it was the measurement that I used, not outside circumstances, of who I am and what I could do. And that's the power of your creed. Now, your creed also helps you deal with the challenges of today. Because let's face it, doing the work is hard. But also in conjunction with the work, you're always going to have the inevitable challenge that comes up that you didn't see coming, that catches you by the blind side. And again, if you're focused on being externally driven, and when all that goes away, here we go again. And when you're externally focused, like that right there, give us a second, give us a second. When you're externally focused, when your power is out there and not in here, you're driven. You're not compelled from within, right? I'm going to give you one other story before I go on what it looks like to do the work in conjunction with the challenge. Now, as I progressed through my career and I went from being a student to being an instructor, I had this one soldier who was a good soldier in training, but he really struggled with his physical fitness. Good kid, good soldier, good potential, but that physical fitness was just kind of a challenge for him. And he did the work, right? He failed the first physical fitness test, failed the second. Now his third one was his final time, and he did the work, got through the first event, got through the second event. The only thing that's standing in his way, we're going to keep going. The only thing that stands in his way is that last 2-mile run. And he's in it, and he's getting it. He's almost at the finish line, doing the work. And maybe a meter or two before the finish line, he has a hard spill. This is a true story. He falls, and unbeknownst to ourselves and him, he actually fractured his leg because he fell so hard, right? So the cadre, we rush towards him to render aid. This little young soldier screams at the cadre, "Don't touch me, don't touch me." And he begins to low crawl, this is a true story, towards his finish line. And every move he made, he started to recite his creed. I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior member of the team. And he drug himself across the finish line, knowing himself. He met the challenge, and he made the win for the day because he poured on his inner resources. As leaders, we have to know ourselves, not just to grow ourselves, but to do the things that we are called to do. We have to know who we are, and consequently who we're not, where we're going, and what we will take. Because the world has a message for us as well. It'll tell us you can't do it, you can't have it, you can't become it. But if you know yourself, you'll overcome every obstacle. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is noisy. There's a lot of demands, distractions. There's plenty of messaging out there that says what is in our hearts and our desires to do is not available to us. But you are important. You are important. You're here to make an impact. So I really invite you today to learn yourself, develop your creed, clarify your values, and create a vision for yourself, because the vision that you're building for tomorrow is based off of the values that you build today. Thank you.
All right. Come on, did John do a good job? Come on, give it up for John. You don't know. Man, you listen, you never know when adversity gonna hit you. You never know when crisis gonna come. And you still gotta be smooth, cool, and collective. Come on, he did all that. Give it up one more time. Now listen, y'all gonna hear from John again, all right, sometime in the show because of that interruption. And I didn't hear the sound that says, we interrupt this program for a special announcement. If this had been a real emergency, you would have been known and got out of here real quick, okay? Let's just thank God it wasn't a real emergency. Give God a hand clap. Oh, yes. All right, listen, the next up, we have the one and only. Can somebody say the one and only? Yeah, because if it's two of them, one of them is insignificant, okay? So we realized that we want her to do what she do, all right? And not only that, we call her Regina. Somebody say Regina. And then say her last name, Martin. That's right. She's a dynamic motivational speaker, coach from Connecticut. She is a best-selling author of You Belong Here and a seasoned educator who takes her expertise from the classroom to the stage, speaking to students transitioning from high school to college and women professionals. Regina inspires audiences to recognize their influence beyond words. In her talk, having an impact without saying a word. Silence. She shares 3 powerful principles for making a lasting impression through your presence, authenticity, and your action. Would you please clap those hands for the one and only Regina?
I am pausing on purpose. The reason that I'm doing that is because I want to grab your attention about being impactful without saying a word. As the founder of Dare to Dream Motivational Speaking and Coaching, my goal is to create and curate individuals in the educational space and the academic space, as well as in the personal space to develop the next chapter of their life. And you wonder why I speak on having an impact without saying a word. As an educator and the author of You Belong Here, I have created an interactive workshop with high school students navigating through college and getting to college because as an educator, I teach first-year courses. And I definitely have to be on my P's and Q's when I am working with those students because many of them are walking through those doors and they're not ready. So the curation of that book allowed me to shift in a professional space, but also shift in an academic space. As an entrepreneur, Dare to Dream has allowed me the opportunity to create a goal-setting platform that allows professionals and non-professionals to learn about how they can create the silent shift. And what that looks like in my world is the fact that I know how important it is to be impactful when I speak. I know how important it is to make sure that I am being in a position of telling people that they can do it, because I had to be my own cheerleader. So I'm going to share a really quick story about impact and how I learned about it early in my life. So my mother was the person who always used to get the kids together when we had to go out and we had to go to special events. So she would give us the talk every time we would go out. Don't touch nothing. Don't ask for nothing. Sit down, be quiet. If you do anything contrary to that, there will be consequences. I heard my mother. However, my 2 brothers, not so much. They didn't hear my mother, and we got the consequence. But see, the thing about my mom, she wasn't loud with it. What she did is she just gave the look. You all know about that look, right? As parents, we would be the ones on the opposite end of the spectrum of that parent that would give the look. And that look would cut through the room like a knife. And I would like to say that my mother helped me define being impactful on that day and days beyond. And as a Dare to Dream motivational speaking coach, one of the outcomes and opportunities that I'd like to leave with people is letting them know that they do matter, and letting them know that setting a goal is the very beginning of the journey. Letting them know that they have to be in a position to be able to know what that is. Because as I stood and paused on purpose, your presence speaks before you do. And it is very important for you to understand the power behind that. How many of you have been in a position where you have been in the room where you have that friend who feel like they have to be the loudest person in the room? Hey, how you doing? That's not impactful, that's annoying. So when I talk about making impact and making a shift, it talks to me and talks to my clients about where they see themselves in that journey and what does that look like to them. You may not have a vision right now, but it's coming. You may not know what that journey looks like, but it's there and it's present. And when you learn how to be impactful in that journey and through that journey, it is apparent that there is somebody who needs to hear from you. And being able to set a goal and build off of that goal, the shift for me professionally also is to be on this stage today. Being a part of the Leadership Experience Tour has opened up so many doors for me, and it allowed me the opportunity to be the 2025 commencement speaker at my university. So as y'all like to say, I leveled up a little bit. And I walk in confidence knowing that all I can do is continue to go up. And being in a space of knowing that you have that power and that you are on that road and that you are on that journey, making that shift can be ever, ever so impactful and meaningful. It's meaningful for me personally because of the fact that I know people are watching me. I know people are saying things and trying to say, what's she doing? I see you all over the place. What are you doing? Don't worry about it. I'm making an impact, and that's all you need to know. So I am going to ask you guys to do something for me because the educator in me likes for people to talk back to me. So I'd like for you to repeat after me. I will make an impact while creating my dreams. I will make an impact while creating my dreams. And if you'd like to know more about the Dare to Dream platform, I implore you to reach out to me on my website at IamReginaMartin.com, where we can have a discovery call and we can curate how you can make the shift while making an impact. Thank you for your time.
Can y'all hear me? Okay, there it is. There it is. There it is. Y'all know what Les Brown said? Les Brown said that in life you're going to fall. So if you fall, you might as well fall on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. Come on. Have you gotten up today? Come on, clap those hands. Yeah. He also says that you need to shoot for the stars and the moon, because you'll at least be among the stars. Come on, somebody. I believe y'all are among the stars right now. Clap those hands one more time. Give it, smile. The cameras are doing smile. Show them your $1 million smile. Well, listen, next up we have originally from Detroit. Now she's residing in beautiful Male, Indonesia. Tiffany Williams speaks directly to women and professionals in the financial services industry with a message of resilience and restoration. In her powerful talk, Fixing My Crown After the Fall, Tiffany shares her personal journey of rising after setbacks, reclaiming confidence, and walking in renewed purpose. Her story inspires audiences to see every fall as an opportunity to rise stronger and brighter, because you know if you fall, get on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. Would y'all please welcome Tiffany Williams.
It's a flowy day, baby. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How many moms and dads do I have in the audience? Okay, that's a lot of power in the audience. Well, I'm a mom, I'm a businesswoman, and I'm a woman who had to learn firsthand how to fix my crown, walk through solitude, and rebuild not just once, but over and over again. There was a season in my life where I was helping others build 6- and 7-figure businesses. I was getting awards after awards and rings for hitting million-dollar goals. The numbers were high, the visibility was real, and everything looked right on paper. But then guess what? I need y'all to say what? But brace yourself, okay? I lost multiple 7 figures in high-risk, high-reward investments. I put it all in, and I lost it all in due to greed. So I want you to look at your neighbor, and I want you to give them this look. And I want you to tell them, don't be greedy, okay? Not only did I lose the money, but I lost the certainty. I lost the strategy. I lost the security and the confidence. And when it was all over, when the applause stopped, when my phone stopped ringing, I was left with just me in silence. That silence is where I found my strength, that stillness. I moved to Bali, Indonesia, almost 2 years ago. Let me say that again. I moved 2 days away on an airplane, okay? It's gonna take you about 2 days to get there for a massive reset with self, to center in solitude, to revive myself, and to figure out who I am and who I am becoming in this next season. Has anybody ever felt like they just needed that solitude? They needed that reset, that silence, and just didn't want to be bothered with a soul? Well, that's where I started my journey of fixing my crown. And contrary to what social media tells you, real growth doesn't happen in the spotlight. It happens in solitude. It happens when no one is validating you, when no one is reposting you, and when you're not trending and still you choose to believe in yourself. There are 3 things that I want you to know. You don't need applause to be assigned. You don't need permission to prosper, and you don't need a following to be faithful. See, I had to learn that my value was not in my visibility. My crown had tilted, but it did not fall. I knew that in order for me to rebuild or build over, I had to rebuild the woman. And that was scary to me. That isolation was scary to me. Starting over was scary to me. When I moved to Bali, I knew it was going to be bigger than just my solitude. I found a mentor. I bought 20 acres of land. I built my first villa and finished it and have renters in it. The villa that I live in, I bought. I'm really an introvert, y'all. I live on a rice field in a jungle with no neighbors, with a private pool and a swing. And the monkeys be on my roof sometime fighting at night. I be like, waking up with frogs and lizards in your house. Nobody to call and say, hey, can you come and get this? I done turned into a whole jungle girl, okay? And I'm from Detroit, like the D, right? You know, I grew up in the hood, so we understand, the roaches and things, but not them big flying roaches, right? Not lizards just walking across your wall and you eating and you just like, go ahead and have a spider, help me out. You know what I'm saying? But even in that, it was so much purpose and passion that I had to learn being there. Even though I was by myself, I built a community. My name is Putu Tiffany in Balinese. Don't say no punta, this ain't Spanish. So don't mix those two up, okay? Putu Tiffany means the number one. I've never had a father, right? But I have a father in Bali. I have a big sister in Bali. I'm a little sister and a big sister in Bali. There's no place that I can go in Bali where I really need money that I frequent. While I was here, I got a message from the hookah lounge saying, "Where are you? We have not seen you in 2 weeks. Are you okay?" If I don't have money, they'll say, "Just bring it back or we'll come to your house and get it." There's a certain level of community that I desire that I got 2 days away from where I'm from. I've been in business for 22 years. I've been in the financial services for 22 years. And it has been a journey. I've not had a job to clock in 22 years. So those losses help build a different grit inside of me. Have you ever had so many experiences over so many years that still impacted you? Have you? It still impacts you. Well, I'm going to take my mask off and go back 17 years. I'm the voice for the voiceless. I was the abuser and the abused. I was the drug dealer and the addict addicted to prescribed medication. I'm a rape victim. My parents were not in my life. My father was not in my life. My mother was abusive, but she was in my life. I had so many issues growing up. I was the troubled teen girl. I was the chaotic adult. I was confused. I didn't know what emotions I was feeling, missing so many things in my life. But who knew the girl with that story would be a #1 best-selling author, would help create multiple 6- and 7-figure earners, have helped over 500 people become first-time home buyers, who have traveled all over the world teaching wealth and economics internationally, who has 2 nonprofit organizations, one for troubled teen girls and one rebuilding villages in Zanzibar. Who knew? Right? Who knew? It's the grit. It's the not even proving everybody wrong that said what I couldn't do, but it was proving myself right and knowing what I could do. So the posture is different. Look, y'all, I went to every mall in Detroit looking for something to be suited and booted, right? I had to come on stage with something I would have worn Bali, but it's authentic. It's me, right? Sometimes we just got to go with the flow. It took me 5 days to get here. The challenges to get here, I was literally in layover after canceled flight, after staying in airports in Australia for 2 days, in Singapore for 2 days. And I was about to change my mind. I was about to say, you know what? I'll see y'all leadership conference in another time. But I decided to just be steadfast and unmovable and know redirection was for a reason. It was either to impact or to change my life. So I am Dr. Tiffany Williams, the Wealth Alchemist. I want you to take your phones off really quick. Take them out, take them out, take them out. Follow me and comment. I need you to send me a message on Instagram. It's Dr. Tiffany Williams, DrTiffany Williams. Send a message, and I just want you to say, revive. Let's connect. I'm Dr. Tiffany Williams, the Wealth Alchemist.
Yes. All right. That's what I'm talking about. We have overcame some adversity this morning. We have overcame the fire alarm going off. We have heard Marcus talk about his healing. We've heard the Miss Corporate from Illinois. And now you're going to hear from the international world called the UK. London, that is. We have for us coming to the stage Miss Anna Tag Bassey. She's a transformed stress mentor, inspirational speaker, author of the powerful book, Depression Exposed. She is the founder of Women of Flights, a faith-driven platform dedicated to helping women rise above stress, emotional pain, spiritual stagnation, having overcome her own journey through stress and depression. Listen, to help women soar is what she do. Beyond their struggles and transform pain into purpose, won't you get ready to clap those hands to be inspired by the light she brings to those walking through dark times. Miss Anna Tag Bessie.
Hey. How are we doing today? Welcome to Leadership Tour Experience. Wow, what a week. Are you all been blessed? Okay, my name is Anna Tangbasi, all the way from United Kingdom, England. Who have been to England before? Wow, you're welcome. We want to see you there next year. So, I am a stress transform coach, stress transform mentor. I try to help women who are going through stress to transform them, for them to live a good life, and for them to live a life of no stress. Why am I choosing this one? Because I was stressed as well. 2 years running, I was unable to eat or drink. I couldn't even open the door of my house. I always stay in the dark. The stress started small until it increases to depression. So a friend of mine, God bless her soul, always called me, say, Anna Tang, you are depressed, you are stressed. I said, no, I'm not stressed. Why are you saying that? It's not me. She said, yes, it's you. I said, no, not me. Then one day, she literally came to my house and she dragged me to the bathroom and she just poured water from my head to toe. When all this was happening, I didn't even know about it. That is how bad it was. And that's how bad place I was. So she said, okay, I'm taking you somewhere. I said, I'm not going anywhere. I don't want to get out of this house. She said, no, follow me. So I followed her. We went to this community center. So as we went there, and I sat there, I didn't want to do anything. And these people, they were clapping and singing and dancing, very cheerful. I wasn't cheerful at all. I was stressed. I didn't want to be there. Why are these people so happy? I'm miserable inside me. So after a while, a lady came, beautiful lady with a lovely smile, said, oh, you look so beautiful. I like your dress. Come, stand up, come and dance with us. I said, no, I'm not coming. I'm not going to be there. She left me. After a while, she came back. Until I found myself on that floor, I didn't even know. I started dancing and jumping and clapping hands. That was the beginning of my breakthrough. So after that, the love that the community shows me, and it wasn't an easy road. I went through therapy. I went through a lot of counseling. And after a couple of years, I was stress-free. Hallelujah! Praise the Lord. I was stress-free. So I decided, okay, how am I going to help people that are going through the situation where I was? Because I'm no more there, I'm here now. Where I was, how am I going to help these people? So I decided to search for keys. You know, if you have a mansion that's so beautiful, or you have a small one-bedroom, if you don't have the keys, what would happen? Interact with me? What would happen? You can't get in. That's correct. So I needed the keys to give to these ladies so that they can come through that stress, so that they can overcome their stress. So as I was searching for the keys, I got 10 keys, 20 keys, 30 keys. I said, no, that is too much. You will just push them away. So I decided to stick to 3 keys. Somebody said 3. 3. 3 keys. 3 keys. So I decided to stick to 3 keys. Which is the 3 keys? Ask me, what is it? What are the 3 keys? I'm glad you asked. So it's interactive. You online, you can interact with us. So the 3 keys, first key is for you to be able to look at your environment, look after yourself and like your environment. If the environment is not conducive, you will not make it. Yeah. We were here how many days here since we were in this place? Leadership Experience Tour. If the environment was not conducive, would you be here? No. You will pack your bag even the first day and go. So that is why I say the environments matter a lot. I said that is the first key. Because those who have cars here, raise your hand. So when you have a car, when you have a car insurance code, what happened? They look at it. In England, we call it postcode. In America, it's what? Zip code. Isn't it? Zip code, yeah. So they will look at your zip code or postcode, and they'll give you a quote. If an area that is full of crime, what would they do? They raise insurance. Thank you, you are with me. So if the area that is very good, you come back, put your car in the garage, lock it and save, what happened? The insurance will come down. So that's why the environment matters a lot. The second key, somebody say second key. Second key. The second key after environment is relationship. Seek for a good friend like that, my friend. I have friends before all these things happen, but all disappear. But only that one friend stick with me. So you have to have a good friend. Have one that good friend is better than brother or sisters that will be there, looking at your back, watching over you. So relationship, have relationship. Yeah, have relationship. The number 3 keys, are you here with me? Yes. Ask me, what is the 3 keys? Yes, number 3 keys. The number 3 keys, that is the final one. What is this? Ooh, you are with me, really, this morning. Wow. Money, 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 money. Money talks, isn't it? Money talks, money talks. We all work. Some people work so many hours, 12 hours. Nurses and doctors who are here, they work so many hours and they come out with peanuts. So money talks. So we have to be able to have a very good financial advisor. Try and work out with your money. Try and do something, set up trust or saving. Try and have some saving. I'm not a financial person, but I know there are somebody coming to talk about finance. But I just believe that the 3 keys is really important. The environment, relationship, and money, because if you don't have the money, you cannot make it. You cannot make it. You cannot eat a good food. You cannot be healthy. You cannot go out and do gym and keep yourself fit, isn't it? Yeah? You cannot look after yourself. So that is my 3 keys. So if you want to know more, I have other keys. So I just want you to pick up your phone and search for Anatang Bassey, Anatang. Surname is Bassey, Bassey. Those from UK, they know Shirley Bassey. So that's my cousin. So search for Shirley Bassey. So when you put Anatang Bassey, you will find me. Bless you. I'm in Instagram, LinkedIn, and all the social media. Thank you very much.
All right. We are not slowing down. I need you to do me a favor if you can, if you're not too mean. Would you stand to your feet real quick? Oh, that was too slow. Go back. Come on. Y'all ain't the old people, are you? I thought y'all still got it going on. Drop it like it's hot and all that kind of stuff. All right, have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. That was too slow. Come on now. All y'all looking like $1 million and carrying on and talking about, hold on, Johnny. Wait a minute. Come on now. I'm going to count to 3. All right? I want to see what y'all do. I want y'all to just get on up because we ain't ready, all right? James Brown. Anybody know about James Brown? Get on up. Okay. 1. That's my man right there. What's up, boy? 2, 3. Come on, get up. Come on, clap those hands when you get up. Clap, clap, clap. Yes, yes. Now clap for yourself. Yeah, there you go. Now you can be seated. Thank you so much for your cooperation because we're not slowing down. We're turning it up. Come on, I want you to lean in. Open your hearts. Welcome for our next game changer. When culture's bleeding and leadership slipping, we call him the comeback call. From boardrooms to locker rooms, he unites teams, ignites performance. He doesn't just speak, he transforms. Ladies and gentlemen, clap those hands for the one and only Dr. Cliff Freeman.
Have you ever felt pain before? Not just any old kind of pain. I'm talking about real pain. If you're a parent, you understand pain very, very well. Imagine you are asleep at night. You are sleeping and slumbering and snoring and having a good time, enjoying your rest. And then you hear a noise, and it was a good day, and everybody had a good time, but you're wondering, what in the world is this noise? What's going on? And then you get out of the bed, you put okay, let me see what's happening. And you get out of the bed, you walk down, and you open your door, and you start walking down the hallway, and it's dark, and you don't want to turn on the lights because everybody's asleep. You don't want to wake up everybody, and you're walking down the hall, and you're trying to figure out what this noise is, and all of a sudden, you step on a Lego. Anybody ever been there? And the Lego, it's not just a regular pain. It's this little small plastic connection brick. And it's like it's stabbing you in the foot, and it radiates to your ankle, then it's in your knee, and then it's in your hip, then it's in your back, it might even be in your shoulder. Anybody ever felt that kind of pain? If you haven't, there's another kind of pain. It's called phantom pain. Phantom pain is when there is pain that you feel, but you have no idea where the pain is coming from. Believe it or not, there are too many leaders in organizations dealing with phantom pain. This phantom pain is misalignment. This phantom pain is chaotic culture. This phantom pain is causing their employees to quietly quit. What's quietly quitting? It's when people, they used to come to the meeting, they used to show their face on Zoom, they used to be engaged and actively involved, but now they kind of turn their camera off, they're not really there, they don't really answer emails anymore. They're hoping for the recruiter and the headhunter to call them real quick. You notice how I'm backing up? That's what they're doing on the job. Well, I'm Dr. Cliff Freeman, and what I do is I help leaders build teams or get their teams to work together so well that they increase their profits, productivity, and performance while mitigating misalignment and destroying their chaotic culture. How do we do it? I like to call this something like contagious teamwork. It's when the teamwork gets so great, it begins to permeate all over the entire organization. But the leader needs to understand this one thing. The leader needs to lead them. Everybody say lead them. Leader needs to lead. Well, what does that mean to lead? They first must locate the right problem. If they locate the right problem, you can't do anything about it until you locate the right problem. There might be a bunch of problems, but you got to locate the right one. After you locate the right problem, the second thing every leader must do is establish a clear vision. Establish a clear vision. Your people have to know where they're going. If they don't know where they're going, they don't know how to get there. And if your team does not have a vision, your team is dying. After you locate the right problem and then you establish a clear vision, thirdly, you have to align the right people. Aligning the right people is when you put the right people in the right place at the right time. All of us have seen indications where there was the wrong person in the wrong position at the wrong time. And it turned out, well, we'll just leave it like that. After all of that's done, leaders, your job is still not done, because then you have to develop trust daily. I like to say it like this, that teamwork is not talent, it's trust. Because you can have a team full of talented people, but if they don't trust each other, they won't win. You've heard of the Dream Team, or in USA Olympics, right? Or USA Basketball for the Olympics, you've heard of the Dream Team. We had Dream Team 1, Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and all the rest. Then we had Dream Team 2, and then we had the Redeem Team. Wait a minute, Cliff, you ain't saying nothing about Dream Team 2, 2.0. Well, because the reason we need a Redeem Team is because Dream Team 2.0 was full of talent, but they didn't win gold. How in the world can you have future Hall of Famers lose to countries that are lesser than us as far as their basketball ability? The reason being is they had all that talent, but they didn't trust each other. So they didn't work together as a team. You got to have a team with you if you want to do great things. What we must understand is this. There's an old African proverb that simply says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. You need a team there with you. I told you lead them. So that's the L, the E, the A, and the D. But then fourthly, what's the It's sustained momentum. Because you can come to an event like this, you can hear everything that I'm telling you, but you're still willing to deal with that same kind of crazy, unknown, phantom pain. You're, as a leader, you're dealing with Lego pain. And you don't even realize it. You have no idea where it's coming from. You don't know why your profits are going down. Your customers are not being repeat customers. They're stopping to come to your business and to your facility. Well, I'm here to tell you, if you're tired of dealing with that pain, if you're ready to get some sustained momentum, if you're ready to come out of that, this is what I want to encourage you to do. Connect with me on social. Dr. Cliff Freeman, LinkedIn, Facebook, either one. You can go to the website, www.cliffreemanspeaks.com, because you and I can get together and you and I can come together and figure out the plan that you need so that you can have excellence in all the execution of your company. If you don't remember anything else, remember this: teamwork. It's not talent, it's trust.
Yes, sir. Teamwork. It's not talent, it's trust. All right. I trust you, my brother. Let me throw you the ball. Okay. Yes, indeed. Listen, sometimes the biggest obstacles isn't the economy. It isn't the competition. It's yourself. The critics that talks outside, it's your doubt. You listen to it. You can shut it out. But here's the good news. If you're in your own way, you also have the power to step aside. Dr. Rita Carter, born and raised in Detroit, Michigan, 313, what up, doe, is passionate about helping women break through the barriers that hold them back from becoming all God created them to be. With a heart for empowerment and transformation, she equips women to rise above self-imposed limitations, step boldly into their divine purpose. Today, she will be sharing her powerful message, Getting Out of Your Own Way. A call to release fear, embrace faith, and walk fully in the God designed for you. Would you please welcome to this stage, Dr. Rita Carter.
Good morning. Oh, y'all look good from here. Good morning. So I want to start this out by asking you a question, and I'm hoping that you will be honest. Have you ever prayed to God for him to move in your life, but deep down inside, you wanted him to do it your way? I'm going to ask that again. Have you ever prayed to God for that man, for that woman, for that job, for increased finances, but you wanted him to do it your way? So it sounds a little bit like, Lord, I trust you, but I want that man. Lord, I trust you, but I want this balance in my account. Lord, I trust you, but I want that job. Sometimes the biggest obstacle between you and your breakthrough is you. Not your boss, not your man, not your spouses, not your finances, you. I'm gonna share a little story with you that how I had to get out of my own way. Got my master's, working at a Fortune 100 company, doing big things, but I wanted to do a little bit more. Wanted to get into a line of business that was hard to get into. Now, this line of business, when you get in there, people retire from their roles. Like, it was hard. But finally, an opening becomes available. And I said, yeah, this is my time. Now, I was in a leadership role currently, so this was a non-leader role. But I said, if I can just get my foot in the door, I can work my way up. So I created a plan, and I said, I'm going for this role. I did my panel interviews, and then they're like, you know you're overqualified. I said, I know, but I respect authority. I know the process. This is just an opportunity to learn. You know you're overqualified. I know. 3 times, but they gave me the job, okay? I got my training. I'm in training. I got my portfolio of clients. I'm like, okay, I'm doing this thing, right? I'm feeling good. And my boss started riding me. You didn't do this. You need to do this. Why didn't you do this? I said, I'm still in training. I haven't even met all my clients yet. What do you mean? She was riding me, and I didn't know why. So in this particular organization, you have to be in your current role for at least a year before you can apply elsewhere. But she was riding me so much to the point to where I went to executive leadership. I said, oh no, I got to get from under here because I don't know what I did to this woman, but I have to go. And so they gave me approval to start applying. Not only did I apply internally, I went externally. I was crying that night. I was crying in the morning. This was rough, okay? Meanwhile, I'm still working. I'm still learning. I'm still meeting with my clients, but she ride me along the way. I'm taking interview after interview, internal and external. Remind you, I just got a master's degree. Experience. Do you know not one offer? Not one. I had a plan. And I said, Lord, now I know I got something that I can give. I can contribute. Why not one offer? And clear as day, I don't know if he talked to you like that, but he talks to me and he says, I didn't ask you to move. I said, oh, Lord. Okay. So that means it was my way of getting out of my situation. I never consulted him. I never went to him. He was an afterthought. He was my plan B. The word says, thy will be done, not my will first, right? So when he told me, I didn't ask you to move, I had to sit down and be still. So I said, okay, God, I don't know how long I'm going to do this, but I'm going to put my head down, and I'm going to work, and I'm going to work. And when I tell you, clients was asking for me, and my portfolio was growing, and people was like, can I get her on my account? And I was going. Meanwhile, the boss that was riding me lost her job. See, you don't mess with God's people, okay? So meanwhile, she loses her job. I had only been in this role for like a year and a half by this time. So you hear all this commotion. Oh, this so-and-so would do good. Here, she been here 25 years. He's been over here 30 years. They got all this experience. These people trained me. So I just put my head down. And I'm thinking of all the people that are qualified with these years of experience, and weeks pass and interviews pass, and I get a phone call, and it was the executive leader. And she said, you don't want my job? I said, I'm sorry, excuse me, what job? The job to replace your boss, the boss that just left. I said, well, I've only been here a year and a half, and you have so-and-so, that 25 years she interviewed, and he interviewed for 30 years. I didn't think that it was my time, so I got a plan. Here I go, falling back on my plan, right? I got a plan. And so I think I'm gonna hit that in 2-3 years. She said, I don't hire off of tenure. I hire off of capability. So if you want this job, it's yours. So I took that offer, a year and a half in this role, by the way. Took that offer, went home, I prayed. First, foremost, I said, okay, God, I learned, I get it. I prayed, fasted, talked to my husband. My husband was like, if God told you this is it, this is it. I accepted the offer, right? That was, at the time, West Michigan. When I accepted the offer, they not only gave me West Michigan, they gave me all of Southeast Michigan too. They moved my office to downtown Detroit. I was the youngest, the only female, and the only black woman in that role in a corner office. So when you're obedient, God not only blesses you with what you pray for, he expands your territory. Right? So I want to leave you with a couple of things because I'm telling you, he is amazing. How many know God is amazing? Okay? But I want to leave you with a couple of things. Number one, surrendering is not giving up. It's not. It's coming into alignment. If I tell you to go to the corner store with your sister, go to the store, hold hands, get the milk, and come back. You don't leave the house and cross the street and say, I'm going to meet you there at the store. That's out of alignment. That's not what I told you to do. Right? So you have to be aligned with his will. You have to do what he said to do, and you have to seek him first. He's not an afterthought. He knows all things. He's omnipresent. And then secondly, I want to remind you that delayed obedience is still disobedience. You're not yet. You're still telling him, I like my comfort over my calling. Okay? So it's still disobedience. You can't tell him not yet. Do you know who you talking to? Do you know who he is? No, there's no not yet. And so I want to tell you lastly is don't tell everybody your vision. Don't tell everybody what God has in store for you because they don't know and they don't understand the God that we serve all the time. And people are not always here to cheer you on. And then I'm going to tell you, it wasn't a conference call. When God told you your purpose, it wasn't a conference call. So I want to encourage you to take today to remind yourself that surrender is not giving up. Be careful who you tell your business to, your vision to, and then also delayed obedience is still disobedience. Okay? So if you need a little guidance on this journey, if you're still battling with something, and you need to seek him first, and you need a little guidance, please feel free to connect with me at www.breakthroughready.com. If you are ready for your breakthrough, again, that's www.breakthrough.com. You can reach me on all social media channels at Breakthrough with Rita, and you also can connect with me at my upcoming signature event at Rise and Breakthrough Brunch, September 6th at 10 a.m. in Westland, Michigan. Shameless plug. But listen, I'm telling you, I see a speaker in the house, but I'm telling you, God is amazing. Get out of your own way.
That was absolutely amazing, Rita Carter. As a matter of fact, I'll be speaking at Rita Carter's event too. So if you're in town and you don't have nothing to do, come on and join us. We're going to have a great time. How many of you believe that greatness exists in everyone? Yeah. Took y'all a long time to respond to that because some folks, you got to go deep down to find it. But I can promise you, greatness is there. The experts say that some people experience greatness for short periods of time, and some people experience greatness for lengthy periods of time. People who experience greatness for short periods of time are in the right place at the right time, under the right situation, under the right leadership, with the right product. Like all the stars just seem to line up. But as soon as there is a misalignment in the stars, greatness goes right out the window. But the experts say that people who experience greatness for lengthy periods of time generally have something in common. And what they say is that those people manage time well. And the question is, what does that mean? What is time? I ask you, what is it? Let me ask the question again. What is time? Y'all don't know the answer to it. That's why no one really saying nothing. And that's why I went to some of my CEO friends and I asked them a slightly different question. Like, what is your mindset as it pertains to time? And one of them said, Sean, time can be your enemy or your friend. And I asked him, what do you mean by that? He said that leaders that take the time to plan out their week before their week starts and plan out their day before their day starts, that those people have enough time in the day to get things done. The second CEO said time is relevant. And I asked her, what do you mean by that? She said the most important time of her life on the job and off the job was right now. In other words, every moment of the day was an important moment. The third CEO said tempus fugit. And I asked him, what do you mean by that? Well, the Latin terminology for time flies is tempus fugit. You guys know that time is always moving fast. And if you're moving slowly, that means that you are wasting time. And the last CEO said that time is a non-spatial continuum in which events occur in apparently irreversible succession from the past to the present to the future. I'm just messing with y'all. That's in Webster's dictionary. I was more confused about time after seeing it than I was before I saw it. So the question still remains, what is time? It's time to take a break. 15 minutes, you got 15 minutes. Go take a break, spend some time with the vendors, use the restroom, get some food, and come back in 15 minutes. We'll see you then. To the Leadership Experience Tour.
It gives speakers an opportunity to really put themselves on the marketplace.
It is impactful for your development as a speaker.
My job is to identify what's on the inside of a speaker and bring it to the outside.
If you're an aspiring speaker, for a bio, for photos, for current video, where are you going to get a whole package deal? At the Leadership Experience Tour.
All right, let's take a roll call. When I say or speak on an attribute or gift or something that is true to you, I am inviting you to stand. And as you stand, if you are around other people who believe that I am speaking about them, I want you to high five. For every statement, high five about 2 or 3 people. I just want to know who is among me in the room. Is that okay? You are unapologetic about your intelligence. Can I get those high fives? Oh, I have another one. There is absolutely no competition in your lane. And wait. I have one more. You don't chase money, you attract it. All right. Give yourselves a round of applause as you take your seats. You can have your seat. My name is Shelly Fan. I am the CEO and owner of Ask Shelley Consulting. For the past 27 years, I have had the privilege of being a licensed psychotherapist. I work with individuals and helping them to overcome their emotional injury. I work with married couples, helping them to overcome their intimacy injury. I work with corporations and helping them to understand the psychology behind conflict management, leadership development, and emotionally intelligent leadership. I am the founder of the Teach Me How to Heal conference, and on today, I have the privilege of being one of your 3 MCs. And as a result, I get to introduce powerful people like our next speaker. I'm talking about a powerful man. Power is a force that moves people, places, things, mindsets, and communities from one position to a higher position. Understand that it doesn't only require skill to do so. You can be gifted, you can be skillful, motivate people that do not change. What it requires is an anointing and an appointment. I am talking about a man that has mastered breakthrough. He is the master breakthrough warrior and general. I am talking about Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon. Give me a moment while I read his bio. He is a dynamic leader, visionary, pastor, and transformational coach from Detroit, Michigan. As the founder of Leaders Live Generously Academy, he is dedicated to developing leaders who lead with integrity, love without limits, and give without generosity. Through his ministry and leadership programs, Dr. Shannon equips individuals to break through limiting beliefs, embrace their God-given potential, and create lasting impact in their communities and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Pastor Anthony Shannon.
Okay. Come on, give God a hand clap. Give it up. Thank you for being so kind. Somebody said that it couldn't be done. But he with a chuckle replied that maybe it couldn't. But he wouldn't be one who say so till he tried. So he buckled right in with a trace of a grin on his face. If he worried, he hid it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. Somebody scoffed, "You'll never do that. At least no one has done it." So he took off his coat, he took off his hat, and the next thing you know, he began it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done, and he did it. There are thousands who tell you it cannot be done. There are thousands who prophesy failure. There are thousands that point out one by one the dangers that wait to assail you. But don't worry about it. Take off your coat, take off your hat, and the next thing you know, you can start it. Start to sing as you tackle the thing that couldn't be done, and you'll do it. It was September the 23rd. Remember it? As my mother told it to me. She went into emergency. The ambulance came, rushed her to the hospital. She was pregnant. They run tests, and she goes into a coma. For 10 days, she's out. They're worried. Everyone's pacing. And on October the 3rd, 12 a.m., they decided to rush her into emergency. She comes out of the coma. They do a C-section. They open her up, pull out a baby girl. She's dead on arrival. They tell my mother, and they say, oh, there's another one. Pull the boy out, dead on arrival. They put him on a table. When they were putting him on a table to wipe him, air somehow miraculously comes into the boy. He starts crying. Doctors are amazed. They're hoping that the girl will wake up. She never does. After series tests on the boy, they say to my mother, they diagnose him with a learning disorder. Speech is going to be very difficult because the oxygen was suffocated and didn't get to the brain. They said, so the best we can hope for or wish for is that the person would live a little bit, but no kind of decent life, nothing normalcy about the child. That child was me. And so the doctors told my mother that it was nothing short of a miracle. So that's why I want to talk to you about why I believe in miracles. I'm a walking miracle for you today. And so as I was growing up, just like they said in the diagnosis, they began to do more tests as I got older because I didn't speak till I was about 4 going on 5. And so the doctors was telling my mother back then, well, listen, he might be slow, he might be a little retarded. And, they don't use those terms today like that, but that's what they did back then. And so when I started to speak, I would speak like, and I would get frustrated, and people would begin to mock me, make fun of me, talk about me. And I was so frustrated that I began to get into gangs because I felt if I can't talk, people are going to make fun of me, they're going to respect me. And so we start beating up folks and all of that. And one day, even though I can't talk good, my mother says to me, somebody say, when you got a praying grandmama, you got a praying mama. Hey, things can change for you in an instant. And my mother looked at me when I came home, got kicked out of school, and she said, look here, boy, I don't know what the doctor said. I don't care what they said, but listen to me real clearly. You are not going to be a statistic. You are not going to be like this. You are not going to stay this way. You're going to get turned around and you're going to get up. You hear me? I said, just shook my head. She said, I get it. And so the next day, I'll never forget it, Mrs. Horton comes into my life. She was a counselor, very beautiful, smart, gorgeous. Everybody liked her. All the guys wanted to talk to her. All the women envied her. And then all the little kids just wanted to hang out with her. And she came and got me and talked to me and told me she's going to introduce me to Susan. Susan was the speech pathologist. Susan said, we're going to teach you how to talk. We're going to teach you how to enunciate and articulate because every person born, this was an amazing thing, has the capacity to learn. So she said, we're going to teach you. And once you learn the capacity to learn, there's 7 different learning styles. We're going to find your learning style. We're going to make this thing happen. And boy, week after week, work after work, hard work, all kind of stuff, frustration, crying, boo-hooing, I learned how to conquer the thing that tried to conquer me. Oh, come on, somebody. I then began to believe that it was possible for me to articulate and enunciate, and not only that, I could really go do something in school. I had a teacher when I came to tell him that I was learning how to talk, and I was really getting it. I'll never forget it as long as I live. He said, let me tell you something. It is boys like you that make school a bad name. Tell your mother You will never graduate. You will never mount to nothing. Just go home and do us all a favor. I tell my mother this. She's outraged. She says, listen to me. The God I serve is going to prove to him and everybody else that you're about to not only do something, you're going to do more than what I've ever done, more than what your father done, and God's going to put his hand on you. You hear me? I said, yes, ma'am. And to my surprise, I started making it happen. I went from zero to hero in the classroom. I started matriculating academically. I was shocked myself. Things was just coming to me, and I said, whoa! And guess what? I'm in the 7th grade when all this is taking place. They said, you think he gonna make it to high school? Miss Horton said, all you got to do is take summer school. I'm going to help you. I took summer school. They promoted me to 8th grade. I got to high school. I graduated out of high school. And guess what I did? I sent the chump, the teacher, he's a chump, okay. I sent him a copy that I graduated out of high school. I got a track scholarship to Eastern Kentucky University and started running track, went to the Olympic trials, and guess what? When I got my certificate out of Eastern Kentucky to transfer to Southern Christian University, and when I got my bachelor's degree, guess what? I sent the chump a copy. Huh? Yeah, then I went and got my master's degree, and guess what I did? I sent the chump a copy. Y'all ain't said nothing to me. Last year, or 2 years ago, I got an honorary doctorate degree. Guess what I did? I sent the chump a copy. Are you listening to me? I wanted him to know your words in your head. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Jamie Lee Kern says, never let someone else's doubt become the doubt in your head. You can always overcome. And so I started talking to my mother. I said, Mom, I want to thank you for all of the things that you helped me to overcome and helped me to do. And my mother said these words, no matter what cards is dealt your way, you can always overcome. So that's why I believe in miracles. That's why I created Leaders Live Generously Academy, so I can train up people to be leaders, to learn leadership principles. Listen, whether they have no degree or PhD, they still need leadership skills. They need leadership principles. Whether they nobody or somebody, they still need leadership skills. And we've been able to do that successfully. We've been able to take young men and help them. We call it the Mod Squad, men of destiny, that we can help you conquer and help you overcome. My mother said to me these words. She said, this is how I helped you do it. I said, how, Mom? She said, there was a preacher preaching, and I heard it. I said, what was it, Mama? She said, it was called faith. Faith. Out of Hebrews 11, it says, now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Faith means pistis, you have to believe. You got to believe in yourself more than the thing that you got. And then it says you got to have it now. And then it says now faith is the substance. Substance means hypostasis. Hupo means you have to be able to go under and stand under the pressure that don't look like you're going to make it, even though you got to make it. But you got to keep believing you can make it, even though it don't look like you're going to make it. So I had to believe that I got it before I get it, because if I didn't get it before I got it, I'd never be able to conquer it. So my mother said I had to get you to believe you're going to be able to talk. You're going to be able to enunciate. You're going to be able to articulate. You're going to be able to do things that nobody said you were able to do, because you got this thing called faith. And faith then took me to hope. Hope gave me expectation. I was expecting to win. I was expecting to overcome. I was expecting I wasn't going to lose, because I had something on the inside of me that taught me how to believe in things before I got it, that all I had to do is keep calling to it. So I start calling to that thing that was not, so that I can have it, so I can get it before I got it, and then I got it before I get it, and now I got it. Do you hear what I said? Come on and clap those hands and let somebody know what you're able to do when you put your faith in something beyond you. And now I help other people do the same thing, because I believe in miracles. God bless you.
Well, well, well. Pass the plate. Wow, that was your August 2025 Leadership Experience Tour keynote speaker. Put your hands together for Pastor Anthony Shannon. Amazing. Was that a good meal? Yes. Are you ready for the next keynote speaker? Yes. We prolong our own emotional suffering when we do not accept things as they are. What that means is, in life, we will have experiences that are non-preferred. People will betray you. Expectations that you have may not manifest the way that you expected them to. Life outcomes you do not deserve will land right smack in the middle of your lap. That is why we have to master resilience, which is defined as the capacity to bounce back quickly. Our next keynote speaker has mastered the strategy behind building yourself in your resilience. Being a survivor of vision loss to a survivor of cancer, you have to hear all of the victory that our next keynote speaker represents. Professor Dr. Paran Samani is an internationally distinguished academic scholar, 3-time TEDx speaker, Skills Live speaker, humanitarian, and visionary leader. Professor Dr. Paran Samani is CEO of London Organization of Skills Development. She is the winner of Mrs. Universe 2022, winner of Enigma Mrs. World 2022, and that is just to name a few. She is the recipient of multiple prestigious accolades, including the Global Women in Leadership Merit Award 2025 and the Crafting Bharat Innovators Award 2025. She holds 2 academic and 6 honorary doctorates. Oh, you didn't hear me. You clearly did not hear me. She holds 2 academic doctoral degrees and 6 honorary doctorates and a multi-international award winner. She is a prolific author of 23 books and a record breaker recognized in Guinness World Records and multiple prestigious record books. She has delivered keynote speeches and conferences at Harvard University, Cambridge University, Oxford University, and many more on diverse topics. Having overcome major life-threatening health challenges twice, Professor Dr. Paran Samani has dedicated herself to improving global health and quality of life globally. Born in India, coming to us by way of London, here to talk about resilience, the unshakable foundation of a successful business. Please put your hands together for Professor Dr. Paran Samani.
It stopped. Good morning. How are you? How are you feeling? Good. I want to say something very important, but quietly. I want you to listen carefully. Are you all ready? Are you all here? Yes. Okay. Today, I'm very privileged, very honored to be in front of all of you. Thank you for having me here. But I'm pleased to see all of you. You are passionate. You have a purpose-driven individual sitting in this room. That's why I can see you all are gathered here. It is the testament of your powerful to make your business a successful. Today, you are going to be going together with me in a journey of how you can be a successful in your business. How can you brand your business? Because remember, each and everyone sitting here are powerful. You are powerful, but your soul is even more powerful. And that powerful, we want to bring it in your business. Are we all ready? Yes. Are we here? Yes. Every business, every successful business just come with an idea. What did I say? Just come with an idea. Every idea is resilience to come to life. Do we agree? Yes. That's why we all are here. Many people see titles and accolades and see that journey is a smooth ride. Yeah, I got it. It's not. True, it's not. Everything you see from far, it looks beautiful and green. But it's not true. There are dry grasses, but we can't see. Everyone sitting in this room would have gone through, in your journey, in your time, the rocky boundaries, jumping from one end to other end. But that's okay. That's fine. But that journey, others can't see. Only who can see? We can see. Because we experience it. And by experiencing, we become more strong and powerful. Let me share you my journey. I don't want a sympathy from you, but it's an inspiration. I faced challenges and struggle in my life with 2 attacks of life-threatening cancer, vision loss, twice attack of COVID-19, stroke, but I did not give up. Do you know why? Because I believe in myself. I know that I have a strength to make a difference in this world. And you all have strength. You all have capacity to change the world. Are we all ready? Yes. Can we do it together? Yes. Let's go for it. With the 2 challenges, with all the challenges I was going, but that was my 2 important challenges which has shaken me up. I did not have a clue where I was. But I remember that in the period of darkness, I saw clarity. In the period of painness, I saw purpose to help the society at large. And I set 2 mottos in my life. Number 1, I want to help the mankind until my last breath. But number 2, by working together, I want to make a difference in everyone's life. But by working together, we can all make a difference. We can make a positive change. That's why I'm here. That's why you can see me standing in front of you, because I believe that by working together, we can make a difference in the life. I can't do things on my own. I need you to come and support me. We all have to work together and ask ourselves, how can I help you? I was sitting in a corner in my dark period. I asked myself, something was going in my mind. And when I was thinking, and I was worried, that question came to my mind, has changed everything. That change has helped me to be what I am now. The question I asked myself, do I need to leave my legacy here? Do I need to leave my legacy here? And that triggered me. That has given me inspiration, determination, exactly how you all are gathered here in this room with determination that how you can brand your business, how you can make your business successful. That's thought came to my mind. With that inspiration, there was a baby was born, and that baby was called London Organization of Skills Development, LOSD. That baby created the whole change in my life and others. And guess what happened? Because I was struggling, I was going through challenging time, and people started to know me. People wanted to call me and invite me to be a keynote speaker from organization, company, from corporates, from academicians, from colleges to universities to NGOs. Do you know what I used to do there? I used to look at the gaps. I used to observe them. And what are the small gaps which I feel that I needed to fill that up? That was a dream in my mind. That was a vision I had. But when this baby was born of LOSD, I tried to compact everything and I made the vision a success. I gave that vision a light. Do you know everybody in this room have got a spark? This spark has to be just ignite. And today, we all are here to ignite that spark, to help each other and brand ourselves. You know, the branding, you say, branding is just not about the logo. Branding is about who you are. Branding is about yourself, your experience, your struggle, your story, your resilience. That's you. Who you are. You want to be authentic. You want to have a clear vision where you can help others and support others. Inspire them. Believe me or not, the life is too short. Struggle is the meaning of life. And we want to be part of the wider society, not the problem. Right now, LOSD was born with one baby, Global Research Conference and Global Research Journal. And right now, the LOSD, the baby is grown, expanded to 12 initiatives. Why? Because to go on a ladder of success, there is a secret. And today, I'm going to share you golden advice, how that business got success. Number one, you believe in yourself. When you believe in yourself, the world will believe in you. Even the caterpillar changes into the beautiful butterfly. And everyone sitting in this room have got the strength. You can do it. If I can do it, yes, you can do it. Number two, be authentic. Be the person who you are. Don't fake yourself. Don't want to be a Julia Roberts. You want to be who you are. Number three, you need to build the bridges between societies, community around the world. If I have a bridge in between you and me, I can come and visit you. But if there is a wall in front of me, I can't see. So we need to build the bridges. How can you be authentic if there is a mirror in front of me and the mirror has got too much dust on it? Do you think you can see your reflection? No. So what you have to do? Clean it. When you clean it, you can see your reflection. Be authentic and brand yourself and be success. Thank you.
Was that good? Put your hands together one more time for Professor Dr. Perrin Samani. Woo! All right. Are we ready for more? How many millionaires do we have in this room? You said billionaire. Thank you. So the second part of that question, how many billionaires do we have in the room? Now I'm going to ask that question or those questions one more time. And before I do, I want to highlight a quote or a teaching from the great Dr. Miles Monroe. He teaches that when we speak a thing, your brain, heaven and the earth conspire together to build expressways to ensure that thing comes to pass. So I'm going to ask one more time, are there any millionaires or billionaires in the house? Oh, yeah. I see you. I see you. It doesn't give us happiness, but it gives us access and dominion. Most of us experience a gap between where we are and where we want to be financially. And existing in that gap is the lack of strategy. The next speaker has purposed her entire life to build the bridge for that gap. She is a financial literacy coach. And not only is she walking and flowing, glowing and shining in her purpose, she has combined her purpose with two other women. Who said women can't do business together? They call themselves the Transformation Trio. And so the next three women that I have the privilege of introducing will be a part of that Transformation Trio. Is that okay? Let me tell you a little bit more about this amazing woman. She is a powerhouse financial literacy coach who helps everyday people build extraordinary wealth God's way. God's way. How many of you know that you could be in God's will and outside of his strategy? God's way. She is 1/3 of the dynamic transformation trio of coaches. She has helped women from all walks of life break free from debt, create multiple streams of income, and start living with purpose and power. She believes that prosperity is not just about how much you earn, it's about who you become in the process. Coming to us by way of Houston, Texas, please put your hands together for Angela Dees.
Take it home. Thank you so much. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, millionaires! My name is Angela Dees, and I am your millionaire accountability partner. I'm your map. How many of you again want to be a millionaire? And how many of you are like, Angie, I should already be a millionaire? And some of you are almost there, or maybe just trying to level up. Whether you're just starting on your journey to financial freedom or you're well on your way, guess what? You need a map. You need a millionaire accountability partner. I'm not talking about the kind of maps that we had when we were growing up. You know, those paper maps you had to be like, okay, I'm going from Houston to Detroit. I got to put this dot here, dot there, figure out which way to go. I'm talking about someone that's going to hold you accountable on your journey to financial freedom. But before we start this journey, you've got to start with the millionaire's mindset. That's the first stop. And I was raised with a millionaire's mindset. I grew up in Northeast Houston. I was the youngest of 5 kids. And I remember one day coming home from school and I told my mom, I said, Mom, guess what? We're poor. Yeah, I had gone to an economics class in school, and they had some report from DC that says, you know, the poverty level was X amount of income. And I went home and told her that, and she laughed because she knew that I knew that we weren't poor just because some report in DC said so. Because, again, I was raised with the millionaire's mindset. Like many of you, my mom and dad say, if you want something, do what? Work for it. Go to school, get an education. Millionaire's mindset. And she would also tell us, hey, if you need something, leave a note for your daddy. So it was 5 of us. And we were all very active. And, you know, sometimes it would be $10 for a field trip. My sister was a cheerleader. She's still a cheerleader, my biggest cheerleader. $100 for a cheerleader uniform. And I'm the baby. My notes weren't often, but they were usually big. I'd be like, Dad, I need $500 for spring break next week. And back then, that was a lot of money. But you know what? I never remember the answer being no. It was always, okay. I think that's why I grew up with a millionaire's mindset. Now, come here for a second. If my earthly father could provide for me in that way, how much more could my heavenly Father? What I need you to understand is that if you have a relationship with God, you are already a millionaire, H-E-I-R. You see, he owns everything. In Psalms it says, even the cattle on 1,000 hills is mine. Y'all know beef is expensive. All the cows.
The birds of the air, the chickens too. Okay? In Galatians, it says, we are his heirs. So we're millionaires on our journey to becoming millionaires. Now, what exactly does it mean to be a millionaire? Repeat after me. Assets minus liabilities equals net worth. I can see some of those eyes glossed over, but I'm your map. I'm going to help you out. Let's break that down. What I own minus what I owe is what I'm worth. And if that's $1 million, guess what? On paper, you're a millionaire. Okay? You just got to bring it out. But what keeps us from, gives us detours on this journey? What gives us detours? The first detour is not seeking proper counsel. The Bible says a wise man seeks counsel. A foolish man, his way is right all the time, right? Sometimes like when you're driving and Siri's trying to tell you to go, you don't know what you're talking about, Siri. Right? I know where I'm going. Seek proper counsel. And what I mean by that is don't ask the same person, the person that's in the boat next to you that don't know where they're going, right? Okay, so that's a detour. Second detour is not consistently saving. Life is gonna happen. Life be lifing, as the young kids say. Life be lifing. It was lifing for me just before I came here. The tire on my car went flat. The air conditioning in my house went out. And y'all heard us say I'm from Houston, right? There's two things you need in Houston. You need some good air conditioning and a working car, okay? But guess what? You have to keep consistently saving even when life happens, all right? And then the third detour is lack of knowledge. The Bible says, my people fail for lack of knowledge. And I said, God, not on my watch, because I'm going to tell them, okay? So here are things that you need to do on your journey to financial freedom. Can we say money? How do we earn money? How do we receive money? We earn money one of two ways. You either work for it or you let your money work for it. But how do you receive money? Give. Wait a minute, Andrew. You're supposed to be telling me how to become a millionaire. Wait. I'm leaving right now, because what's this about giving? Yes. You earn money, but to receive money, I believe giving is the gateway to abundance. Hold your hand up in a fist for me. Hold it really tight. Now, if you had money in that fist, nothing can get out, right? But also nothing can get in. Now open up that fist. What happens now? You're putting yourself in a posture to receive. Giving is the gateway to receiving money, okay? So we've got the money. Now you need to have some action. You've got to move your assets. Move your assets. And guess who your greatest asset is? You. You've got to move your assets. I remember one day, years ago, my brother was supposed to be looking for work. And this was before you could, go on Indeed and just look up jobs on the internet. You actually had to get out there and let the rubber meet the road. And it was like, 12 o'clock. And my mom called and she said, I haven't started looking for work yet. And I don't know what she said, but I know he started moving his assets and found a job that day, okay? So you've got to move your assets. And then finally, you've got to have a plan. And we don't like to say the B word, budget, right? But it's very simple. Spend less than you earn. Repeat after me, spend less than you earn and save the rest. Okay? So I'm Angela Dees. I'm your millionaire accountability partner, and I want to work with you to bring out the millionaire in you. So when I say millionaire, I want you to say, bring it out. Millionaire. Bring it out. Millionaire. Bring it out. Millionaire. Bring it out. Thank you so much.
All right. She is the midwife to your millions. Put your hands together one more time for Angela Dees. All right, guys, are we still good? Yes? Are you ready for more? Another serving. All right, she is one of three. Remember, we are inviting the Transformation Trio to come and impart into you. I am 49 years old, and during my time on this earth, I am convinced that there is a belief system that we have to crush. This idea that blessings only come by way of persecution and suffering. I do understand that while it is required, most of the time those are seasons, and blessings do not only come by way of persecution. As a first-generation Haitian American, I was taught that you work hard no matter whether you like it or not. And our next speaker is here to crush that concept, to teach that you can earn a living doing what you love. Steve Jobs says the only way to do great work is to love what you do. Professional success, financial success, and life fulfillment do not have to be three separate goals. Let me tell you about this next speaker. She is a life and transformation coach, and she has been in leadership and management for over 30 years. She is proof that you can love what you do and get paid well to do it. Get paid well to do it. Get paid well to do it. Let me repeat that. She is evidence that you can love what you do and get highly compensated for it. A true purpose pioneer and one of the Transformation Trio coaches, she's helped people find their purpose, master their mindset, and turn passion into profit. She's real, she's powerful, and she's about to drop the keys to living your dream life. So please put your hands together for our next speaker, who comes to us by way of Houston, Texas. Again, Queen Kim Porter.
Well, hello there. Do this for me. Imagine waking up every single day excited because you get paid doing what you love. As a life transformation coach, I deal with people every day who are unhappy or unfulfilled in their careers. And I guide them in creating a plan, finding direction, guiding them through it so they can say, I'm going to use my gifts and earn a living. Look, 40 hours a week. We spend more awake hours with coworkers, colleagues, sitting in meetings with managers, doing tasks we don't even really like. And I said, 40 hours is too many hours to be unhappy or miserable doing work I don't want to do with people I don't even like that much. And so I started saying, I'm going to live on a life assignment. Now, before I ever knew what a life assignment was, there was one emerging moment that changed my entire trajectory. I was only 17 years old. I had applied for my first job. I'd gotten an internship in Houston at one of the largest oil companies in the nation. You know, oil. I'm from Texas, y'all. And I was excited because I'd applied for the legal department. I aspired to be an attorney at that time. I'm in the hustle and bustle of downtown. I'm on the 25th floor walking in, no cowboy boots, but I got on my little suits. And I'm walking there with the adults, and I'm saying, this is the life. I'm working with attorneys. I'm dealing with paralegals. The legal secretaries are giving me tidbits of information. But the longer I stayed there during that year, the more I got to know these adults. These people don't like their job. These people are miserable. Some of them are just a little unsure and not happy. They're feeling stuck. At 17 years old, I made my mind. I will not earn my money in places that I'm unhappy. And I've been fortunate since that moment. I had one little job for about 60 days in my first year of college and said, I don't like this. Bye-bye. Making my money where I'm happy, because this is what I've learned about people. A lot of us got the jobs and it's paying well, but it's not feeding your soul. And now it's time for you to get to your assignment. Now I know you may be thinking, well, what is an assignment? You hear people saying, I'm living in my purpose, y'all. I'm walking in my assignment. What does that mean? For me, that means, what is God's plan for your life? What had he intended? You know, God knew us in our mother's wombs. Jeremiah 29:11 tells us, I have plans for you, plans to prosper you, give you hope and a good future. That is an assignment. And so an assignment will always look like this. It'll use your gifts, it'll bring you joy, and it'll help somebody. Remember I said use your gifts, plural. Because sometimes we'll hone in on what I call the loud gift. You know, it's the one that's obvious. But there's some quiet gifts. Encouragement, listening, networking, organizing. God takes all of that. He is a God of abundance. He wouldn't give you just one thing. And so we're to use all of that to walk in our assignment. What do you mean by it'll bring you joy? Joy is going to be your compass. Remember I started, you're imagining waking up every day excited, because when you like it, it's not work. I tell people, I don't work a lot. I don't work hard, but I play a lot because I enjoy it, so it never feels like I'm working. But most importantly, an assignment is going to help somebody else. It's going to bring somebody along the way. It's going to change somebody else's life. There is someone waiting on you to move in your assignment so you can help them to their assignment. You got to walk in it boldly. Own it. Own it. Now, once you've made up your mind that you're walking boldly in your assignment, guess what's going to happen? There are going to be some obstacles. There are going to be some challenges. First one is going to be people. People. Do me a favor. Look to your left. That's people. Look to your right. That's people. Now, I'm not saying, now y'all quit playing. I'm not talking about these people. Now, these people wouldn't do that. Not in here. But out in the world, there will be people who will try to stop you from living in your assignment. Why? What does that sound like? What does it look like? It looks like, why are you trying to do that? We never did anything like that. Aren't you too old to be changing courses now? Aren't you too young to be attempting something that big? People. Second obstacle is going to come from within. It's going to be chasing that money. Wait, what she say? We don't get the money. No. I like the money. I take the cash. I take the cash app. I take the Venmo. I take the Zelle with credit card. I like the cash now. But when you chase the money, you'll miss the mission. See, money is a resource. You need money to make a difference. You need money for your life assignment. You need money to change the community. But it is a resource that we must always remember that God is the source. And we're resourcing it. Now, the third obstacle is going to be back in you. Little lack of faith. I want to do it, but I'm a little afraid. I don't think I'm going to get through it. You're going to get through it. There are going to be some failures. I'll assure you that. Because if you're like me, if it went the way I wanted it to go, I would take all the credit. But that little side step is God saying, oh, I'm getting you there, just my way. Now, once you've gone through those obstacles, and you're saying, well, how do I get to my assignment? Do like Deion Sanders. He walked boldly. Some of you know Deion, professional football player, professional baseball player. And then all of a sudden when he retired, he decided he's going to coach. And you know what happened? Why would he do that, people? But he went over there and he made that team in Mississippi victorious. And then after he did that, he went over to Colorado. Now, why would he leave Mississippi? People? But he got over there and said, I'm not just making good football players. I'm developing men. And even if you don't like him, you can't deny his impact. This is a simple step. You just have to go and follow your heart. Use your gifts and try again and again and again. I don't care if you're stuck. I don't care if you're failing. Try again. And get to God's assignment for your life. I am Kim Porter, your life transformation coach, and thank you for your time.
All right, one more time. Awesome. You can do what you love and be highly compensated as well. We have one more speaker before we break for lunch. Are you ready? As mentioned, they are the Transformation Trio. She is third of the three. I want to just take some time to find out where you guys are from. If you could just call it out for me. Anybody from New York? Is New York in the house? Okay. All right. Is Chicago in the house? All right. I hear Chicago. Who else? Is Detroit in the house? All right. And did I miss anybody? Who else? Ooh. All of that. DMV in the house. I heard DMV. DMV in the house. Anybody? London, UK in the house. Is London in the house? And Philadelphia, is Philadelphia in the house? We all represent different places. We are all representing different places. And we all represent different experiences. And we all represent different skills, abilities, and talents. And in all those differences, there is something that we all have that is the same, and that is the dominion that we have in this earth. We have to learn to walk in that dominion, especially when it comes to our time. It is time out for allowing time to dictate how we live and how we operate. Because as individuals with dominion, we should be managing ourselves in a way and a manner that would cause us to truly live in our divine capacity. I used to say that my only responsibility was to be better than who I was yesterday, and that is not necessarily the truth. You have the responsibility to live out your divine capacity, and you cannot do it without balance. This next speaker is coming to highlight the importance of balance. Jana Kingsford quoted this statement: balance is not something you find. It is something that you create. So this idea that balance is impossible, it's false. We have to stop living in a society where when things get difficult, we call them impossible. It is not. And our speaker is here to teach the secret sauce to living a life of balance. Is Louisiana in the building? Born in Louisiana and coming to us by way of Houston, Texas, she is a business and mindset coach. She is seasoned in business. I'm talking about an entrepreneur, a strong, powerful woman of business, over 35 years. That's over 3 decades. Can I get a round of applause? She is an Amazon best-selling author to a book titled Giving Birth to Your Home-Based Business. Again, she is 1/3 of the Transformation Trio, a powerhouse team of women, and she is coming to impart into us the importance of balance. Please put your hands together for this next queen coming to us by way of Houston, Texas, Debbie Porter!
Hey. Listen, there's some awesome things going on here. I help individuals give birth to whatever they want to be, do, or have. And here's the thing. Still have time for yourself, your family, and your friends. Why do I do that? Because I have seen countless entrepreneurs and workers work, grind, do the work, and when they finally make it, they cannot enjoy it with the person that they love. That was not the way God intended it for it to be. I am a business and mindset coach. Some people see me as a businesswoman. I don't know what they see you as. I have not always been that. So today what I want to do is go back to how it all started. Can you come on this journey with me? Okay, so I checked the boxes. I graduated from college. I got married. I had my 2.5 children. 2.5. When I graduated, I taught school for a minute, and I'm hyper. So that summer, I took a position at a computer company. It was called Compaq Computer. Everybody was trying to get on there. I think Hewlett-Packard ended up purchasing them later. But they ended up offering me a full-time position. And my dad called to see if I wanted to go to breakfast one morning. I said, sure. I can go to breakfast. Can you drop me off at work when we finish? He said, yes. And I thought, this is great, because now I can tell my dad about this new position that I have accepted. So we finished breakfast. We pull up to the place, and I said, Dad, look at this place. I said, it is awesome. They're growing by leaps and bounds. I say they have good programs. They're good to their employees. Their soda machines are free. I am selling the darn thing. Do you hear me? And my dad looks at me and says, yes, baby, but it's not yours. Do you all know that heart monitor that says beep? That's what happened. My heart stopped. Now, you would have to know my dad. My dad is not just an E, an entrepreneur. He is every single alphabet. And that day, he fertilized something in me. Now, when I go to work, the company is not looking so good. I walk in and I look, but all I can hear is, yes, baby, but it's not yours. So I started praying and says, God, if you got a business for me, if there's something I'm supposed to be doing, let me know. And he answered quickly. But here's the thing. Now I got to go home and tell this man that I'm married to that I want to quit my job and start a business. Now, let me paint this picture for you. I have not even been married a year, but I'm going to give it a year. So say 1 year. We're living in an apartment. We have 2 broken cars. One works half of the time. The other works half of that time. Our credit is not the best, and we're trying to buy a home. And I am going to tell him that I want to quit my job and start a business. I remember it like it was yesterday, guys. He's shaving. I walk in, he's shaving. I said, babe. I said, I want to start a business. And he says, okay. Okay. But that means I don't want to dabble at it. Couldn't throw it on too heavy, too fast. I said, I don't want to dabble at it. I want to do it full time. And he says, okay. Let me explain this to him like he's a 4-year-old, because he is not getting it. That means that I would have to quit my job. He stops, he picks up the towel, he dabs his face, and he looks at me and he says, okay, so when are you turning in your 2 weeks notice? Yes, I flatline again. Why? Because he took my excuses away from me. Have you ever wanted to do something you were scared to do and the person took your excuses away? A good excuse. I knew that I was supposed to be doing something else. I knew that it was time to level up. I felt the nudge, just like you. You feel the nudge. That's why you're here. You know it's time to do something else. But that was in 1990, and I have not worked on a job since. Thank you for that. I'm not saying it to impress you. I am saying it to impress upon you that sometimes we have to do things different. We have to ask ourselves, what is it that we really, really want? What is it, that thing that you just want so bad that you even scared to speak it? And then we have to ask God for it. And let me drop a footnote here. There is absolutely nothing wrong with working on a job. That may be your level up. That was not God's plan for me. God planted that thing in me. My dad fertilized it, and my husband watered it. But before all of that, I had to decide what was it that I really, really wanted. Let's get back to the story. It's a year later. You know, a lot can happen in a year, right? I started that business. We got 3 car notes. Yeah, 3. We had 2 new cars because we needed 2, and the third one was paying the bills from the raggedy cars that we had taken bills out on loans. We bought the house. Yes, we bought the house, and I'm pregnant. I'm not just pregnant, I'm sick. You know how you just sick? I'm sick. And before we could pay the first house note, my husband lost his job. My assistant called me. Look, it takes crazy faith. Can you say crazy faith? Crazy faith. There is no good time to start a business or to level up to whatever you want to do. It takes crazy faith. My assistant called me because I'm sick. She asked me a question. She hangs up and she calls me right back and she says, hey, I forgot to ask you, what do you want me to do with all this money? What money? I had started my business. It was an event planning company. I had been working on it for the year, and it was time for the people to start paying. And so now the money was rolling in. Look at God. Look at God. Because, you know, this thing doesn't get real until you have to balance it with life. That's when it gets crazy. That's a thing in itself. When you level up and have to balance it with life, that's a thing. I don't care who you are. Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Tyler Perry, Sean Fair. It doesn't matter. We all have the same 24 hours. The same 24 hours. And we cannot negotiate with God for more time. It doesn't matter what our title is. So my last point is, I remember sitting in, no, I'm going to say this. Success without balance is not success. Success without balance is not success. Our key is to try harder. Trying harder is not the answer. I remember being at an event, and it was like this, and they're in the conference room, and it's this sound, bzz, bzz, bzz. What is that sound? It is a fly trying to go through a window pane. Bzz, bzz. And the fly is like, if I can just try harder. 10 seconds of flying time, the door is open. The fly can just fly out of it. Trying hard is not the answer. Sometimes it's the problem. Why don't the fly try something else? Why don't you? I do a think about it every day, and so here is your think about it for today. Don't die on the windowsill, trying harder. Fly. Come soar with me. Fly with me. My name is Debbie Porter. I'm your business and mindset coach. And you can reach us at transformationtrio.com. Let's soar together.
Can we put our hands together one more time? I love that. Bzz, bzz. It's not about you trying harder. That was awesome. Now, I know that I said that we would be breaking for lunch after our last speaker. They do need additional time to prepare your delicious lunch. And so we are going to continue. We do have some extra time. We're doing great on time. So we are going to prepare our minds, our bodies, and our souls for our next speaker. I have the privilege, as mentioned, of working with individuals and helping them to overcome all different forms of emotional injury. There are many things that come up for many people, but there is one that I want to highlight today. A major barrier for many people is confidence. There are 3 layers to this thing called confidence. Most of the time, we hear confidence defined as self-esteem, so I want to quickly break that down. Self-esteem is the price tag that you place on yourself. Self-concept are the thoughts that you have about yourself, and confidence is the awareness that you have about your skills, abilities, and unique talents, and the trust that you place in those skills, abilities, and talents. It is one of the most important traits to have and thrive in order for you to truly realize the calling that is on your life. And the quality of your life often depends on the quality of your confidence. Thoughts charge your emotions, and emotions influence how you choose. Our next keynote speaker has become an expert in teaching others the principles of confidence, how to maximize confidence, how to overcome barriers to confidence. And I'm going to take this time to read her amazing bio. You know you're amazing when it's 3 pages. Dr. Parul Begum is an award-winning, certified life and leadership confidence coach and the founder of Boost Your Confidence Academy and also the founder of Inspire Your Confidence Summit, an international best-selling author, and she is also a heavily sought-out keynote speaker, podcaster, and specialist safeguarding trainer. Parul started freelance coaching because during the beginning of COVID, let me repeat that. Parul started her freelance coaching business during the beginning of COVID when she was inundated with an overwhelming number of referrals of women who were going through domestic violence. Parul specializes in female and teen coaching and has developed a unique system called the Boost Your Confidence in 7 Days, 7-step formula to help women to boost their self-confidence and take control of their lives so that they can create the life that they deserve. She helps her clients create the results they want by getting greater awareness of their beliefs, values, thoughts, emotions, actions, and habits. Prior to becoming an independent business owner, for over 20 years, Parul worked with vulnerable children, young people, and families as a senior manager at various UK charities. She led and managed a portfolio of diverse programs and safeguarding inspections. Parul is also a successful property investor and a property mentor, helping others to become financially independent through property investing. She is coming to us by way of London. Please put your hands together for our next speaker, Dr. Parul.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and everyone listening online. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning. Everyone who listening, just want to acknowledge that next 10 minutes you will hear a story. Now, everyone here, raise your hand if you think that we all need confidence in life. In business, everything we do, even stand here, we need confidence. Now, 7 years ago, I was standing in front of 500 people. I was shaking, and I couldn't spell a word. The cloakroom. I was presenting, and someone was scribing, and she put cloakroom as a clock there, not cloakroom. My friends down there were screaming at me saying, Parul is wrong. I was so nervous, I couldn't even see the spelling mistake. Now, imagine when you believe and you feel that you have everything so right, but actually you were wrong. Let me take you back. September 2014, I went back to work after giving birth to my second child, my youngest child. I walked in the door. I have a new boss. She handed me a letter. What envelope? And I just thought, what is it? I start to feel something is not right. Sat in front of my computer, opened the letter. While I was reading, I went silent. Emotion came in. I already was emotional because I left a breastfeeding child at home, my first day back at work. All the mothers here, you can understand when you go back to work after giving birth, the feeling of loss that you left your child home is different, is a different feeling. Tears started to drip down. I started to ask myself, why me? Why me? Now, I gave this company 18 years of my life. And everything started to come onto my eyes, all the challenges I had to face. From beginning, when I joined as a student in the company, first month I lost my dad. My dad's voice started to echo in my ear, and he said, He went in emergency and he died within 27 days. And one question he asked me, he said, Parul, can you look after your mom and your sibling for me? Now, I had 3 siblings in primary school that time, one troubled teenage brother as well. So I started to see the journey that I've been through. On the same year, I escaped a near forced marriage. I lost my dad, then I went through a journey, taking this company from 1 project to 33 projects, bringing multi-million pounds. And here I am, no job. So everything started to come up. 4 months. 4 months I went through depression, feeling gloomy, upset, face down like this, front of the computer, and not able to work. But you know what? There is a say, when one door closed, another door open. I saw an advert while coming back from work saying, opportunity for female investor. I went to the conference. I got some support and I became an entrepreneur from that day. But because my love for people, working with children and families, I went back to work. But this time I planned it. I only worked short period. I became a certified life and leadership coach. And I quit my job within a year. Then what happened? COVID hit. And my job was gone. The consultancy I was doing after quitting my job was gone. And I was started getting referral, working with women who was going through domestic violence. Within the year, I've realized there was 2 things missing in their life that I had in my life. I was lack of self-confidence in the beginning and lack of financial knowledge. So that time I found my company called Boost Your Confidence Academy. Since then, I never stopped. I started to coach people on self-confidence. 3 years ago, I met Sean Fair. And that meeting led me coming here. This is my 3rd time coming to Leadership Experience Tour. I've started doing similar thing in London. I had my 2nd conference this year where I take people through a journey. Those coaches, mentors, entrepreneurs who want to speak, I provide an international platform. Especially focus on inspiration, and I call it Inspire Confidence Summit. Every one of you here have a story to tell, and we have a duty and responsibility to tell our story, to inspire everyone, so that your story could uplift others. Your story could help somebody else to become who they want to be. Now, I specialize in female coaching. I help everyone to bring their dream into reality. But the stage I provide is for everyone, regardless of your gender, regardless of anything. So the stage is for you. So if you are interested to speak in an international platform, if you're interested to create content, last 3 days we heard about content is important, creating content is important, branding, the platform is for you. Last year we had 22 people come from US, and I want you to be there. Come share your story. Be visible in a global platform. Network internationally, because people need you. People need to hear a story. People need your gift, so share your gift. So I'm Parul Begum. You can find me on Instagram and Boost Your Confidence Academy, Facebook, Parul Begum. Also, the other Facebook is Boost Your Confidence Academy, LinkedIn, Parul Begum. Connect with me. And I love to see everyone in London next year. Thank you for listening.
All right. We need some Michael Jackson up in here. Are we good? Are we sure? All right. We're almost there. I know that everybody is ready to refuel and recalibrate. How has this been for you? Yeah? I'd like to hear of a speaker that resonated with you and one bullet point that really stuck with you. Okay. What was that? Someone spoke about soaring to new heights, and that truly resonated with you. And why? I'd like you to say that on the mic. Can we welcome Mr. Cedric to the mic, please? You see what happens? There's no time to get ready. You just got to be ready. Come on up. Come on up. Understand what I just said. There's no time to get ready. You have to be ready. We were trained to believe on your mark. Get set, go. And when I got into entrepreneurship, it was more like, go. Now get ready. Go ahead, tell us.
Someone spoke about soaring to new heights, and as entrepreneurs, oftentimes you can get stuck. I mean, there are going to be all these bumps along the way, and each bump could stop you. So if you have to have this resiliency and this confidence to keep leveling up. And so it resonated with me because I'm kind of at that stage of I've had some success, I've had some bumps, I've had some success, I've had some bumps, but it's going to be a lifelong journey as an entrepreneur.
Love that. Are you guys ready for that? Yes? You got your cape on? And it is, right? It requires that cape, and sometimes no one else sees that cape.
That's right.
But so long as you
Yes.
do, that's what counts. That is what counts. Put your hands together for Cedric.
All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Right.
One more with the story that most you got to come up, run up, run up, run up, run up.
Thank you, dear sir. Oh, all the way.
All right. What most resonated with you?
There were two very profound things.
Put the mic to you.
Whew, Lord have mercy. One was we have the responsibility to live out our divine capacity or divine purpose.
Yes.
And then Rita said, what did she say, Rita? She said, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Rita said, and brother, you got to help me because it's you. She said, it's in my, anyway. So Rita said, before she got off the phone, she said, thank you. She says, delayed disobedience is still disobedience. And that resonated with me because I heard Joel Osteen say, when you hear that little small voice in you and you ignore it, you're ignoring God.
Ooh.
And I cried. I'm like, oh my gosh, God, I'm so sorry. But every now and then we still do it. And so when she said it today, it was like confirmation for me to keep listening and taking action on that little small
I love
voice.
that. There's a difference between, thank you so much. There is a difference between influence and inspiration. Because you can influence without even knowing that you are. You can influence someone positively. You could influence someone negatively. You could influence someone intentionally or unintentionally. What we are doing here today is inspiring. That is the spark that produces the change that shifts the trajectory of your lives. Knowledge change does not always produce behavior change. And this is why this space is important. This is why it is important for you to gain the confidence necessary to tell your story. Our next speaker has a powerful story and works with individuals in helping them to tell their stories confidently. Is Chicago in the house? Is Chicago in the house? Originally from Chicago. Her story title, her message title is When, Why, and How. She works with individuals who are ready to stand in their power and change the world with their stories. She is here and comes to us by way of Atlanta, Georgia. And she is here to impart into each and every one of you. Please put your hands together for our next powerhouse speaker, L.A. Roberts.
Hey, everybody. Let's try that one more again. Hey, everybody. Listen, my name is L.A. Roberts. I am the founder of I Inspire Global, where ordinary people with extraordinary stories change the world. I am also the radio personality of WDRB Media, the voice of the community. And I'm going to do three things. It's going to be when, why, and how. Now, when, I need you to do something for me. Don't judge me. We listen, come on. We listen and we don't judge. All right. So in 1963, the Shirelles wrote a song that said, Mama said, there'll be days like this. All right, so listen. I was minding my business and I stretched the wrong way. And this pain shot from my neck all the way down to my arm. I had absolutely no idea what happened. When did this start to happen? And I picked up my cell phone one day, and the words was a little bit too small, and I had to. Anybody ever had to do that? One of these things right here? And I said, when did this happen? So when this pain shot down my arm, I decided I needed to go to the emergency room and see exactly what was going on. And they said, you know what, Miss Roberts, I think you might have a pinched nerve. When did this happen? So as I'm going through all of this pain, and I'm dealing with all of these different things that are happening with my body, I'm going to doctor's appointments. I had to have an MRI. I'm crying because they don't really know what's going on, and none of the medication is working. So then we go over to why. In the middle of this pain, I get a phone call. And the phone call said, he's gone. And I said, I don't understand. What do you mean he's gone? I had a college professor that took me in as her own, and her son was like my brother. And while I'm going through this pain, and the pain is shooting from my neck to my arm, and I can barely stand it, now I have a why in front of me. Why is this happening? He was too young. Why did he have to be the one to leave? Now, I don't know if you've ever heard the scream of a mother that has just lost her child, but it shook my soul. Why? And then I get a phone call the very next day. My water broke. My little sister is pregnant. And she lives in a different state, so what I had to do was get in the car and drive 2.5 hours. But what couldn't I do while I was driving was take medication. So how am I going to do this? I get to the house and she sits on the bed and I am talking to her. I'm big sister, I'm the oldest. And I'm massaging her legs and I'm massaging her feet and I am combing her hair and I am bracing her while she's having her contractions with this pain shooting from my neck down my arm. And I'm saying, how am I going to do this? And then it starts to happen. There's this scream, a scream that comes from her because a miracle is about to come. And I'm thinking, we're going to call 911, but she says we don't have time. And she gets in position, and so do I. How am I going to do this? With pain shooting from my neck down my arm, what am I going to do? But stand. Brace her and kneel just a little bit so I can be right there. And as my nephew started to crown, his little head came out and he popped open his eye and looked right at me. So I'm praying and crying and praying and crying with a pain shooting from my neck down my arm, bracing my sister and catching my nephew. He slides out and I got him. I'm rubbing his back to stimulate him. He starts to cry just a little bit and then he calms. I chose his name. His name is Kemuel, and that means God's advocate. And so, when did it start to happen? When I got blessed with more time to be on this earth, because some of my friends did not. They don't get to have the pain, and they don't get to hold the cell phone. Why? Because it was his time. And how? Because God gave me the strength to do it. Your story has all three of those questions. And you question why you don't tell it because you don't think it's important enough. But it is, and I am the one that's going to help you do it. Because this happened 2 weeks ago. The pain that shot from my neck down my arm is happening now. The funeral for my friend/brother is happening today. His mother said, you bet not cancel because they need you. They need you. They need to hear a story. They need to know that they are not alone. They need to understand that this is important. They need to understand that they are important. So as I stand here with the pain shooting from my neck down my arm, I am telling you that your story is important. And where can you tell it? Anywhere you want. I have a radio show. If you want to be on it, just let me know. If you want to stand on a stage with confidence, you let me know. If you want to do it theatrically, you let me know. If you want to put on a play or do a poem, you let me know. I got everything you need. Because I don't just teach it, I live it. So my name is L.A. Roberts. I am the founder of I Inspire Global, where ordinary people with extraordinary stories change the world. If you are interested in contacting me for the radio show or for an upcoming event where I am honoring individuals strong enough to tell their stories on September 20th, text me at 762-233-3025. Put in the text, radio, event, or both, and I will get you that information. Have a nice day.
That was the first half of the Leadership Experience Tour show. And so now we're going to take a brief intermission, 30 minutes. Now, I got some instructions. Now, sometimes y'all listen to me, and sometimes y'all don't. But I'm going to need y'all to get in order on this one. So if you have bought a ticket for the in-person event, if you bought a ticket for the in-person event, there are some chicken finger and fries, just some light snacks that you can enjoy. Chicken finger and fries, gourmet, by the way, chicken finger and fries, that you can go and enjoy. If you have purchased a intermission meal ticket If you're a speaker and you've purchased an intermission meal ticket, you can go and enjoy your chicken finger and fries. And for those who have not, if there are some left after the fact, then we can talk about it. Now, with that being said, it is now, what, about 12 o'clock. We're going to come back at 12:30. We are ahead of schedule, and so we will probably end a little early, and then we have a speaker's dinner. If you have not purchased a speaker's dinner ticket and you would like to have dinner with us, come talk to me. There's a way that we might be able to accommodate that. With that being said, 12:30, enjoy yourself with the vendors, have a nice meal, and we're going to come back again. 12:30, we'll start back up. Thank you very much.
All right. Let you ready? Oh, man, that sounds like after lunch clap. Are you ready? Woo! That's what I want to hear. Let the world know that Let is on fire. You know what? I had this whole entire theme. My name is Chris Hampton Champ. I am your motivational commentator for the rest of this section here. And my job is to make sure the temperature was right. So I had this whole entire theme before whatever happened this morning happened. So I had a whole fire theme. I was going to say, Let is on fire. And I wanted y'all to say that with me, right? So we're going to say, Let is on fire. And then the fire alarm goes off. Then I would say, let's see if you can catch this one. I would say, the let is on. We don't need no water. Let the lack of knowledge burn. So I was ready for that. Then like I said, is that good luck or is that bad luck? And then I said, well, it changed my whole set. And sometimes you just got to be able to stand in your presence. You got to be able to accept what happened and do what? Move on. And that's what we do as business owners, as entrepreneurs, as speakers that speak to the world. We do a lot of what? Shifting, right? We accept what happens and we move on. So say hello to our online audience and let them know that they're live in the place today. Give them a... All right, maybe that's like a 5. So we want to keep it at a 10, right? So let the audience know that the house is on fire. Awesome. We want to keep that great energy for the speakers that are coming. The next speaker is Gerard Sturgis, also known as G-Rod, director of the Legacy Barber College, founder of the G-Mob, Growing My Own Business. His topic today is resilience, gaining your personal success. He helps entrepreneurs discover their true purpose, passion, and potential while training the next generation of leaders. Let's give a live welcome to Gerard Sturgis!
Yes, sir. I'm about to rap. Nah, y'all hear about that a little bit later. Come on, give it up for yourself. Listen, I want to take y'all on a journey, all right? Imagine this is the most important day of your life, and you got somewhere to go immediately, not soon, but immediately, like last week, and you can't find your keys. You're looking everywhere. You're looking in your bag. You're looking on the counter. And guess what? You still can't find them. They're just lost. And then when you finally find them, you're already 20 minutes late. So you're already behind. I'm hearing people saying, yes, y'all been there? And then you get in the car go to a place that you have no idea where you're going. So you put inside your destination in the GPS, you put it in there. And with me, I'm going to use myself because I don't want y'all to get in trouble. I use my wife. We're riding, we're cruising, we're vibing, and the GPS says, turn right. But my wife said, next exit. So am I going to listen to Siri?
or am I going to listen to my wife? So guess what I did, y'all? I listened to who said that? Of course I listened to my wife, because just like that GPS, it's going to say accident ahead if I don't listen to my wife. So I listened to my wife, y'all. That's exactly what I did. Now let's back it up a little bit. I want to tell you about a story, right? Everyone has a story. And I'm going to tell you about a backstory. Nobody would never know who Peter Parker was if he didn't get bit by what? Oh, y'all know a little bit, son, huh? Unless he got bit by a spider. And not only that, his uncle Ben, what'd he do? He passed away. And so that gave a certain type of resilience for Peter Parker. And so what Peter Parker do, he ended up becoming what? Spider-Man. Y'all good listeners. So he became a Spider-Man. And what he did, he ended up changing the world. So let me tell you about my story. October 30th, 1999. It was a dark night. I was on my way to be signed by Bad Boys. P. Diddy. Thank God I dodged that bullet. Again, I told you I was a rapper. I was about to give y'all a taste, but I'm going to wait later. So I'm on my way. I'm riding in a car, and I'm in the back seat, and I'm trying to give instructions. Back then, it was 1999. We didn't have no GPS, right? So a lot of times in life, you got a lot of backseat drivers trying to give you direction that is not in a driver's seat. So let's speed it up. Next thing you know it, we're drinking. I'm getting high. We're having drugs. There's models and bottles everywhere. And next thing you know it, it's October 31st. I was pronounced dead on arrival from a drug overdose. I'm at the hospital. Flatline. Beep. They begin to document the time of my death. They're about to wheel me down to the morgue. But I had an out-of-body experience. And I'm not going to go too much into that, because I want you to really understand that at that point, I made a vow to God. I said, God, because I was one of them individuals that grew up in church but didn't believe. I said, God, if you're real, you're going to have to come down here and show me yourself. I did not mean that. Literally, for you to kill me. I get it. But guess what happened? Out of that, he gave me my heartbeat back. And I said, I would not sign the Bad Boys, God. I get it. But I would share my testimony to the world. And that is what I'm doing, sharing my testimony to the world. Now, I do that, and I created this system, this blueprint. It's called the GPS, Gaining Personal Success. In order for you to have any type of success, you got to be resilient. You got to stand and be unshakable and unmovable. You got to be like a tree planted. Because how can you bear fruit if you keep on getting up moving? And a lot of times, if we don't see it working, guess what we do? We go to the place called what? Nets. And you got to stand there. So the first key that I want to give you, again, remember at the beginning, I lost my keys. But I found it. And I'm going to give you the first key. The first key is being grounded. In this GPS model, even a GPS has a navigation system that operates on another system, which is connected to Wi-Fi. But the problem is life does not come with a blueprint. So we all have an internal system that we got to learn how to tap into. And so I did not know how to tap into that system. And so my job and what I've been doing to other individuals having keys to their success is I teach them how to look inside and get the real you that's on the inside of you out of you. And everybody wants to belong, but you cannot belong until you first become. Because God did not make us human doings, he made us human beings. But we want to focus on belonging without first becoming, which means coming to being. So God will work on your who before he work on your do. And so a lot of times we want to do this. We want to climb the ladder of success. And guess what? We realize we're on the wrong roof. And guess what? All of that energy, all of that time wasted, we got to take that energy and come back down them steps and realize we're on the wrong roof. And now we got to take that energy and climb back up. But if you have resources, if you have a system, if you have a GPS to navigate, guess what? You will learn how to listen to mentors instead of mistakes. And I did not have that. And because of that, I got this system called GPS, Gaining Personal Success. And everybody needs that personal development on the inside. And that success is that system. And if you want that system that helped this other individual that I know, he was stuck and I helped him get unstuck. Now he's a coach to Alabama. Another individual wasn't making no money, about $900 a month. Now he makes $3,200 a week. And so I got proof. Now I want you to go and look at my name above and type GerardSturgis.com, and you will get that system in a free ebook to every key of success. Now pull out your phone and type 734-757-8585. My name is Gerard Sturgis, and I want you to understand that a parked car can't move.
Wow. Yeah. A parked car can't move, and we got to be on the right roof. I love that. I love that. That's just a taste of some of the afternoon speakers that we're going to have tonight. Are you feeling empowered? Did you feel equipped? How many of you brothers are going to listen to your wife? Yes, Lord. That's premarital 101. Okay. Our next speaker is from Atlanta, and her topic is the power of your voice. She helps women, especially those over 50, learn how to take control of their personal, professional, and financial lives. Let's give an LET welcome to Carolyn Brooks Collins.
Well, hello, everyone. I want you to just sit back and relax, because we're also going to take a journey. In 1962, way back then, I was in second grade, and my beloved Mrs. Richardson was at the board. She was doing a math problem and going through the steps, and she wrote, and we copied. But then she started erasing. When she erased, I erased. She erased, I erased. I wore a hole in my paper, and I was so mad, so frustrated. I raised my hand and I said, Mrs. Richardson, you're trying to teach us something you don't even know. Ooh, that's exactly what the class said. When she recovered from the shock, she said, Maddie Carolyn Brooks. Yeah, she called me by my whole name. And you know when your whole name is called, you are in trouble. Oh, man, I said what I meant. I meant what I said, but I'm like, ooh, I'm in trouble. I slowly made my way to the front of the room, and Mrs. Richardson took a yardstick, and she beat my behind. She beat and swung and beat and swung, and she broke the yardstick in half. It flew, and everybody was like, oh, my gosh. But you know what happened. I went to the principal's office. She called my parents. My mother came to get me. I got punished when I got home. My mother whooped my behind. When my dad got home, I got whooped some more. We didn't have gentle parenting then. There was no such thing as timeout. No. But that was the first of many lessons that girls learn, especially little black girls. Don't speak. You don't question authority. Keep your opinion to yourself. But the thing is, we hold on to that. We internalize that along with all of the other things that become perhaps self-limiting beliefs. We go on, we get our degrees, we get our jobs, we have our responsibilities, and we're still thinking, when do I speak? What do I think? We start second guessing ourselves. We say, oh, do I want to become the angry black woman? No, don't say that. Is it your tone? Are you the person with the strong personality? But we sit back and we start questioning and we start silencing ourselves. You know, Oprah Winfrey has said, you get in life what you have the courage to ask for. The question is, do we even know what to ask for? Do we have that courage? And what happens if you find the courage, you know what to ask for, and then you're ignored? So fast forward to 1976. I had my first career. I was starting out as a CPA. I was the only woman in the accounting management system, and I was the only person of color. But I loved my job. I was good at what I did. And you know, sometimes you can be ignored, so the guys are talking, they aren't paying any attention to me, and they were talking about how much money they made. And I realized they made more money than me. And I'm like, that's not right. I went in and I'm like, I'm going to ask. I went in and talked to my manager, the assistant controller, and he gave me this incredulous look. And he said, Carolyn, you make a good salary for a woman. You can't possibly expect to make the same amount of money as Bob and Bill. They have families to support. Now, mind you, they were married. They didn't have any children, but we all had the same bills. And I said, okay. Once again, the lesson was, don't ask. You know, accept what's given to you. Maybe I shouldn't question this. And so we continue to be silenced. And you might say, oh, that was then. Oh, not now. But in 2025, we are still being quiet. The medical profession silences us. They don't believe our pain is real, or they think, you know, we're looking for drugs. The legal profession ignores us. They interrupt us. The church community silences us. Oh, no, women can't lead. You can't speak. Even in our own families, we're silenced. So many women suffer from abuse, but our families say, be quiet. It's not that bad. Just go through it. And we learn and we stay quiet. You know, we start thinking, oh, even in 2025, you know, oh, there's women's equality. But no, that's not true. Women make, I'll say white women, make 84 cents to every dollar a white male makes. Black women, on average, are still making 66 cents to the dollar for what every white male makes. So we start thinking, well, that's a gender gap. No, it's not a gender gap. It's a value gap. And we as women have to start raising the expectations on our life and expect more. We have to understand that we deserve more, and we can never take control of our life, our health, our wealth, or our worth unless we speak up. So I'm going to share these 3 points with you. Silence is not protection. It's imprisonment. Because we think by being silent, we avoid rejection. But no, what we do is that we stifle our potential. The next point is your voice is your power. You can speak up, share your stories, no matter how bad they are, because you will help other women. You can set your own boundaries. You can say, no, I don't want that. No, don't talk to me. No, I deserve more. So you have to learn that you can speak up. Your voice is strong and it needs to be heard by everyone. And third, there is more strength in community. Join with other women and learn that you can be powerful, you can be bold, and you can be brave because we will encourage one another. You know, at the age of 67, and trust me, that was just a few years ago, but at the age of 67, I had spent 45 years in my career as a CPA, and I was wondering, what was I going to do? What's the next step? And I thought, if I'm blessed to live another 20 years, live as long as my dad, who was blessed to live until 100, I'm like, I got a lot of years ahead of me. And I started thinking about that little 7-year-old, the one with the strong opinion, the one who was not afraid to speak. And I said, you know what? Maybe she's still inside of me. I started thinking about, and I heard someone say, are you doing what you love? And I'm like, no. I had a great career as a CPA, but it made a good living, but it was a practical decision. And I thought, I'm tired of making practical decisions. So I started exploring opportunities. Believe me, I took acting lessons. I started taking classes on how to be a coach, how to be a speaker. And then I said, you know what? I want to share my voice with other women, and I want other women to be able to reclaim their voices. So I started the Fearlessly Confident Women's Coaching Program. It's for all women, but my focus is really on women over 50 to say, it's not too late. And I keep preaching to them, don't let your age be a cage. Just because you have reached a certain age, it doesn't mean that you can no longer use your voice and be effective or find the things that you love. So I want all of you to reach out to me, and if you're ready, if you want to be unstuck, if you're ready to find that next thing, if you're ready to use your voice and find your power, reach out to me at CarolynBrooksCollins.com. I would love for you to schedule a discovery call, and we can talk about how I can help you reclaim your voice. Again, that's CarolynBrooksCollins.com. You can find me also on social media, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on Instagram. And because you have been such an exceptional audience, I have a gift for you. I want you to text the word success, and for those of you who, like me, kind of forget how to spell it, SUCCESS. You know, think about the cheerleaders, SUCCESS. That's the way we spell success. But text that word to 770-525-8931. That number is 770-525-8931. Look forward to talking to all of you. Thank you.
Awesome. So y'all women, you don't need us to tell you, you have a voice, right? Let me hear the voices of the women in here. Brothers, we do have a voice too, right? So let me hear the voices of the men in the room. Is that how we do it? I heard some dogs barking. But it's a life lesson that we have to make sure that we don't live this life without making sure that our impact is felt and that our voice is not silenced by our condition, our environment, or people that don't understand your vision. So that's important that you say, I have a voice. Say, I have a voice. Those of you who are online, you have a voice. And if you're seeing these speakers and you are encouraged to take yourself to the next level and say, I see myself up here, your voice needs to be heard. This is a great platform for your voice to be heard at the Sean Fair Leadership Experience Tour, right? Look at the walking testimonies that you're seeing today. So we're going to give you another great testimony. Our next speaker is Michael Johnson. He hails from Charlotte, North Carolina. And his y'all got some Charlotte people in the house, huh, Charlotte? All right, Charlotte. All right, so his topic is whip. Whatever that imagination is, say whip. Your business into shape. Taking your business from vision to victory. He serves entrepreneurs and business owners who are looking for solutions to improve how to run their business. Give an LET welcome to Michael Johnson!
Good afternoon, good day to those watching online. Again, my name is Michael Johnson, President and Chief Executive Officer of Johnson & Associates. We thrive in turning your vision into strategy and using that strategy to bring success. And before we really jump into how, I really want to talk about what vision is. And before we do a deep dive into what vision is, let me tell you what vision is not. Vision is not a list of strategies or objectives. Vision is not a list of goals. Vision is not just some lofty thing you come out of the sky with. Vision as a business owner is your ability to see something that your client or customer either A, refuses to see or just won't admit to themselves. So I want to take a minute to level set the room really quickly and ask you a question that I think is the foundation of this conversation for today. And it's simply this. In your personal life or in your business life, have you ever found yourself knowing exactly what you wanted to do, but felt completely lost when it came time to do it? I remember this day like the back of my mind. It was the 3rd of September, a day that I'll always remember. Because that, well, yeah. But, no, listen, it wasn't the day of my dad. Listen, I went to the track. I found myself wanting to get into some good shape. And so I got on Amazon and I bought some sneakers, bought some shorts, bought all the right gear, and walked over to the track and stretched and said, you know what? I'm about to run. Because one thing Michael Johnson did back in his day, in his younger days, he ran track. So I get to the track, I stretch, and I start running. I hit that first curve, life is good. I hit that back stretch, life is all right. I turn the corner, I might make it. But somewhere on that last 100, my breathing got labored. I started to get the white around my lips. My mouth got real dry. And I said, maybe this track thing ain't for me. I'm not 18 anymore. But watch this. Many of us in our business do the same thing. We go back to what used to work in yesteryear, and we go back to the old strategies and the old things that used to work for us in our heyday. But in today's day, those strategies and those things no longer work. And so we have to ask ourselves, that vision is important, but vision without strategy is just a dream. And so when we jump into really executing, how do we pull our vision off? I want you to say this word, say whip. And I ain't talking about when your mom and daddy used to beat you when you was a child. I'm not talking about that kind of whipping. But I want you to say with some emphasis, say whip. W-H-I-P. Now, the W in whip really asks two questions. What is your business? And why does it matter to the world outside of you making money? Many of us in this entrepreneurial journey, we like to say, hey, you know what? I want to quit my 9-to-5 and I want to be a millionaire. I want to be rich. But what problem does your business solve when it's successful? We have to ask those two questions, and that's the W. That H is where we get into what I call the nitty-gritty, the how. You have to define that problem and provide yourself with 3 to 5 processes that's going to turn the corner for you. After you define it, you have to measure it. You have to know where you're going to start and where you're going to finish. Because if you don't know where you're starting, there's no way to know how you're going to finish this entrepreneurial journey. Then after that, you have to analyze. You have to really dig deep into what's going on in your business. You have to know every intricate detail about your business, inclusive of how much does it cost to even get a customer. Do you know it? You have to know your numbers at such a granular level that you are so entrenched and ingrained in your business that you and your business are almost one. After you analyze, then you have to improve the process because you're not going to get it right the first time. You got to tweak it here, you got to tweak it there and improve this process, and then close the loop and ask your customers, what does success look like? So that's how we do how. That I say I. The impacted people in your business, who is impacted in what you do? Your client, your customer, your community, your vendors, and you have to be able to define what does success look like on every level of your business. And once you can define those impacted parties, listen, I remember I love to travel, and I went to a hotel, and when I checked into the hotel, the concierge said, listen, Mr. Johnson, your snacks are upstairs in the refrigerator. Now, I like cold M&Ms. I love cold peanut M&Ms. He said, Mr. Johnson, your snacks upstairs in the refrigerator waiting for you. I said, thank you, Charles. I go upstairs, the snacks are there. I come downstairs and said, listen, Mr. Johnson, we've checked your history with our hotel. And we put together a list of things that we feel like you might enjoy from the menu. So here, please have a seat. I said, oh, this is beautiful. This is special treatment. I like this. And so after dinner, they had social hour. And I'm thinking, all right, this is cute. This is all right. And he said, Charles said, listen, Mr. Johnson, based off your history with us, we have a list of places we think you should check out while you're in town. If you want, we can have a car for you here in 5 minutes. Now, I said, wait a minute, Charles. Do y'all do this for everybody? What's going on? I felt like I had the inside plug. Or as they say today, Charles understood the assignment. Charles took care of me like I was his number one priority. We're talking about how do you impact your client? And so I took him and I said, listen, Charles, I got to know because it's over 300 guests in this hotel. This can't be the norm. He said, listen, Mr. Johnson, we are trained to manage the expectations, the spoken expectations, and the unspoken expectations of our client. I said, whoa, you're trained to give me what I need and to think about what I might need in case I need it, even though I don't say I need it. That's customer service. And so when we look at how we're running our business, we have to look at how we're impacting our people and our clients on a day-to-day basis. And last and certainly not least, that P, somebody say P. P is for your performance. How do you measure success in your business? Is it about the money or is it about the impact? Is it about the number of people you serve or is it about the money that you think you're making? Like there was a customer that made $1 million in a month, but their overhead was 1.5 million, so technically they were in debt. So when we talk about measuring success, we have to be so entrenched in our business. That WHIP, that whipping your business into shape, is so crucial. And so I've allowed myself to create a coaching program, not just to say, hey, listen, I want you to join. I want to help you get your business off the ground. No, not at all. I want to help develop you. I want to help you clear out the chaos in your entrepreneurial journey. I want to connect you with your what, the thing that gets you excited the most and why you started a business, and connect it with a bridge called how. People ask Mike, how did you really start your business and why? And I'll leave you with this thought. I remember I was working in corporate America at some time and, was doing really well. And so taking initiative, right? I was trying to take initiative. And my boss told me, hey, listen, create this job that you want because it didn't exist. I wrote out the job description. To the letter, it was Michael Johnson. Degree, certification, experience. And so she got it approved through HR. And I said, all right, great. What happens next? She says, Mike, it's going to take some time. Would you believe they hired somebody else? For a job description that was written for me, by me, about me, they said, hey, listen, we think someone else is most fitted for the job. And it was in that moment that I decided that I cannot wait for someone else to build my dream. And I do not want you to wait for someone else to build your dream. And so here at Johnson & Associates, listen, we want to help turn your vision into strategy and that strategy into success. Now listen, I want you to reach out to me at IamMikeJohnson.com. And before we go, listen, I understand. Everyone has a program, everyone has an assignment, or everyone has a sale, but I want to give you something for free. I want you to take your phones and text the word quiz to 919-646-3880. Again, it's 919-646-3880. And text the word quiz to that number. And you'll get a link, and it'll give you a series of questions, very small in number, but it takes a very introspective look at your business. And what it does two things. It allows me to see what's going on, and it'll tell you two things: the strongest area of your business and an opportunity for growth and success. Again, my name is Michael Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of Johnson & Associates. We thrive in turning your vision into strategy and bringing that strategy into success. I can't wait to talk to you soon. Thank you.
That is awesome. How many of y'all want to start a business? Raise your hand. How many of you are like dreaming about a business? Raise your hand. Okay, I saw somebody raise their hand, right? Well, here's one of the things that people that are in business will tell you, that we wished we would have had a mentor when we started the business. How many of y'all in business that said, I wish I had a mentor? I wish I would have got help. Because here's the issue. When we don't have the help and we don't have the mentor, we make costly mistakes that sometimes take years to get back. So when you have an excellent coach that says he's going to whip your business into shape, you might want to take heed of that. And then, and that's my public service announcements, and I will see my payment at the end of the segment. So the next one, I have a surprise and a treat for you. Our next one is actually a musical artist. So we're going to have the music. So we can't have no quiet vibe. We need you to vibe and give the energy and feed this music back to this artist. Why? Because we want them to make sure that he shows when he opens his mouth that he's rocking the audience, right? Right? So you at least got to be higher energy than me right now. All right? All right, so this next artist, his name is Priceless. He's a multidisciplinary creative from Detroit, Michigan. He just released a new song entitled Plug. Anthony Jr., Priceless, Anthony Jr., known to the world as Priceless, is a dynamic, faith-based hip-hop artist, speaker, and prophetic voice for a new generation, rooted in kingdom principles and powered by a passion to reach those who feel disconnected from God and the church. He is needed. Priceless blends powerful lyricism with an authentic testimony of transformation. His mission is to educate, elevate, and uplift. I hear the choir on the side. Through elevate, uplift, through music, mentorship, and ministry, speaking life into young and youth and young adults and communities in need of hope. We need hope, right? With a style that is both raw and redemptive, Priceless is more than an artist. He's a movement, carrying the message of Romans 12, chapter 12, verses 1 and 2 into every beat. If you didn't know that one, I was like, renew your mind, right? And beat into every stage and conversation. Let's give an LET welcome to Priceless!
Hey. Let's, how we doing? I need more energy than that. How we doing, Let's? Yeah. Man, I'm blessed, first of all, and honored to be here. I want to thank, of course, Sean Fair for the opportunity. Of course, my father, Pastor Anthony D. Shannon. How many of you know him? Power pack man of God there. Man, I'm excited. I just released back in February a single entitled Plug. And then last year on February 14th, that's Valentine's Day, I released an EP called Love on Display. And so I'm excited. It's a lot of things that I got coming up as well. I'm working on a short film as well, so be on the lookout for that. And so a lot of great things coming about. So I want to introduce to you one of the songs from Love on Display. In fact, the song is entitled Love on Display. And how many of you from Detroit here? Hey, some Detroit? Okay, I see a lot. Okay, so everybody know about Ballroom? Ballroom? Okay, so this first one, this is a ballroom, kind of a hustle, kind of a vibe. So if you feel free to, I hope you do, I want you to do a little ballroom with me, okay? All right, let's cue it up. Next one. We're going to say that one. We're going to say they're not ready for that one yet. Hey, all right. Where my ballroomers at? There we go. Okay. Yup. Hey. Huh? Yup. Yeah. There you go. Got me feeling like. Woo. Got me feeling like. Woo. Don't be stiff. Let's go. Woo. Ooh, yeah. Hey. Now this ain't nothing typical. This is more than just physical. I ain't never seen a feeling to do when I'm with you. I can feel it deep in my soul. All my dogs think I'm tripping. They keep telling them you different. Ain't nothing like no one I've been with. Oh, I found real love and I never wanna let it go. You got me wanting to tell the whole world about you. Feeling just like Tom Cruise jumping on a yellow couch. Ooh, you make me feel like dancing, grooving to the beat of your heart. It's something like my favorite song. Every part of you is the best part. Ooh, yeah, yeah. When we're together, feels like forever, yeah. When we're together, feels like forever. Hey, when we're together, feels like forever. Hey, I see you. Yeah, I see you. That's why I hope you don't mind. Say, you don't mind. I hope you don't mind if I tell the whole world about our love. Yeah, I hope you don't mind if I tell the whole world that I'm in love. Yeah, I hope you don't mind if I put our love on display. Our love on display. I'm so excited, yeah. Cause of you, my heart has finally been ignited. Ay, feelings just too strong, and I can't hide it, yeah. Hey, that's why I'm here with you. And want the rest of my life with you. Cause when I'm with you, it feels like magic, something enchanted, no capping. Hey, woo, feel like dancing where my ballroomers at, huh? Hey, hey, that this could happen. Hey, I can't, but you change me. Hey, come on, let's have this scene. Hey, when we're together, feels like when we're together, feels like when we're together, feels like forever. Yeah, 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 yeah. So I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind, yeah. If I tell the whole world about our love, I hope you don't mind. Woo! Say, I hope you don't mind if I put a love on display. Yeah, that was love on display. That was love on display. That was love on display. You can find that on Apple Music, Spotify, wherever music is played. Some of y'all do Amazon. That's cool if y'all do Amazon. It's there too. Wherever music is played, it's there. And if you find me in the back, I got a QR code. If some of us, we don't want to have to do the searching thing, right? So I got you. Don't even worry about it. I got a QR code. You can tap into my website. So the next song is entitled Plug. I just released this past February. How many of you know what the word plug means? I'm not talking about the outlet plug. No, I'm not talking about that. I mean, when you are the go-to person. How many of you feel like you're the go-to person? You the go. See, she the go-to person. If you're the go-to person, the person that people come to for music, for business, you're called the plug. So this one for you. Let's go. Hey, 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 hey. Where y'all at? What? Where y'all at? What? Hey, where y'all? Hey, what? Hey, come on. Hey, what? Yeah, let me see you. What? Let me. Oh, hey, look, just come. Just drop your love. What you need, what usual. I already know. Normally you pull up on me, but ain't nothing like some reciprocity. So I'll be there. Yeah, got just what you need. Wait for you. Extra mile or two. I'll make you feel special and help lighten your load. I'll go out my way for you. I pull up, let's rendezvous. I make you feel special. Hey, what? Say, just call me a plug. Whatever you want, whatever you need, you know that I got that. Call me in the morning, or you need a nightcap. Need it, I got it, need it. Just call me a plug. Whatever you want, whatever you need, you know that I got that. Call me in the morning, or you need a nightcap. Need it, I got it, need it. Just call me a plug. Hey, yeah, what? I'm your. Whoa, say, come here. Hey, what? You play. Whoa. I just Just got to the crib and my phone stopped blowing up. I already know what's up. You need that, and she know that when I'm showing up, I'm a yeah. Hey, just gonna hey, and make you feel it in you. One of a kind, yeah, baby. This I can guarantee you ain't gonna find another. I make you feel like you flying, highness, like you a giant. Hey, Simon. Hey, no, too hot, baby, you burning up. Hey, when you up, hey, what? Hey, what? Off the wall, cause you just can't get enough. Wait for you. My only tool will make you feel special. Come on, say, I go out my way for you. Rendezvous, I'll make you feel special. Come on, say, just call me a plug. Whatever you want, whatever you need, you know I got that. Call me in the what? Or you need a hey, need it, I got it, need it. Just call me a plug. Whatever you want, whatever you need, you know that I got that. Call me in the morning, or you need it. Hey, 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 hey. Where you at? Where you at? Hey, hey. Where you at? Where you? See you. Hey, where you? Yeah, see you. Woo. Say, just call me up. Hey, geeked up, geeked up. I'm geeked up. Say, geeked up. What? Geeked up. Say, what? What? Hands up in the air. What? What? Hands up in the air. Hey, hey, hey. What? Hey, I see you, dog. Yeah. Hey. That's it. Whoa. Oh, I see you. Yeah. Hey. Just call me a plug. Come on, that's good. That's all I got, man. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Sean Fair. Thank you, Lex. Thank you, Pastor. Love y'all, man. Priceless, priceless.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know if the people online can feel the vibe that was in here, but I learned an important lesson from what I just saw in the last 2 minutes of that song, right? What I saw was it just takes one person to light the fire. We on my fire theme, so y'all had it smoking in here, right? But it takes one person. The brother up there, I can tell y'all some steppers. I ain't got no rhythm. But he made me want to look like I was smooth doing something to the side. Doing something to the side. Oh. But that's an important lesson. It only takes one person to affect the atmosphere in the room. The singer had a song, and for half of y'all were like, what's this vibe? I know it feels good. But it took the brother to the right here to step up and be bold and be able to say, I received the positive and I want to transfer it to the rest of the room. And then all of a sudden on this side, the fire broke out on this side, and all of a sudden y'all all like, yeah. And I'm sitting on that side because all I have enough rhythm is to do this. But you're going to miss a whole entire move trying to wonder how it fits. Don't miss out on your next. Sometimes you got to step into the groove. Step into the flow of things, because success is not made for stable, silent people. You got to make the move. Say, make the move. All right. My assignment is not to preach to you today, but to motivate you to the next level. Our next speaker is Dr. Erica, and she's from Raleigh, North Carolina. Ooh, I like this topic title. Her topic title is The Hidden Cost of Having It All. She empowers women to rediscover their purpose and ignite the bravery to become who they dream to be. Let's give a live LET welcome to Dr. Erica!
I need you to picture this. A 6-figure salary with a company car. Check. Business trips from Nevada to Brussels, Belgium. Check. leaning against the balcony, wondering how you got everything you ever wanted, but still feel so empty. Check. Yep, that was me. From the outside, I was killing it. But on the inside, I was slowly unraveling. And here's the thing, no one knew. Because that's what women like us do, right? We are great at keeping it all together, especially when we're falling apart. You know what I mean, right? You're accomplished, successful, respected. But somewhere along the journey, you became disconnected from your joy. Somewhere along the climb, success became a script. And you stopped showing up as your true and real self. At least that's what happened to me on that balcony. So let me take you back there for a moment. See, I was in San Diego for a business conference, and they put me in this fabulous hotel right on the beach. Now, from my room, I could see the ocean stretched out, right? I could see the people below. They were playing at the pool. It should have been peaceful. But instead, I found myself drawn to this balcony's edge, leaning over the balcony, thinking thoughts and questions that terrified me. Is this it? Is this all there is? Maybe, just maybe, it would be easier if I were no longer here. See, in that moment, I had the realization that I was no longer living my life. Instead, I was performing someone else's version of it, right? Now, maybe that resonates with you. Maybe you've had your own balcony moment. Now, granted, I hope it wasn't a real balcony. But maybe it was that evening when you were driving home from work alone in silence, or that night that you couldn't sleep, so you found yourself pacing through the kitchen, just questioning, is there more for me? See, I need the ladies for a minute. Ladies, I believe us as women, we've been sold this definition of success that's basically just sophisticated burnout. I mean, when did living well become associated with self-sacrifice and exhaustion? When did we stop being brave enough to choose joy and instead just settle for professional performance? When did we become so good at being what everybody else needed us to be, expected us to be, really, that we forgot what we needed for ourselves? See, in that balcony moment, it felt like I had hit rock bottom. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It gives you a great foundation to begin to rebuild, right? See, after that, I knew I had to change. Now, I wasn't sure how that change was going to come. In fact, I thought it was going to be some magical transformation that was going to happen. Well, in the real world, that's not how it went down. Because the interesting thing is, sometimes that journey back to yourself, that transformation we're looking for, it comes in the most unexpected and unusual ways. And for me, it came in a very unexpected way. It came in the form of cosplay. Now, I know everyone in the room may not be familiar with cosplay, so let's have a little bit of a one-on-one crash course, shall we? There are these things called Comic-Cons. And at these conventions, you will have people who are dressed as their favorite characters, from movies to anime to cartoons. That, my friends, is cosplay or costume play. And that's the world that I found myself in, thanks in part primarily to my husband, who is a connoisseur of Transformers and comic books. Yes, he is. And it was one of his dreams to go to New York Comic Con. Now, me being the fabulously bougie girl that I am, all right, I wasn't going to say no to New York. So I said, if we're going to go, I guess I should participate. So I created this very DIY version of Riri Williams, or Ironheart. And I'm walking down the streets of New York, feeling like a fool, because I'm a doctor, I'm a pharmacist, I have a whole PharmD, and I'm in these streets dressed like a superhero, right? But I kept going, and we got to the convention center, and when we got there, I saw other women in cosplay. I saw other people in cosplay. I got to have conversations, and I found out there were lawyers there with lightsabers. There were CEOs with full-on princess gowns and tiaras. And for the first time in years, I saw high-achieving women who for the first time had given themselves permission. Permission to be, permission to play. And I began to understand that this whole cosplay thing, it wasn't silly, it was sacred. In fact, in that convention center, I realized the costume didn't hide me, it revealed me. Something cracked open in me and it felt like oxygen. It was aliveness. Now, it wasn't the grand transformation I was expecting, but it was a spark toward curiosity. I started following the little things in my life, the ones that felt more like me. I started doing other creative experiments. And the more I experimented, even though it felt risky and scary, the more I felt like I was getting closer to myself. The more I felt like I was creating this new way of living, this new code of living, if you will. And I call this code Brave Well. So what does it mean to brave well? Well, it's two things. It's being brave and it's living well. The brave part is about finding the courage to put yourself at the top of your priorities for once. Finding the courage to choose joy over performance. But the well part, that's about creating a version of wellness that honors all of you. Your creativity, your curiosity, your passions, your purpose, your relationships. Because wellness should not just neatly fit into our schedules. It should fuel our soul. Now, I see your wheels turning, and you're saying, well, how do I begin to incorporate Brave Well into my life? Well, through my transformation, I know that there are 3 phases. You have to dare, design, and declare. Dare to let go of those old expectations. Dare to want different, even if you don't know what that different is right now. And once you dare to leave that old path, you begin to design, becoming the architect of your life. This is your chance to dream and reimagine, rediscover the things that light you up, redefine what success means for you now. And then declare. Declare your new story to the world. And it's not just about saying it out loud. It's about embodying it every day. You become the living, breathing example of what it means to live well. Now, at the Brave Well Group, we are working to help high-achieving women who are ready to live boldly and unapologetically. We would love for you to follow us and check us out at thebravewellgroup.com. But I have one question for you today. What version of yourself lies on the other side of your brave choices? Because today I want you to leave here with this. I want you to make a choice. I want you to dare to feel the possibilities that are stirring within you right now, so you can begin to design a life that is filled with meaning, not just metrics. And declare your new story out loud. Because the world, it's waiting for you. Thank you.
I love that. It's powerful when we get a chance to be able to say we have to find our place. Find your community. You know, find those people that see life in the same way that you do. How many of you had a vision and you told the wrong people at the wrong time in the wrong community? So it's important that after we find our vision and our purpose is that we find our place. Find our community. And again, this is not a shameless plug. I believe LET is a great community to be a part of because we are all in some fashion or form moving forward, right? So if, again, the power of your relationship is finding out your relationship to your purpose is to find your community. Say my community. My community. All right, let me give you our next speaker. Our next speaker is Paula R. Jenkins, a certified communication and EQ marketing coach and consultant. She is from Chicago, Illinois. Her topic is From Pressure to Purpose, How True Leaders Create More Leaders. Her target audience is corporate leaders, executives, and professionals who want to inspire, empower, and build healthier, high-performing teams through authentic leadership and intentional communication. Let's give an LET welcome for Paula Jenkins!
everything begins and ends with communication. Repeat that with me. Everything begins and ends with communication. When I say the numbers 180 over 140, what comes to mind? Specifically, high blood pressure. That was my high blood pressure in October 2017. And my doctor said to me, Paula, if you don't change your work environment, you're going to die. She was that direct. She was that transparent. And I remember standing there saying, did she just say I'm going to die over my work environment? And then I quickly said, not today. Everything begins and ends with communication. In that moment, I was given information that I needed to do something with. Now, let me just say this. 75% of employees leave their managers, not their jobs. I'm going to say that one more time. 75% of employees leave their managers, not their job. Everything begins and ends with communication. So often, people are leaving because of the lack of communication, poor communication. How many of us have had a manager that has not communicated well with us? Anybody in the room? Anybody? Everybody's hand should go up, right? Now, let's be clear. I'm not just even talking about professionally. Personally, think about your relationships. How well is your communication with your friends, your spouse, your children, in the community? Let me say it one more time. Everything what? Begins and ends with communication. You all, after I heard that diagnosis, I decided to leave my corporate job after almost 20 years. And I decided to start my own business. And I am focused on leadership development. I truly believe that true leaders create more leaders. Say that with me. True leaders create more leaders. One of the things I have found is in that moment when I realized that because my blood pressure was so high, and when I saw the actual chart, if you actually look at the chart with all the blood pressure, and it literally said critical, death, it is my reminder daily of how to show up. But I also recognize the power of communication. You all, it is our tone. It's how we show up. It's how we write. It is our body language. One of the things I have realized so often is everybody has a story. You don't know what happened to somebody 5 minutes before they entertained with you. You don't know. There have been times when I have literally gotten the phone call, and you know the phone call. Somebody has died, tragically, and I still had to show up and perform. Had to still show up and work. I'm not going to tell my story in that moment because everybody doesn't deserve my story. If you get to know me, maybe you'll learn about it. Because again, everything what? Begins and ends with communication. So during this time, over the last few years, I created this framework. Because again, true leaders create more leaders. So let me take you through it. The first one is the C. Say C. C. The C is for cultivate. When I say cultivate, what I'm talking about is our self-awareness. Here's the thing. You can't lead anybody if you can't lead yourself. You cannot go out here and try to lead a team when you don't know how you're showing up. You can't. Too often what happens is we don't even understand the perception of how we're showing up. So it starts with us. Now, the next one is R. Say R. R. R is for respect. How many of us have ever been disrespected by anybody. Come on now. Today. That R, when it comes to respect, especially in leadership, you all, is so important. I have found the number of people who have told me over the years of managers who've yelled at them. Now, I will tell you, I've never been yelled at in any job. But let me be clear, a lot of people have. To me, that is the ultimate disrespect. So we have to get better at respect. The next one is E. Say E. E. We have to engage. We have to empower. One of the important pieces of this E, and I have 2 E's in here clearly, is making sure that we empower those who we're working with. We have to make sure that we celebrate people. We have to make sure that we tell people how well they're doing. We have to make sure that we let people know that we want them there. And the next one is A. Say A. A. The A is for acknowledge. When's the last time you said, really great job, thank you so much for showing up? Anybody? How often do you do that? Now, here's the thing. I get it. People will say, well, you were hired to do your job. Absolutely. We still should acknowledge people. We still should celebrate them. I'm always amazed when I get clients who tell me they didn't hear any feedback until their annual review. Ugh. Come on now. Come on now. We got to do better. The next one is T. Let's say T. T. The T is for transform. Now, I am all about authentic leadership. I will tell anybody, and those who know me know, I say all the time, I am unapologetically Paula. All day, every day. Okay now. Now here's the thing with that. When you transform, when you know who you are, whose you are, it's so much easier to show up. This is when we talk about true leadership, right? Remember, I said true leaders what? Create more leaders. Everything begins and ends with communication. You are, again, amazed at some of the stories that I hear from people about how their leaders have talked to them, treated them, don't engage with them. We have to do better. But what I want you to do is be authentically you. That's how you really transform. And then finally, you have the last E. Say E. E. And that E is engage. You have to do this on a regular basis. If you're truly going to create more leaders, you have to engage on a regular basis. Say that, on a regular basis. So again, true leaders create more leaders. Let's say it together. True leaders create more leaders. At the end of the day, I don't want anybody else to be the reason somebody else has high blood pressure, you all. We're dying over our jobs. That's unacceptable. So remember, everything what? Begins and ends with communication. And if you want to learn more, work with me, find out how to be better, how to lead teams better, or lead yourself better, visit me at my website, trueleaderscreate.com. Thank you so much.
Wow. I just say wow. That's my word for the day. That's my filler word for the day is wow. Again, I can feel that. How many of you have been stressed from work before? I remember before I started Champ I Am, I was working tree jobs. I was working in my insurance job. I was working as a security guard, and I was a full-time caregiver for my mother. And on one day, I was coming home from work, and I'm coming home from my night job, going home from work, and I had that heartbeat. And the doctor was like, you had a heart attack. But what I was screaming was not that I had a heart attack. It was, no, I haven't done what I was supposed to do. Don't let the environment stress you out so much that you focus on feeding the environment rather than being who you called to be. Could you imagine the world without Christopher Charles Hampton, Champ I Am? You got to make yourself an imprint. So how many of you were blessed by that? Well, I think you're going to be blessed by, I know you're going to be blessed by this next speaker. Is Nia Renee. She's from Denver, Colorado. And her topic is the dragonfly effect, redefining your power and stepping into your purpose. I'm excited. Her people that she reaches is survivors of narcissistic abuse, trauma-informed professionals, and advocates seeking strategies to rebuild self-trust, set boundaries, and create emotionally safe relationships. Let's give an LET worship. I'm going to say it again. Let's give an LET welcome for Nia Renee.
Hey, how are we feeling? So as he said, I am Coach Nia Renee. I am a narcissistic abuse recovery coach. I help abuse survivors break free from emotional wounds and build thriving relationships deep-rooted in self-trust and intention. So let me ask you something. Have you ever wondered how a dragonfly was formed? Have you ever wondered about the evolution of a dragonfly? Have you ever thought about how the dragonfly relates to your story at all? No? Well, that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about dragonflies, the ancient, resilient ones that have been here for over 300 million years, and those that carry a story that we don't quite talk about enough. See, dragonflies don't become beautiful overnight. They go through something called an incomplete metamorphosis, which means there's no neat cocoon stage like a butterfly. There's no clear glow-up moment. It's messy, it's gradual, it's raw. They begin life underwater as nymphs, no wings, just survival. And here's the part that most people don't know. They can stay in that underwater phase for 2 to 5 years, depending on where they live. That's most of their lives, hidden, unseen, molting through life in the shadows, shedding layer after layer of themselves just to grow. Some nymphs molt up to 17 times before they ever take flight. And then, one day, they crawl out of the water, climb up a reed or a rock, and that's when transformation happens. That's when the wings unfold, wings they didn't even know they were forming all along. And that's us. How many of us have felt unseen, hidden in the dark? Exactly. Me too. Some of us are still underwater, still in the dark, still shedding things we thought we needed, identities we wore just to be loved, roles we played to stay safe, survival patterns we called personality. Some of us are still in the muck of it, where grief, trauma, illness, betrayal, and self-doubt live, where no one claps for you for just getting through the day, where it feels like everyone else is flying and you're just simply trying to breathe. Guess what? You're not behind, you're becoming. Because even in the dark, even when no one sees it, you're molting, shedding versions of yourself that were never yours to carry, growing wings you didn't even know you were coming. And when the right time comes, when the moment aligns, you're going to rise. See, I didn't go through a transformation. I lived in complete metamorphosis. Let me explain. I was born on April 25th, 1993 at 8:25 in the morning, but I wasn't due until July the 7th. I came 2.5 months early. My name literally had a job before I could walk. Nia means purpose in Swahili. Renee means born again in French. And I would live out this name time and time again. Because I wasn't just born once. Let me tell you a quick story. I was reborn here in Detroit, Michigan on October 2nd, 2019, in this very city, in this very state, at St. John's Hospital. I had my first of 6 brain surgeries. I remember waking up in that hospital bed, barely able to open my eyes more than a sliver. But even in that tiny fraction of light, I knew something was different. Everything was louder. Everything smelled stronger. And for the first time, my body felt alive. It was like the world had cracked open, like I'd broken the surface after years of being submerged, like I was feeling life through skin I had never fully owned before. It wasn't peaceful. It was overwhelming, but it was real. From April 25th, 1993 to October 2nd, 2019, I had been in incomplete metamorphosis. Just like the dragonfly, I had spent most of my life underwater, molting, shedding, adapting, surviving. No one saw the process, but beneath the surface, transformation was happening. The first brain surgery was my emergence, but it wasn't the end. I would go on to have 5 more brain surgeries, making it a total of 6. And each one felt like those early stages of a dragonfly's adult life. Because even after it crawls out of the water and its wings unfold, it's not ready. It's vulnerable. It's wobbly. It's wet-winged and unsure. It had to sit in stillness, learning how to be something it's never been before. That was me. Every time I woke up in another hospital bed, weak in pain, wondering what now, I didn't feel powerful. I didn't feel transformed. I felt incapacitated. I was confused and questioning what it all meant. What was all of this for? But something kept pulling me forward. Because even in those moments when I was at my lowest, something inside me refused to let go of the idea that there had to be more. After I survived 6 brain surgeries, I woke up again, not in the same hospital, not in the same city as my rebirth in Detroit, but with the same questions hanging in the air. That same sterile stillness, the same blinding overhead lights, the same war fighting inside of my body, but this time I felt determined. I was weaker by the second, but stronger by the moment. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about becoming. It was about meaning. It was about finally trusting that everything I had endured was shaping me into who I was born to be. That moment on the other side of my 6th brain surgery was the beginning of my flight. So yes, 6 brain surgeries. Now y'all can laugh at this, okay? I have had more brain surgeries than a reality TV reboot show, okay, that has cast members, all right? But that's okay. And somehow I still get told, but you don't look sick. You look good. I know. But looking good doesn't mean I'm not fighting battles you can't see. It just means I learned how to contour my trauma and set it with sarcasm and a setting spray. For a long time, I was a high-functioning version of broken. I kept showing up, smiling, grinding, pushing, and people praised me for it. But deep down, I wasn't living. I was surviving the medical trauma, surviving the grief of losing who I used to be, and surviving what I now call relationship residue, the emotional exhaustion that comes from trying to be loved by people who needed you broken in order to feel whole. Some of the deepest wounds I carried weren't from scalpels or incisions. They were from people who told me I love you with control in their voice, from environments that taught me to question my reality, to shrink my truth, to silence my intuition. So what was my power and purpose in all of this? Because I didn't feel powerful. I didn't feel purposeful. I had mistaken performance for power, thinking if I smiled enough, pushed through enough, sacrificed enough, I'd finally feel whole. But I realized power isn't performance. Power is permission. Let me say that one more time. Power is permission. Permission to rest, to speak up, to not be okay, and still know I deserve softness and safety and purpose. Purpose isn't something you chase, it's something you return to. Stepping into my power meant taking back my voice. It meant trusting my intuition, even when others tried to manipulate me into a path that didn't feel like mine. It meant setting boundaries that made others uncomfortable but made me feel safe. And the best part is I'm supposed to be here to tell you this. Trusting yourself is enough. Let me say that one more time. Trusting yourself is enough. Now listen, I know I beat the dead horse. I've had 6 brain surgeries, but that's literally made me open-minded, okay? So if anybody is qualified to rethink their life, reclaim their power, and rebuild from scratch, it's me. So I want to leave you with the 3-step process I use to help my clients reclaim their life. 1, acknowledge and accept the truth. Your story, it deserves to be told and honored, and you can't heal what you keep minimizing. Your pain was real, so was your survival, so is your healing. 2, discover who you are now. Not the version of you that had to keep the peace, play small, or beg for love. The version that chose to get up one more time. That version is sacred and they're still unfolding. And 3, build thriving relationships rooted in self-trust and intention, because we do not chase chaos anymore. We don't confuse pain with passion. We don't repeat patterns. We reprogram them. We choose connections that feel safe, reciprocal, and rooted in who we are, not who we had to be to survive. When you trust yourself, you stop second guessing. And guess what? When you stop second guessing, you take flight. I'm Coach Nia Renee. I'm a certified narcissistic abuse recovery coach. You can find me at How to Love a Battered Woman or www.howtoloveabatteredwoman.com. Now let me leave you with this. Drink some water, get some rest, and don't let nobody's dusty ass child treat you any kind of way. Thank you. I had to sprinkle that in at the end.
That's the way to leave the stage. I ain't gonna repeat that. That's the way. You heard what she said. You know where your child is.
I feel good.
You know, the biggest thing I heard out of that was the metamorphosis, that incomplete metamorphosis about coming out before your time. And that's what as she was saying that, I was hearing for you that there's some of you that are trying to come up before their time. You're trying to skip a few steps in your change, but if you skip your step, you'll be a dragonfly with 2 wings. And a dragonfly with 2 wings on the right side, not 2 wings on either side. So don't rush the process. Don't rush the process. Say that with me like you heard me, y'all. Don't rush the process. All right, our next speaker is Dr. Patrice McKee Reese from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Her topic is Faith of a Mustard Seed, the entrepreneur's journey. Her audience is to people who are single mothers and are looking to become entrepreneurs. Let's give an LET welcome to Dr. Patrice McKee Reese.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. How's everyone doing? All righty. My name, as he said, is Dr. Patrice McKee Reese, and I am a life and business coach. But I'm going to start with a little story to tell you why my topic is the faith of a mustard seed, the entrepreneur's journey. This is a true story. At 16, I became a sole parent. Hello to my man-child, Peter McKee. You know I love you. That's my rock. You know, sometimes your children, they're faithful to you and they support you. That's my man-child. He does that for me. So I became a sole parent, but I didn't become a statistic because my mother, she was stern, but she refused to allow me to become a statistic. But she told me, all those curricular activities you in high school, if you can take that baby on your hip with you, then you can remain in them. If not, you're going to go to school and you're going to graduate. But when you get out of school in the afternoon, this baby yours. It's not mine. You need to come home and get your baby. And that's just exactly what I did. So I went off to college. College was a little hard having a baby. So I came home and I joined the United States Army. God had some plans for me, though, that I didn't know he had for me. And he opened some doors for me that I didn't realize the effect of what he was doing for me at the time he was doing it for me. Because when you're young, even though you're faithful, you really don't understand what God is doing for you. So we moved on, and my plan was to go to the Army for 3 years and get some money saved up and come back and finish school. Well, 3 years went by, and I didn't think I had enough money saved, so I stayed in the military. And 31 years later, I retired as of 1 March 2015. So my dream, though, was always to become an entrepreneur. I didn't want to work for anybody because my first job was McDonald's. And I knew that wasn't my life. If you never worked at a fast food restaurant, trust me, you don't want to work there because that wasn't my life for me. I knew that wasn't my life for me. So I didn't want to work for anybody. I wanted to be my own boss. So my mother and I had a dream after I retired from the military that we were going to help people that were like me when I was a young mother, so they knew that they didn't have to work for anybody when you get that spark. That spark is that mustard seed. You know, in every one of us, we want to become an entrepreneur. Everybody wants to work for themselves. Am I right? And I know y'all saying, well, how do you do that? Right? I'm glad you asked me that. How do you do that? Because I'm going to tell you how you do that. That spark in your eye, that dream you have, that's that mustard seed. You know, a mustard seed is a real small seed, but it grows into a big, firm tree, and it's strong. It can withstand anything. All it does is stand there and get watered, and it grows strong. That's when you lean on faith and you know that you can surpass any challenge in life that you have. So as you go through your journey of becoming an entrepreneur, you know that you're going to have some challenges in life. Whether it's when you first figuring out, well, how do I set up my business plan? What do I need to do? What do I want to name my business? Where do I start? What do I do? I don't know. I need to figure this out, but I really don't know which direction I need to go in. You know, there's all sorts of things that you need to do, but sometimes we get confused and we really don't know how to do them, right? That's what I'm there for, to assist you in that path on how to get started, how to take that dream and make it become a reality. You know, as I told you, God opened some doors for me. He allowed me to break some barriers in the military, and I used that to assist other young soldiers. While I was in the military, I applied for warrant officer school. There was a retired warrant, CW4 Robert Ford, at my first duty station. And I looked at him, and he was a powerful man. He took what the Army had at that time we called a Skillcraft ink pen. For those veterans, y'all know what I'm talking about. Government issue Skillcraft pen, absolutely. And he could write. He was quiet, he was professional, but he could write. And I wanted to be just like him. So when the time came, I applied for a packet, I put it in, and I became the first African-American female to become a warrant officer in my field, which was an airdrop systems technician. So at the time, I didn't know, but again, God was opening some doors for me to use me to help other people. So my purpose in life was to help other people. And that's what I'm trying to do, help other people. So I'm here to help other people to get their business started. So from the EIN to your business plan, to registering it, to trademarking it, everything you need from the beginning to the end. And I'm not going to leave you once your business gets started. I'm going to be there with you. In that network we have, that family we have, that community we have, we're all there from the beginning to the end. And we're going to become one big family. My company's name is Mama T's Vision. It's named after my mother because that vision was born with my mother in honor of my mother. You can reach me on any social media as Dr. Patrice McKee Reese. My website is Mama T's Vision, DocsWixsite.com. Come on. And even if you're not a sole parent or a single mother, it doesn't matter. If you have that spark and you got that vision and you want to start your business and become an entrepreneur and work for yourself, come on and reach out to me and I'll help you out. Thank you.
Reflection moment from Champ I Am, that your next doesn't take much. When she was talking about mustard seed faith, if you see a mustard seed, you can barely fit it in your hand and your two fingers like that. But that one seed can produce a mighty tree that produces more seeds of greatness. So it doesn't take much for you to become the greatness that you need to be. Do you receive that? I hope you do. That was good. Yeah, I took it for myself. Our next speaker is C. Michelle Shivers from Westchester County, New York. Her topic is Power Restart. Her audience that she reaches is professional women from nonprofit leaders and community influencers ready to take professional setbacks, in turn professional setbacks into powerful comebacks, creating lasting impact. Let's give an LET welcome for C. Michelle Shivers.
Hello. How are we today? All right. Thank you. I am C. Michelle Shivers, leadership and development coach, people growth strategist. All right. Imagine you're home resting. It's a Friday night. All of a sudden, your phone is ringing. Social media is going crazy. You turn on the television. Bam! Your husband is caught in a scandal, and the world knows, and you're just finding out. Life-shattering, right? That could be a response. What's life-shattering to you? Well, that wasn't mine. Mine, imagine, you're like, I'm gonna run out and get me something to eat. You hear sirens, and the police officer pulls you over. Are you C. Michelle Shivers? Yes, I am. I thought he was a fan. He's like, well, you're under arrest for aggravated harassment of a public official. Me? I am C. Michelle Shivers. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a community leader. I am an advocate. I set initiatives. Yet, I'm handcuffed, facing a $100,000 bail based on a lie. Do you know, when you get arrested, your teacher license automatically disappears, suspended? Like, guilt is automatic. What hurt me the most was the shame. Have you ever felt shame? I thought my life was over. I thought that my name would never be respected again. How could I survive? It's in those moments that I really focus on the words that I love: power, presence, and purpose. And that is where we started to build the foundation and the pathway of powerful to purpose. It is built on 3 pillars. Power. I had to get my power back. I had to get out of jail, right? So what did I have? What skills did I have? I had pen, I had paper, and had the prison law library. I went there every single day. You would have thought I was becoming a lawyer. I read every law, I wrote to the different officials, and I prayed until my case was dismissed. Come on, right? Got my power back. So now, the next pillar, presence. What did I have to do now? Now I have to put myself back in those rooms that I thought I was shut down from. I walked into a room, and the person, the political figure that had me falsely arrested, was sitting at my table. What did I do? I smiled and sat right next to her. You know what she did? She grabbed my hand. I smiled. Did she need healing? I'm not sure. But I had done the healing. I worked on myself. So I was able to walk and belong in that room. Purpose. What was the purpose of going through that? What was the purpose of coming to this stage? Creating a platform. That's what my purpose is. Helping professional women in the nonprofit and the political fields that get hit to be able to get their life back together through those 3 pillars. So we created a platform, coaching, one-on-one workshops. Great leaders walk in power, but they create space for you to have power. Great leaders stand in presence, but they make room for you to have presence. Great leaders know their purpose and help you find your purpose. I am that type of leader. If you want to reclaim your purpose, walk in your presence, and live purposefully, you need to connect with me, C. Michelle Shivers, at C. Michelle Shivers on Facebook, and also powerfultopurpose.com. Again, powerfultopurpose.com. Reach out to me. Power, presence, and purpose. Thank you.
That was great. Wow. Wow. All right. So we're going to do a temperature check. Your motivational commentator for the evening is doing a temperature check. LET is on. Y'all remember it. You're going to say it. Again, that was an ember. LET is on. Yes. And there's no smoke alarms. We're good. I think the most powerful thing of that was knowing when you're healed. How you know you healed was when you're look at the person that hurt you, and you can see redemption. You can see you're not hurting me anymore, because you don't even hurt me so much that I don't have scars any longer. That's healing, and that's going to make many of us are going to get hurt and hurt and hurt throughout our portion of our life. And if we don't have the proper perspective of it, we could be living rent-free in somebody else's head. So I think that's powerful. So definitely connect with Ms. Shivers. Our next speaker is Roz Miller Choice from New York City. Her topic is Brand to Win, how to make your personal brand the reason clients say yes. She deals with sales professionals who want to leverage personal branding to attract ideal clients while aligning with their company's brand. Let's introduce Roz Miller Choice.
Good afternoon. You know, customers buy more than just a product. They buy in to the person that sells that product. I'm Roz Miller Choice, and I'm known as the expert maker. I've spent 20 plus years in branding, marketing, and the media. I have an upcoming book called Know It, Share It, Profit. and I help sales professionals create a brand and turn their knowledge into dollars. Let me tell a quick story. It was time to buy a new car. So I walked into a dealership. I didn't know a salesperson, so one was assigned to me. I guess the next one that was on rotation. And we had a relatively good experience because I left with a new car. But I never heard anything else from that salesperson. Okay. Different sales experience. I wanted to purchase, you know those big stones that when you slice them in half and open them up, crystals, those beautiful crystals are shown? Well, I've loved those for a long time. Finally decided I'm going to purchase one. So I go to a vendor. I meet a man named Jack. Jack's store is full of these. He's passionate about this. He explains the whole process of how these things are mined. He tells me how there are professionals that are needed that split the rock just so. Others that train for years to polish those stones so that none of them are broken and they don't mess up the art piece. I'm excited. I buy one. I take it home. People love it. 2 weeks later, Jack sends me a text with some photos. And the message says, hey, Roz, new inventory is in the store. Come on back and take a look. So I go back. I take a look. One of them has my name on it. I buy it and take it home. But before I leave, he hands me a stack of business cards and says, if any of your friends are interested in something like this, give them my business card. Okay. I also follow Jack on Instagram. The difference between those two salespeople, one is top of mind for me right now. The other one, oh, he disappeared. Right? So today's talk is for you if you don't want to disappear as a salesperson. It's for you if you are a seasoned professional, but you know that you're one of many. It's for you if you're frustrated that less skilled representatives get all the referrals. And it's for you if you're uncomfortable with self-promotion, and I know a lot of people are, but you know that you have to stand out in a crowd. So I help people build a personal brand. Let me explain what that is. A personal brand is made up of three things: your expertise, your reputation, and your personality. When you combine those things, you start to attract your ideal customer. So here's what I'm going to cover today. I created a system called the Solver Method. Solver Method. We're going to solve some things. S stands for share your story. The O is own your expertise. L stands for leverage follow-up. V is visibility matters. E, engage on social media. And R, request referrals. I'm going to focus on just the O. Again, that stands for own your expertise. Now, before you go, come on, Miss Expert Maker. I'm not an expert. I know a few things, but I'm not an expert. Give me a moment. Because my superpower is helping people uncover their genius and their uniqueness. So, one thing I didn't mention about being in the media, I'm a former television reporter and TV anchor, and my job was to interview people. And that's basically asking questions. So I'm going to ask you 3 questions, and we are going to discover your expertise and your uniqueness. Question 1. What are 10 things that you know about your industry? What 10 things do you know about your field, what you do, what you sell? What 10 things do you know? Question number 2. What's unique about how you approach things in your industry? Have you had some challenges and had to figure out some tips or tricks to get things done differently, but better? What's your point of view that might be different than the person right next to you in the same industry? And the last question, and this one I love, when people come to you and say, let me pick your brain, what information are they looking for? And why did they come to you for that information? See, that last one reveals something. Someone already knows you're an expert. You're just figuring it out. All right, so have we now agreed you're an expert in what you do? Thank you. Oh, wait, I've got more to say. Now that you have recognized the fact that you're an expert, it's time to position yourself in the market as an expert. You want to be seen as the expert. The most important portion of that is be seen. So you need to get in front of your ideal target audience so that you can now share that expertise, right? Because what happens is people want to buy from an advisor, not just a salesperson. You want to feel as though you're giving people good advice from your knowledge base, not just making a sale. That's the way you will gain clients and retain clients. So, once you've done that, you're ready to go out in the world and show up fully in your expertise as the skilled professional that you are. I like to say this. In order to help more people, to gain more clients, to retain more customers, you have to stop being the best kept secret. Me and my team of creatives help people create personal brands. You can find us on LinkedIn or on Instagram. Again, I'm Roz Miller Choice, and I'm known as the Expert Maker. Thank you.
Undiscovered. All right, y'all. Now it's my time to say I do. That should be like, aww. I'll say that again. I'm going to walk back up here and say, now it's time for Champ to say goodbye. But I leave you in good hands. Okay? We have another artist that's here. So we know the rules of engagement for the artist is now if you feel a little wiggle in your tickles, you're allowed to get up and move, right? You're allowed to make some noise and you're allowed to vibe with us. Our next artist is Elijah Emmanuel, an artist from Metropolitan Detroit. Focuses on mental health rehabilitation, music, and motivational music for those going through trials and tribulations, as everybody. And he has been through the fire and came out gold. He is here to be the light to help others get through to the end of the tunnel. Let's welcome him with a L-E-T. Welcome, Elijah Emmanuel.
How y'all doing? Once again, I'm Elijah Emmanuel. Y'all look very beautiful today. Y'all look very royal. And I have a song for you all. This is for anyone who feels in their lane that they're the king or the queen. This song is called King of Detroit. And in the Bible, it talks about us being co-heirs with Christ. It talks about us being royal priesthood, chosen generation. And that's what this is about. Go ahead and drop that track. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. Look. Let's get it. I run my city. I be getting busy. I put on for my hometown. I'll be standing proud. I will wear the crown, the king of the mitten. Everybody put their mitten up. The heart of Detroit. I said I run my city. I'll be getting busy. I put on for my hometown. I'll be standing proud. I will wear the crown. The king of the mitten. No kid in the heart of Detroit. I'm from the D, gotta flip that P. Picture me rolling like a G on 75. Then I hit the lodge, dodging potholes, trying to get my 9 to 5. But I'ma so survive, and they gon' run it high. Me, I'ma slide with my brothers like we at the park. Pulling up 10 deep when it's after dark. I said I run Kent County like my name was Clark. Just like I run Wayne County like my name was Bruce. They won the truce. Cause I run Michigan. They tried to backdoor me like Money Michigan. But I'm from Detroit. Me and my boys make it Illinois. I'm full of poise. She rejoiced when she hear my voice. To be in a Rolls Royce, not a hoopty. I'm coming for that top spot. Don't overlook me. I am no rookie. I stand on 2 feet. Them brothers playing footsies. They sweet like Tootsies. Roll them up, take them to school. No more playing hooky. Put them to the test. What you looking at? Want a cookie? Yo, chick tried to book me. I'm sold out, no doubt. She a fan in the stands. Screaming and shouting, keep my name out your mouth unless it's a prayer. Cause I'm a demon slayer. I run my city like the mayor. Come on, y'all. Come on. Yeah. Hands up. I said I run my city. I'll be getting busy. I put on for my hometown. I'll be standing proud. I'll be wear the crown. The king of the mitten. No kid in the heart of Detroit. One more time. I run my city. I'll be getting busy. I put on for my hometown. I'll be standing proud. I will wear the crown. The king of the mitten. No kid in the heart of Detroit. I won't stop till I make it. They can't win, they faking. Worth millions can't replace me. Skip Section 8 placement, I'm not waiting. I'm going on vacation across the nations. Infiltrating through these idiots. Came with bliss, I hit stick them dimwits. This my greatness, can't debate this. I came with the strength of the angels. Taking over the earth, next universe. Thank God that he made me my baby. I'm going to the max. I'm going off the charts. They don't know where to start. Me, I'm on my grizzy, grinding towards a milli. They be acting silly. I be sitting pretty, really. No, I'm not from Philly, but when the cheese at stake, it's time to shake and bake. I mean, get to that cake without delay. I'm hot every month, ain't gotta wait till May. I spring before the summertime, they wonder why I don't fall. Cause I'm a winner in the winter. I bring her out the gutter like Master Splinter. I stand 10 toes among my foes. 2 feet deep if they come for me. Got God on my side and he ain't never gonna leave. So I'm not worried if I'm surrounded by thieves. I shall achieve, they gon' flee. I am free, cause I am somebody. I run my city, hands up y'all. I put on for my hometown, I'll be standing proud. I will wear the crown, the king of the mitten, no kid in the heart of Detroit. Come on. I run my city, I'll be getting busy. I put on for my hometown, I will stand proud. I will wear the crown, the king of the mitten, no kid in the heart of Detroit. Yeah. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. And shout out to the violinist on this track. That's Rodney Lamar Page. That's an actual live violinist. Thank you so much. Next song. Go ahead. So. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't encourage that. Some things are coming to mind, but all right, guys. How you guys feeling? Yes, he's talking about running this city We all have capacity to do that. The beautiful thing about our purpose is that we are fully resourced to do that which we are called to do. Thank you so much for that song. Are we ready? I have an announcement to make. Change is challenging for mankind. Do you wonder why? It is because whether the change is preferred or non-preferred, whether the change is positive or negative, all change involves loss. All change involves loss. We have an opportunity and we have a responsibility to grow the resilience and the acceptance of loss. That is important. I am not a rocket scientist, but I do know that a rocket requires boosters to take off. Is that correct? And the same boosters that are responsible for the takeoff must be released in order for the rocket to continue to rise. Our next speaker is coming to us to inspire us to release relationships that no longer serve us. The title to her message is Everybody Cannot Go. When I tell you about this person, I am encouraging you to say, well, every time I tell you how amazing she is. Is that okay? She is an author. She is a speaker. She is a podcaster. She is a consultant. And she is a coach. She was born in Detroit, Michigan, and she comes to us by way of PG County, Maryland. I encourage you to put your hands together for our next powerhouse speaker, Stephanie Jessica Holly.
All right. How are you guys doing on this afternoon? Thank you so much for that beautiful intro. As you're going throughout life, you have the opportunity to be great. But when you are going for being great, don't let that become the enemy of phenomenal. As you're striving to be phenomenal, everybody can't go with you, and you can't carry everybody on your back on the way to the top. Even though I don't look like I would climb Mount Everest, I did some research and I thought to myself, it would be amazing if I climbed Mount Everest just so that I could drive this point home for you guys. The very first thing that I found out was in order to climb Mount Everest, the very first thing you need to do, even before you book your flight so that you're not wasting your time, is secure a $15,000 permit to climb the mountain. So I would think that that means that it's pretty safe to say if you're going to invest that type of money to climb this mountain, that means that you are very serious about whatever point on that mountain you want to get to. That's the other thing to take a look at. There are several summits there's one summit that's at the peak of the mountain, but there are several base camps that you're able to stop at on the way up to the top. So anyone that you've spoken with that says, oh, I've climbed Mount Everest, that doesn't mean that they reached the summit. Now, while you're climbing Mount Everest, you're able to carry up to 66 pounds in your pack while you're climbing up on this 1 to 2 month journey as you're climbing the mountain. Once you choose to climb to the summit, past that 4th or 5th level, once you reach an elevation of 25,000 feet or higher, the amount of weight that you're able to carry reduces significantly. Your pack is only allowed to be up to 25 pounds. If you try to carry more, you will die. So when I started to look at how much less weight you were allowed to reach the very top of that mountain, I asked myself the question that I will not ask you. What are you carrying that's keeping you from reaching your mountaintop? Who are you carrying that you need to release that's keeping you from fully realizing your vision and from bringing that to fruition in real life because you simply can't let go? Now, I'm not going to say that it's your fault because as I thought my way through what it would cost to continue to carry people, I said to myself, a lot of times we don't count the cost of what we can lose out on by carrying other people on our way to the top of the mountain. Now, in the case of Mount Everest, because you could essentially lose your life for trying to carry 40 pounds to the top, it's a simple choice to make. Only go with the 25 pounds or less that you're allowed. But when we're looking at our lives and relationships, sometimes it's hard for us to let go of people, things, habits, sometimes the last version of ourselves in favor of getting to our next level. So I want you to take inventory. Do a little bit of self-assessment here. And you don't got to tell nobody because I don't want somebody else looking at you sideways before you look at yourself sideways first. I want you guys to say self. For me, self say, No, when me and self have to have a conversation and I do the inventory for what is it that I could be losing, things that you may be losing when you're carrying the wrong folks with you, that could be losing opportunities. It could be losing money. You could be losing items. You could be losing the relationships that you need or even losing the opportunity to enter into the right relationships because you're keeping hold of the wrong ones. Dare I say that you could slowly but surely be losing your own life, maybe not physically, but the life that you dreamt for yourself because you were so busy putting the oxygen mask on others while you were slowly suffocating and being crushed under the weight of carrying other people whose season has expired with you and who you need to let go. Now, that's not to be harsh, but sometimes we just don't honor the season that somebody has come into our life so that they could be that rocket booster, so that they could help to propel us to a level that we're supposed to be at, and they have no desire to go beyond that. Just like on that mountain, there are those 5 base camps for those who choose to not climb all the way to the summit. It's not up to us to force people to go past Camp Base or past Summit A or past Summit B and go with us all the way to the top. I found myself really taking a look in that inventory for myself and really thinking about it as I sat in my room with tears in my eyes and I prayed. And I'm like, God, why did everyone around me leave? Why am I alone? He said, no, you're not. Who's left? And when I took a look at who was left, there were 2 very close friends of mine that came right to the top of my head. And the next thing I heard was, what do you all have in common? Now, these are 2 friends from 2 different friend circles, 2 different groups. And we all the 3 of us have different career paths. And as I dug and I said, what is it that we have in common? The thing that we had in common over 10, 15, 20 years was growth. The commitment to once we got to a certain level and we said, oh, we can only carry 25 pounds from here. And if I carry your weight, I will surely die. I was left with people who were willing to brunt the weight of their own, and we could all climb together. People that didn't look to me to come and pick them up out of the rain, to pick up their belongings, to call them and come save them again, to put myself in danger, put myself in bodily harm's way because she went back one more time after I said, no, please stop calling him back. Once I stopped putting myself on the line and carrying all of those things and carrying all of those people, all of a sudden, I was able to handle the weight that was on my own back. But not only that, I was able to start to get to the mountaintop that I had in mind for my vision. When you're releasing other people, please keep it with you. that even though it may be uncomfortable, it may hurt. I'm not saying that it's going to feel good, but if your vision is something bigger, larger, and past those people who are you're still trying to drag with you, that you're still trying to carry with you, you're still trying to put them on your back and bring them to the top with you, they've chosen at what point on that mountain that they wanted to stop. You already did your job, you fulfilled your purpose, and you helped them get there. If that is not your vision, don't stay there with them when you are supposed to continue to climb to fulfill your own vision. I am Stephanie Jessica Holly, your certified extreme execution coach, the author of Everybody Can't Go, the book that became the brand and now a movement. I'm the creator and co-host of Everybody Can't Go Convos podcast and founder of Everybody Can't Go LLC. If there's anything that interested you or you have further questions, or if there's anything about anything that I've said to you today that it touched you in a way that you want to know more, or if you need some help working through answering those questions for yourself, you can find me at www.everybodycg.com, or you can contact me directly at info@everybodycg.com. Thank you.
One more time. Everybody can't go. Awesome. Do you know that everybody can't go? How many of you have already been through a release season? Right? When you start having block parties and people go from your contact list to your prayer list. A whole nother story in another conference. Let me take another roll call. For those of you who have been here with us since this morning, if you hear a characteristic, something that resonates with you because you know I am talking about you, I'm going to ask you to stand. And as you are standing, if you see other like-minded folks that have stood up because they heard something about themselves, then you are going to give them a high five. You are encouraged to high five at least 2 or 3 people. Do you remember how we did that this morning? Do you know yourself well enough to stand up if you heard something about yourself? All right, here we go. You are an answer to a world problem. I gotta hear, give me something. Give me something. You are an answer to a world problem. Here we go. No one has what you carry. Nobody has what you carry. There's just one of you. No one can do it like you. No one can do it like you. And this is the last one. This is the last one. And this is difficult for many people. Are you ready? You deserve what you desire. I love it. I love it. Tell 3 people you are the bomb.com and have a seat. What we are essentially talking about is identity. And the lack of, the blurring of, the confusion that many people have about who they are is essentially the reason for so many emotional challenges. There are 2 questions we must know the answers to truly operate in what we've been talking about this entire time, and that is our divine capacity. The first question, who are you? Understanding that you cannot answer that question with any roles that you play or responsibilities that you have. Who are you? and why are you here? We're talking about identity. George R.R. Martin once said, "Never forget what you are, for surely the world will not. Make it your strength, then it can never be your weakness. Armor yourself in it, and it will never be used to hurt you." Our next speaker has been purposed and created to help people with finding their identity. She has discovered her purpose, and that is to empower others. She is a best-selling author. She is an award-winning author. She is a keynote speaker and a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, and that was English. She comes to us by way of Plainfield, Chicago. Is Chicago in the house? She is our next powerhouse speaker. She has been on fire, pacing these hallways, ready to explode and impart. Please put your hands together for Stephanie Johnson.
Man, that was a great introduction, wasn't it? Hi, everyone. I know she said her name, but I got to say my name because I know my identity. I am Coach Steph, or you can call Stephanie Johnson. I am a 2-time best-selling, award-winning author. I am also you heard it right, a keynote speaker, right? And I'm an NLP, which is that, I won't bore y'all with all the letters and the scientific behind it, but essentially, I'm here to help you to rewire your mind so that you know your own identity. So before all of that, what I was a woman who didn't know who she was. I didn't know my own identity. Not until October of 2022, I started looking in the mirror every day, and I didn't know who the lady was on the other side. But every day, I still showed up, powerful in my job, doing the things that I needed to do, having a very empathetic heart, but I was also pouring into everybody else, and I forgot about me. So in another sense, I was looking for me and who I was. So then in December, how many of you guys are so used to, like when your kids come home and then they just start going on a scavenger hunt in your house? Well, and your grown-up kids do it too, right? Well, for my mom and dad, Al and Val Johnson, that's what I did in December of 22. I went up to their room and I don't know what I was looking for, but I went in there. And then all of a sudden, I start hearing this Stephanie. And I'm like, what? I peek, and it's coming from the bathroom. I go in the bathroom, and we're just going to say Willis was in there. Willis was a scale. So, yeah, y'all ready for this? Because I want y'all to lean in with me. And I want you to imagine, and I want you to walk these steps that I did. Because I'm not just here to be on this stage and be cute. I'm here to help you find your identity. So, Willis, the scale, is like, come on, Stephanie. Come on. And I'm looking at, I'm like, what? Come on, get on here. I'm about to tell you who that woman is in the mirror. And neither do I. So I take my left foot and I get up on there. And all of a sudden it starts, you know how like the record player and from the beat, you know, and it's like, and I'm like, no, this is offbeat. This ain't my song. And then I get on there with my right. And then Willis had the nerve to say, you weigh 335 pounds. What? What you talking about, Willis? That ain't me. But I look at the mirror and the reflection of the lady that I don't know, and her and Willis said, that's you. Well, we got to correct that, right? So I have this story that I call the pull. It's my rebirthing. It's my come to my own identity moment. So I go to the local Y, and I used to swim competitively, like from when I was little and in middle school. And I get in the pool, and I just knew that I was going to do the breaststroke, and I was going to do it good, and I was going to do those laps, and I was even going to still make that time that I used to. But instead, I get in the pool, I'm ready to go, and I'm swimming, and all of a sudden I'm like, God, help me, I am about to drown. And you know what he said to me? He said, girl, you better keep on swimming, you better finish those laps. Well, after that, for about 3 days, I walked into work like, oh, my body, everything hurt, even my fingertips did. But here's the thing. I did it. I didn't look back, because what do we know from the Bible? That's what Lot's wife did. She looked back, and she became a pillar of salt. Well, I don't know about you, but the only salt that I want to see or taste is on my McDonald's French fries. Right? So here's the thing. You are your identity. And the first thing we have to do, if you were to work with me, is we have to find your disconnect. That means that you're going to have to face your pain. You're going to have to face those stories that you've been telling yourself and everybody else has been telling you. And then we got to rewire your mind. Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to plug something different, right? But what I am going to do is I'm going to help you with those stories that you've been telling yourself, and let's restructure them to more positive and focus on you. All right? And then the last piece of what we're going to do is we're going to find that power. Because you have identity, and I'm going to say that again, and I want you to repeat identity. You have identity. Oh, come on, y'all. We can do that a little better than that. I'm going to do it one more time. You have identity. Exactly. That's your voice. That's you not having to shrivel down and feel like you have to be in a corner when you walk in a room, because you actually walked in that room to lead it. So if you want to work with me, y'all can do it right now. You can pull out your phones and go to www.coachstephjohnson.com. You can also reach me on any social media platform. And to make sure that you get the right Stephanie, I want you to do this. I want you to go to @CoachStephLJ. What did I say, y'all? CoachStephLJ. You're going to get me. And then we can even take a little bit further, and you can even email me at hello@coachstephjohnson.com. Just send me a quick message. You can message me on any social media platform, or you can fill out the registration form on my website. It's right there when you go on. And all I want you to do is send me the word identity. And I will be following up with you soon. And we're going to work on those things. Because you deserve to know who you are. Because you are powerful. You are meaningful. And you know your identity. I am Coach Steph Johnson, and I am here to help you find your identity. And I hope that we can work together. Thank you, everyone.
We are moving and grooving, moving along, all because of you. You have done a fantastic job encouraging every speaker up here. You've made them feel like $1 million. You've made them feel like they're in Hollywood. Can you give your own selves a hand clap for that? Thank you for your patience. Thank you for all that you're doing. Can y'all just do me a favor? Stand up real quick and get a little good stretch in. Yeah. Go on, stretch that a little bit. Yeah, reach up high. Yeah, pull it down. And every time you reach up, you're pulling down millions. How about that? Woo, come on, pull down the millions, amen. That'll give you a little pump in your step, all right? 1, 2, 3, pull down the millions. All right, you can be seated. Thank you so much. What? We know this, that what looks like your breaking point is really God's building point. Yeah, no breakthrough without a breakdown. Sometimes God lets what's been holding together fall apart so he can rebuild it stronger. I tell you, this woman here that's coming, Dr. Janice. Come on, y'all, say it right. Crenshaw, an innovator, organizational leader from Atlanta, Georgia. Anybody from ATL up in here? Oh, okay, we got some Georgia pizzas. Okay, good. With decades of experience in healthcare, leadership, consulting, and national speaking. She is an author, y'all. What you say? Life skill leadership coach, gospel singer. Y'all think she gonna give us some bars up in here? Recording artist. And she's recently named honorary Miss Corporate America for the state of Georgia. What you say? Can y'all let me know? She's gonna be talking about transforming breakdowns into breakthroughs. Give it up for the one and only Dr. Janice Crenshaw. My friend.
Yes. Well, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Janice Crenshaw, and I want you to go on a journey with me to discover how our life experiences really dictate how we lead. But allow me to start out with a personal story. I'm going to take you to the year 1997. I had what you call the perfect family. My husband is back there. A girl, a boy, and a dog. At the time, I was the manager at Baptist Hospital on a med-surg floor. It was my time to have my female checkup. So I go to the doctor. The doctor comes in and says, Janice, when was your last cycle? I gave her the date. She says, you are 4 days late. I said, so what? You get stressed out in the hospital. She said, I think we should take a pregnancy test. I said, help yourself, because I know I'm not pregnant. As a matter of fact, my son is 10 years old. I don't want to see another diaper. I don't want to smell another diaper. So she takes the pregnancy test and she comes back and she says, your test is positive. I say, for what? TB, hepatitis? Certainly not a baby. So here's the next moral of the story. I have to go home and tell Abraham I'm pregnant. So I say, John Abraham, would you have a seat? I said, we're going to have another baby. And he says, how did that happen? Now, what leadership skill did that pull out of me? First of all, to be able to respond effectively and diplomatically. It pulled out the ability to say how I'm going to respond to this comment. It pulled out a shifting in my life that says you need organizational skills because you haven't done this in 10 years. That's needed in leadership, organizational skills. It needed me to be more balanced. All leaders need to be balanced. There's nothing worse than an imbalanced manager. So here I am, soaring in my healthcare career, going from level to levels in management, concluding my 40-year journey in healthcare as a consultant and national speaker. But my journey did not begin on a positive note. After completing nursing school, I did not pass nursing state boards the first time. Neither did I pass the second time. Neither did I pass the third time. It was the fourth time that I finally passed nursing state boards. Now I want everybody in here to give me a round of applause for passing state boards the fourth time. So what did you just do? Managers, leaders, you just praised me and encouraged me for my accomplishment. That is absolutely necessary for a leader, is to acknowledge, reward, and recognize the accomplishments of their employees. But I was struggling within myself, and I had to talk to myself. All is not lost. I am somebody. I have purpose. I kept saying that. All is not lost. I am somebody. I have purpose. This jingle is the foundation of the birthing of my coaching program that's geared toward women in corporate America, as well as women who are struggling with challenges in their lives, transforming breakdowns into breakthroughs. All is not lost. I am somebody. I have purpose. I was sitting in the restaurant in Pensacola, Florida. The waitress came up to me and she said these words: all is not lost. I am somebody. I have purpose. I almost lost it. I didn't really know this young woman personally. But as she began to talk to me and say, I sit in your class while I was incarcerated. And because of the journey that I traveled in this course, I now have my children back. And I'm gainfully employed. So my coaching program deals with 6 sessions that's based upon addressing the needs of the body, the soul, and the spirit. So what would I do? I would ask the women in my coaching class, the first thing that I would ask these women, particularly that were incarcerated, I would say, did you enjoy your food last night? They would say, it wasn't too good. I said, but you're not hungry, are you? Oh, no. I said, how did you sleep? And he said, well, the mattress was hard. I said, but you didn't get rained on, right? Oh, no. Oh, no. So I asked them another question. How many of you that have a good relationship emotionally with your family? They raised their hands. I asked them another question. How many of you completed high school? Raise their hand. How many of you received your bachelor's degree? Your master's degree? Still raising their hands while incarcerated. I asked them one more question. How many times have you been incarcerated? More than once, they raised their hand. More than twice, they raised their hand. All the way up to number 7. I stopped counting. I say today, I want to ask you a question. If all it took for you to be successful and discover the greatness and the leader that's on the inside of you, if all it took was you to have your basic needs of the body fulfilled and your emotional self of being educated and feeling cared for, why are you in jail? Why do you keep being repetitive in the same cycle? And I would say to them, this is the day. You're going to begin a new journey to transform your breakdowns into breakthroughs, because there is one element that's missing. The needs of your body have been met. The needs of your soul has been met. but there needs to be a transformation of the heart. Needs to be transformed. There was a quiet hush in the room. You could hear the mouse walking on cotton. Somebody in the back said, I never heard it like that. Nobody never told me that I needed a heart transformation. I want to thank you. I want to thank you. So I say to those of you that are out there, if you want to know more about this coaching model based upon the body, the soul, and the spirit, transforming your breakdowns into breakthroughs, you can reach out to me. This is my website, www.drjanice, it's pronounced Janice, but it's Janice, drjanicecrenshaw.com. You can reach me on all of the social media platforms, Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And I ask you to meet me in Atlanta, March 2026, Leading Ladies in the Workplace Gathering, where we dialogue to support one another to transform breakdowns into breakthroughs. Thank you.
Breakdowns into breakthroughs. Put your hands together one more time for Dr. Janice Crenshaw. Was that good? Can you take some more? Are you sure? All right. I'm making sure that I am in a space where individuals are committed to their personal and professional development. I absolutely love what I do. Can you tell? I absolutely do. And the privilege that I have in helping individuals to overcome emotional injury, it is truly evidence that God loves me and wants me to be happy. I have the privilege of working with married couples and hearing their testimonies after canceling their divorces. I have the privilege of working with individuals who can finally get off of their psychotropic medication and truly walk in the dominion that God has given them over their lives. I have the privilege of working with individuals who can finally get to a point where they could live life in its fullness and live a life of quality, and that is absolutely needed. Because of the weight of this work, working with addiction and abuse and unfathomable symptoms of severe mental illness. In all the work that I do, working with abused children and victims and survivors of human sex trafficking, I could go on and on. I am always uniquely impacted by individuals who have truly learned that what they have to say does not matter. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter." Our next powerhouse speaker is bringing a message to each and every one of us titled, "Unmute Your Life." She is known as the Tower of Power. Somebody says power. Somebody say power. She is bad, say bad. She is powerful, say powerful. And guess what? She knows it. She is the founder of 1 Million Lives Transformed. She is a higher education executive. She is a professor. She is a retired law enforcement executive. She is driven by her own journey of turning deep personal pain into powerful purpose. She helps others find their voices, stories, and their stages. Coming to us by way of Maryland, and she wants each and every one of you to know that she is a proud Maryland native. Please put your hands together for Stephanie Wall!
Hey, 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 hey. I feel like you can call me the plug. You can call me the plug. Hey, y'all know what? I could tear this stage up for 5 more minutes, but they only gave me 5 or 8. Come on. How y'all feeling? Come on, y'all don't get tired of me yet. Don't get tired of me yet. Somebody say, Stephanie, take flight. I ain't hear Stephanie, take flight. Listen, I got to tell y'all something real quick. So listen, I got to tell you about the time that I was at an airport. Listen, I was cutting up at this airport, y'all. So much so that security was looking at me side-eyed like, listen, you can be carried up out of here. So, look, y'all, before I even got there, you know when you're packing, we get crazy. So women, now men, y'all can look crazy, but I got crazy. I'm throwing in about 14 dresses for 3 days. After a while, I'm setting alarm clocks, 10 of them, 10 alarms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And the last one was my mama's voice saying, girl, if you don't get up now. But listen, when I got to the airport, it was so early. How many of y'all, we know we got to get there early, more than 2 hours, because I don't want no problems. I want to sit down. I want to relax. I want to be nosy. I want to signify. I want to do all the stuff. So I'm sitting there. I'm so good that I was helping a lady get to the gate. You need to get to your gate, girl. It's right over there and all of this. So while I'm looking at my phone, because I'm feeling real smug and real good because I'm there early, and then I noticed that my plane is leaving from gate B23, but I'm sitting over there cute at B7. And see, this is the problem, is that I was on time. I was even early. And I was looking good. I had my little carry-on and stuff. But this is the thing, was I ain't getting no announcement. Now, I ain't got there was no announcement, and I ain't checking any boards. And this is the thing, it was reminding me, I was sitting there like as my plane was leaving with no announcement. All I could think about was, wait, this plane is not just leaving. It's not about just a plane leaving and not about an announcement. It's about how many times somebody else's flight is left and there was no announcement because I didn't make an announcement. You see, how many times have we, all of us, I'm not just talking about, I know y'all saying, Stephanie, what in the world your flight got to do with me in this situation right now? Because I'm not the only person that's missed a flight. I'm not talking just at the airport. I'm talking about in life. Y'all still with me? Yes. Say yes. Yes. All right, come on, say Tower of Power. Take flight. So listen, I was sitting there, and I thought about not just myself. I thought about Malik, a friend of mine who at work every day, he had this great business plan. He was always talking about it. Oh, Steph, I got this thing. He would light up. I'd be like, I'm with him. And then he said, but not yet. He would go back to the job that we know he hated because I hated it too. And we both were there, but I had the plan, y'all. I had the answer, but I kept myself on mute. I was just like the folks. I didn't make the announcement. I thought, well, you know what? I'm just Stephanie. He's Malik. He know more than me. My little dumb idea is my little thing. It's not important. I felt like I wasn't enough. So I kept it to myself. I was on mute. I didn't make the announcement. So he didn't get the flight that he needed to get. Then I thought about so many others in my life, Jasmine and Tiffany and all those people. Then I even thought about myself. Because before I was the Tower of Power, I was told, you're too tall. You talk too fast. You talk too fast and your voice is too heavy. You sound like a man. But the truth of the matter is, you dead right, baby. I'm statuesque. My voice is sultry. I know y'all heard it. And I talked with zest. You know, listen, some people talk, you talk how you talk, but for me, my speed means I'm a zapper. I give you energy. I'm not a sapper. I'm not sucking life out of you. If you're around me, you can't help but get what I give. But in leaders, let me explain something to you. In the world of leadership, this is a leadership event, right? In the world of leadership, we cannot afford to be on South like an airport with a PA system shut down. Because here's the thing. There's somebody right now that is dying from debt. They're dying from debt. They're just swimming around in all this debt. But you had the plan that could keep them from being there. There's somebody filing for divorce right now, but you have the reconciliation plan. You have this relationship plan. You know all about, you coach it, but you're keeping your mouth on mute. You're mute. You got the thing. You said, look, you know what? I know how to keep you healthy through this breathing plan. But what do? You stay on mute. Say, come off mute. Listen, let me tell you this. In my world, books, author, we all are authors. I'm an author. I'm a coach. I'm a coach who happens to speak. I'm an educator. I do all the things, but I will tell you this. It would do no one any good if I'm still on mute. Every last one of you right now has a gift, talent, or ability. As a matter of fact, Les Brown says that almost all of us are not living our dreams because we're living our what? Fears. Come on, somebody. This is the thing. You can choose right now to be in the place. Oh, look at me all over the place. Hello, hello, hello. Have this box, but this is the thing. If you stay in the box, but stay off of mute. But this is the thing. I want you all to do this. I'm going to be the first one today. Now, listen, y'all, you can find me everywhere. Dr. Stephanie Wall on social media. But I want you to do one thing right now for me, because this is the thing. Everybody's giving and taking. I'm giving. Give yourself away, like the song says. Give yourself away. This is what I want you to do. I want you to do this for me. Now, y'all heard phone numbers. I'm going to say 1, 2. But when you do this is going to automatically, I'm giving it to you. This is your first time to be featured on my podcast, 1 Million Lives Transformed. Get your voice off of mute today, right now. Go ahead, pull your phones out. 410-881-8907. 410-881-8907. Type FLIGHT, 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 to 410-881-8907. Listen, you will immediately be featured on the #1 transformational specialist podcast in this nation, for free, for you. And look, for the low price of FREE. So I want you to go ahead. low price of FREE. So I am Dr. Stephanie Wall. I'm still getting it all. I am the transformation architect. I am the Tower of Power. I appreciate and thank you for your time.
See, I got a little help right here. See, I got a little help. That's my help right there. Yeah, give it up one more time for Dr. Stephanie Wall up in the house. Yeah, she ain't scared. She ain't scared and ain't afraid, huh? I tell you what, this is all right and all good. I love it. I love it. I love it. Are y'all enjoying yourselves, though? Have you been inspired by everybody's story? Have you learned something? Then let's give a hand clap for that. Yeah. I think every day you should learn something. I don't care what it is, small, tall, you should be learning something from somebody. I think the day that you stop learning is the day you're ready to go. So keep learning. Keep listening. This next person, y'all heard him a little bit earlier, but he was interrupted. The heavens interrupted him, giving him a little chance, but guess what? He's coming back. He's fired up. He's ready to go. I told you earlier, LeBron James, but he is John E. Brown. All right? So he said, look, James, you got nothing on me because I'm John, all right? But I promise you that John is a mastermind mindset. So in other words, he helps you to overcome whatever your limiting beliefs are. He's going to help you move beyond that. He's a life coach, certified leader, and a behavioral consultant, originally from North Carolina. Anybody from North Carolina, South Carolina up in here? Nope. All right, cool. We in the D, baby. 313. That's the place to be. What up, though? All right. He's in Antonio, Texas, with a gift for unlocking potential and guiding leaders toward clarity, confidence. John equips people to live and lead by intentional design. He's here today to share transformative power of having a personal creed. Would y'all clap those hands one more time for the one, the only, John E. Braun. We got it down.
All right. All right. I'm standing in between you and food. All right, so let's get it. Do this for me. Say this out loud. Say, see it. Say it. And soar. Let's do it one more time. See it. Say it. And soar. My name is John E. Braun. I'm a master mindset life coach and certified leadership and behavioral consultant. And I get the pleasure and the opportunity to work with individuals to reconnect to their power. I love working with leaders because leaders make an impact in the world. But what my job is and my mission is to make sure that leaders stay connected to their true source. Now, what I got to talk to you about today is of utmost importance. It's a part of my 3S coaching framework, which we just talked about, the see it, say it, soar method. So when seeing, we're talking about casting a vision for yourself, but not just a vision of the world that you want to make, but also a vision where you are connected to the source. Now, with all of that power, we go into saying, which is declaring. That's where you enter in to that co-creative relationship with the Creator, and you begin to, from a strategic planning perspective, map out the mission behind the vision that you've just created. And with all of that great work, we soar into action, yeah? We soar into aligned activity where you're not just doing things because you can, you're not just doing things because people expect it of you, but it's in alignment with who you really are and the impact you really want to make. Now, today I want to talk to you about the first step of the first phase of the See It, Say It, Soar method, which is creating a personal philosophy. Creating personal philosophy. Now, this is important, as I said earlier, because you are important. And again, as you did earlier today, I want you to stop and think with me for just a second. You are important. Now, I know we could just kind of blaze past that statement, right? Sure, of course, whatever, I'm important. What's the real message? The real message is you are important. It's important that you really connect with that because the world knows that. And if you think about it, people, places, and things are pulling on you all the time. People know that you're important. You are attractive. You have value that tells your family and your friends and your workers and your community, I need to be connected with this person. This person can do something for me. But that side of life is automatic. What isn't automatic is while you're out there making all that great impact, how well do you take care of yourself? How well do you prepare yourself to lead in honor? The word honor simply means to live up to, right? To lead in honor of yourself, not at the expense of yourself. Now, we're experiencing mental health challenges. We're experiencing burnout to a degree that we've never seen before. And I think it's because we are busy doing things, but losing ourselves in the process. How do we avoid that? How do we avoid that? Well, one of the things we do, we craft a vision that doesn't start with what you can do out there. You craft a vision that's tightly connected to who you are, your personal philosophy. I call it your personal creed. Now, what is a creed? The creed are the words that you live by, not the circumstances that says, come do something for me, but the standards that you set for yourself. The words that you live by. It gives you power to be effective, but not in a self-destructive way. How many leaders, as we've heard earlier today, are climbing the ladder of success only to realize once they get to the top of the ladder, it's been leaning against the wrong wall, right? How do we stay powerfully productive, but not at the expense of ourselves. We have to have a creed. We have to have words that really keeps us centered on who we are so that we can do the things that we do in an impactful way. And I never forget when I first got introduced to this concept of having a creed. As I mentioned earlier, I got the opportunity, it feels like an opportunity now, didn't always back then, but I got the opportunity to serve 20 years in the United States Army in the Chaplains Corps as a religious affairs officer, helping people with their spiritual growth and development. And then about halfway through my career is when we really got impacted by the ravages of the Iraqi and Afghanistan campaigns, and we really began to realize that we were doing a good job on our physical fitness, but our emotional fitness, not as much. It seems like physical fitness would take care of everything, right? It seems like our philosophy was, if your mind is messed up and your money is messed up and your marriage is messed up, but you can do push-ups, good enough. Go to work. And that was cute until things changed and the heat was on. And we realized that we need to be fortified within, not just without, right? So we began to really reconnect emotionally to emotional intelligence and emotional resilience in a way that says everything starts with self-awareness. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves as leaders to be good self-regulators and good self-managers. But we need to take a step back and breathe first and allow ourselves to be self-aware before we put that expectation to be self-managers. Who are you? What are the words that you live by? What are the standards that everyone has to recognize if they get the opportunity to be under your leadership? That these are the parameters that makes it work. Now, when I joined the military, they began to shape us around this idea by giving us something called a soldier's creed, right? And that creed told us the positive affirmations and the upfront decisions of who we are. I am an American soldier. I'm a warrior and a member of the team. I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values. I'm almost, I'm still relatively young, somewhat debonair. That's another speech. I'll tell you that another time, right? I'm almost 50 years old, but I can still remember being that 20-year-old kid learning the soldier's creed. You couldn't go to the bathroom without saying the soldier's creed. You couldn't come back from the bathroom without saying the soldier's creed. Why am I mentioning that? Because that's how we made that standard a part of ourselves. We ingrained it in us. And if you're going to take the time and develop your own creed, you've got to recite that day and night. Not to where it's something out there, but it's something that becomes a part of you. Because that's where the real power lies. When those words become more than just words and they're part of your identity, then you can use that framework to be productive, healthy, happy, and whole in your life. I got one more story I want to share with you about how to use that creed, not just to do the work of being successful, but also how to navigate the challenges that are going to come up in your life as you're moving forward. We know the work is hard in and of itself, but any of us, and I know we all here have, if you've experienced any level of significance in your life, the work was also accompanied by a lot of unforeseen challenges. And you got to be prepared for both the work and the unexpected. I remember when I was an instructor, we had a young soldier, a young recruit soldier to be, that was really struggling in his physical fitness. Everything else was fine. Good kid, good soldier, but just was not at that physical level that he needed to be. Now, he had already failed his first and his second physical fitness test. One more to go and he wouldn't graduate. And that was the goal that he had set for himself. But he had done the work. He had built himself up, and he was ready for the challenge. And so we're giving him his last physical fitness test. He passed the first event, moved on to the second event, passed the second event. On the last event, the 2-mile run, and he's almost at the finish line. He's almost there. And as life would have it, he has a challenge. He has a bad spill just a few meters from the finish line. So bad that unbeknownst to him and ourselves, the cadre that was there, he actually fractured his leg in the fall. And so we rush towards him to minister, render aid, and to kind of help him. And he's sitting there watching his goal almost dissipate. And this little young kid yells at us, screams at the cadre, "Don't touch me, don't touch me." And he begins to low crawl towards the finish line, reciting the soldier creed in every move that he makes. I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior and a member of the team. I serve the people of the United States. And he drug himself across the finish line. How? With what he knew about who he was. He recited his creed in his heart until it became who he was. And he was able to use that power to meet the challenge and win the day. As leaders, you have a lot of pressure on you to do the things that you do. Empower yourself with the knowledge of yourself. And as I leave, I want to remind you, this world that we're in is loud. It's noisy, full of distractions and full of demands. It's easy to lose ourselves. But you are important. You are important, not just what you do. You are important. Give yourself permission and the time to connect to who you really are. Clarify your values. Craft a vision that works for you. Because the vision of the world that you're building tomorrow is based off of the values that you live today. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
That was wonderful, man. Thank you, brother. All right, I think he made up for it. Don't y'all think he made up for it? Come on, give it up one more time for John E. Brown. Yes, indeed. That's what I'm talking about. You miss a three throw, come on back and shoot 3 in a row. Come on, somebody. He did 3 in a row. And that's what I'm talking about. Look, all of y'all looking good. It is time, somebody say for affirmation. Here's what I need you to say out of your mouth. Repeat these words after me, okay? Say, I am ready to go to the next. I am ready to change my mindset. I am ready to add value to somebody's life. I am ready to be the next millionaire, multimillionaire, on my way from millions to billions to trillions. Can you believe it? Then clap those hands. Come on, somebody. Woo! Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Well, next up, we have this wonderful speaker. We call her Zerelda Herbin. All right. A powerhouse leader with a mission to ignite purpose. Have you found your purpose yet? Life without purpose is like living life not at all. She's a combat-tested veteran, unapologetically purpose-driven, and unafraid to disrupt comfort zones. Watch out, Donald Trump. She's a founder of Coaching That Cares and Married to My Purpose, helping others cut ties with what's holding them back emotionally, professionally, and spiritually. She's reigning Miss Louisiana Corporate America 2025. She is the 11th-time author, and she's here to remind us survival is good, but purpose is better. Come on, Zerelda. Come on up in here. Give a hand clap for the one and only.
Hey, they got me some music coming. Okay, y'all ain't rocking. Come on. Ain't nobody gonna rock with me? Ain't nobody rocking? That's all right. Y'all gonna rock before we get done. That's all right. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Dr. Zerelda Herbin, as my friend over here just introduced me, but I want to ask you all a question. How many of you in here are married? Raise your hand. Okay. I see a few of your hands. Now, if you didn't raise your hand, you're wrong. Do you agree? Who in here is not married? Okay, if you raised your hand and you said you're not married, you're wrong. Because if you have a purpose, if you have a calling, if you have a creative idea, if there is something burning inside of your belly, you are married. You may not be married to a person, but you are married to purpose. Now, some of you may say, I'm not married.
And you could be telling the truth if you have not dated your purpose, proposed to your yes, and took the aisle to walk it out. So once again, if you are in this room, you are married. Let me tell you a story about one of my best friends. And in the Army, we say, there I was. When you start with there I was, a story is coming. So there she was, military officer, got married about a year after she went into the military. Both of them were officers. Their careers took off. They launched. They went to all the different duty stations, and then OIF happened. Anybody know what OIF is? That's the war that happened around 2000, 2002, 2003. The husband went to war. They had a baby in 2002. He left. The baby was 3 weeks old. She's left back with the baby. He comes back a year. He goes again. And then this fairy tale marriage that was happening shattered. Affair number one. So then the wife decided, well, you know what? I want to apply and become a commander. So she became a commander. Guess what? He was a commander too. Their careers were going at the same time. Listen, my friend was busy. She was fast tracking, high speed, low drag, as we call it in the military. She was doing the thing, and so was he. They were a power couple, and their trajectory in the Army was very, very fast at the expense of family. He started attaching to people. She started attaching to people. Emotional relationships started to happen with other people. My friend was tired. Affair number 2. They went to their next duty station. They had another baby. So now they have a boy and a girl. He wanted 5. She wanted 2. She told him he was crazy. I was like, friend, you can't tell your husband that he crazy. She was like, my body is having 2 babies. I don't care how many he wants. He might have to go get another wife to get the other 3. 2 babies. They go through life. They go through the military. Affair number 3. At this point, my friend is questioning her identity. What did I do wrong? I'm being a mom. Yes, my mom was a drug addict. She was telling me this story. Sis, my mom was a drug addict. My dad introduced her. I got through school to get to college to go to the military because of my grades, not because my mama had any money. She was a crack addict. She tried to sell me for drugs. I was like, what you mean she tried to sell you? Well, I was 16, and I was the only good thing left that she could give. So she was about to offer me for sex to the crack house because she didn't have no money. I was like, sis, what did you do? She was like, well, my grandmama had just died, so I stayed with her friend that used to work at City Hall with her. That's how I got through school, 11th through 12th grade. She said 7 different families I had to stay with, sis. I'm like, oh, my God. But the girl could sing, too, now. She could see, we can both sing. But she could sing. So here we are. They're going through the military, their last assignment. God told this girl in the middle of church, you got to confess every indiscretion that you ever had to your husband. She said, everything? He said, everything. She said, now wait, you wouldn't know about this? He wouldn't know about that? He wouldn't know about this one? He wouldn't know about that one? God said, but the people that you did it with will. She confessed. Fast forward, they asked for forgiveness. Now they're at their last duty station. Affair number 4. Now she said, now wait a minute now. Enough is enough. She asked God to be released. She was released from this marriage. She cried and cried and cried. God, I have no identity. Marriage is my purpose. God said, no, it's not. You made your marriage your purpose and your husband your God. You need to be married to your purpose first. Why am I telling you all this story? Because many of us are walking around just like my friend. And you know what that friend's name is? Y'all probably know her. Dr. Sorrel DeHerben. That friend is me. That was my story. We've got to understand that every last one of us have to be married to our purpose first, before marriage, before a career, before a relationship. And I said to myself that day, I told y'all I sang a little bit. And I said to myself, and I am telling you, I'm not going, 'cause you're the best girl I've ever known. There's no way I can ever show, darling, there's no way. No way I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't want to be free. I'm staying. And you're gonna love me. Oh, you're gonna love me. That's what I told myself. That I would never not love myself again first. And that's what I'm telling you all today. So I want you to take out your phones. I want you all to text MTMP to 33777. When you text me, I'm going to give you the 20-question MTMP alignment tool. So the same thing that I did in my life, you can do as well. The Married to My Purpose platform did not come from something I Googled. It came from something I lived. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the founder and CEO of Married to My Purpose platform. I look forward to hearing from you, and thank you so much for your time. And I'm not going nowhere. Love yourself.
Yeah, she hit that note, boy. I'm gonna live. I thought she was about to kick the shoes off like Patti LaBelle or something. Give it up for the one and only, amen. Wasn't that wonderful? Oh, come on, y'all can do better than that. I know y'all getting, it's almost time, it's almost time. It's winding down. We got a few more speakers left for this wonderful evening that we're about to go into, all right? And then, but listen, hasn't it been a wonderful, have you met some people you didn't know? And aren't these people you've met just some good people, right? Good stories, good people. Listen, I love it. It's wonderful. Iron sharpens iron. This has been wonderful, all right? Listen, have you ever messed up in your life so bad that you didn't think nothing could turn it around? You thought, listen, it's over for me. As they say with the young folk, it's K's. But I'm telling you that God knows how to take a mess and make a message. He knows how to take the broken and put you back together again. I think Humpty Dumpty had to meet God, okay? Because the people he was messing around, they couldn't put them back together again, all right? But listen, this next speaker, Dr. Nicole Petway, she's living proof that your past doesn't define you, but it refines you. Straight from San Francisco Bay Area, she's the founder of Building Bridges Foundation. Listen, I don't know what's going on with this Miss Corporate America. But these women are doing their stuff, amen, to win, because they take you through some stuff to win. She is California Miss Corporate America 2025, y'all. Yes, she did. Give a hand clap for that. That was powerful. She's an author, a thought leader, and a force to be reckoned with, inspiring artisans everywhere to rise above their past and walk boldly into their purpose. Would y'all please clap those hands for Dr. Nicole Petway?
I want to thank God for another day today. Amen. Amen. I want to thank God for another day today. Because there were some days in my life where I did not think that I would make it through the night. And I want to take you on a bit of my journey. I want to take you and talk about a little girl who lived in silence for years and suffered trauma after trauma at the hands of her stepfather. And she never told anyone. She kept it inside, but I'm going to tell you that it changed her trajectory. It changed her moral compass. It changed and lowered her ambitions. So by the time she was 12, 13, and 14 years old, she was prime pickings to be exploited. And she found her way to San Francisco, California. And when she got off the bus in San Francisco, California, the 49ers had just won the Super Bowl. And the city was it was having so much fun. And I'll tell you, for me, from the time I got off of that bus to the time I made it to 18, I was partying. And I was partying, and I was partying, and then I got hooked on crack cocaine. Now, I'm going to tell you, any drug that they could put in your community that could separate a mother's love from their unborn child and not even being able to stop has to be a powerful drug. And I can remember after pulling an armed robbery, I went into labor, and I didn't want the folks to know that I was doing this caper with, that I was in labor, because I needed my cut of this money. And I remember being dropped off at San Francisco General Hospital, and my child's head was already crowning. And see, crack cocaine don't say we're going to stop now, and we're gonna calm down now, and we're going to be a mother, and we're going to do what we have to do. I had a God-praying and fearing mother who was able to come and get my child. I gave birth to my second child, who was born with multiple birth defects. Cerebral palsy. She was born blind. She was born with a condition called Sturge-Weber syndrome. And because I just stayed clean, I wasn't working on nothing. With all of the surgeries and everything that I had to go to care for this child, the dope was calling me. And off I went again. My family was able to take her. And then somewhere down the line, in and out of jails and institutions, my mom passes away. And when I tell you that I was so broken and so lost, and I remember being at her funeral, and I could not even cry because I was so guilt-ridden for such a woman to be so selfless in her life, to be gone, so young and so vibrant. I wanted to trade places with her. And I continued on from that day of my mother's passing, trying to slowly commit suicide in everything that I did. From jumping out of cars going 65 miles an hour to jumping out of 4-story windows. See, I'm not supposed to be here today. Do you understand me? I'm not supposed to be here today. And the one thing that gave me that moment of clarity. Now, when I tell you that all of the different locations that I had been into, all of the different institutions, nobody was able to reach me. Nobody had that trauma-informed, gender-specific type of care for me to get me to lower my ambivalence, to lower my resistance to change. But when I got sentenced to 5 years in Chowchilla State Prison, see, God got jokes. God got jokes. And see, I was pregnant with my third child. And I had alienated myself from my family. And I had nobody to come and get him. And I can remember giving birth at 2:35 in the afternoon. And I can remember being right back, shackled back up to my waist, right down to my ankles, and taken back to the institution for count time at 11 o'clock. But those eyes, being able to look into my son's eyes, helped me find the strength to say that I needed help. I needed to seek the kind of help that I needed. I needed to seek the kind of help that I needed from the trauma that I had experienced and that I never told anyone. See, we can walk around like a dressed up donut with a hole in the middle. And so I needed to learn how to be okay in my own skin. And that took some doing. I had no education. I quit school in the 8th grade. And so here it is. I given birth to this third child. And when I get out, surely I have no place to go and I have nothing left. And I asked for help. And I believe that pre-release education is the most important thing that we have to give to our reentry community. It is because of that community. And when I say community, I'm talking about being embraced by a community that loved on me, that showed me that I could be something more. I didn't even like myself. And today, I can tell you, I love who I am today. I love what I've been able to come through. I love that I've been able to go back to school. I love that I was able to show my children the importance of education and getting a master's degree and a bachelor's degree and being able to qualify for a doctorate degree. I'm telling you, I walk in my grace very boldly. And I live my life today so that no other woman coming through the emergency room pregnant should ever have to leave without getting the resources that she would need to help her not just stop using, not just stop with the mental health anxiety, but with the institutionalization that make it okay to be in the penitentiary. See, we get institutionalized real easy. Right? We don't have no responsibilities. We get 3 hots and a cot every day. We work in the laundry room for 8 cents a minute. But today, I am the Deputy Director of Building Bridges Opportunities for Self-Sufficiency and Building Bridges Foundation. And today, I work every day to provide that bridge for those who are coming home. We meet them inside. And we help them make a plan. Because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. NicolePetway.com is my website. And I know I've gone on about this story, but you got to know that I'm glad. I am so blessed to be alive today to tell my story so that somebody else knows that they don't have to suffer in silence. And if nobody told you that they love you today, well, y'all better get y'all some new friends because somebody should be telling you they love you every day.
Well, hey, y'all heard her. Turn to your neighbor, say, if just in case nobody told you that they love you today, say, God loves you. God loves you. And I just met you, and I love you too. Now give them a hand clap because somebody just told you you loved up in here. Now, you know you're supposed to get 12 hugs a day. Did y'all know that? You're supposed to get 12 hugs a day. All right? You need at least 4 just to survive. So if can't nobody hugged you, let me tell you something. I want get both of your hands. Get your hands. Come on, just put them on yourself. Come on, we about to hug each other. Come on now, let's do it now. All right, now come on now. I know you got to be cool. You know what I'm saying? Brother, man, why don't you turn? Yeah, bro, get your hand and touch yourself, okay? All right. Want to hug yourself, all right? I'm going to count to 3 and give your own self a hug. 1, 2, 3. Come on, do it. Yeah, there you go, there you go. We just loved our own self. Praise. You heard what she said. You got to love yourself. Have y'all heard of these folks? Madam C.J. Walker, beauty entrepreneur. Garrett Morgan, he did the engineering and innovation for the traffic light. Patricia Bath, you heard of her? Patricia Bath, she did medicine and innovation, invented things. Well, have you heard of Dr. Latoya Abram Patton? She's also an innovator. I seen her work, okay? Yeah, she's from North Carolina, the Rocky Mount. Her audience is moms, children, aspiring entrepreneurs. She worked with the kindergartens and everybody. But when you see the work she put together, I ain't never thought of the stuff she done done. I said, now, you know, that's pretty good. All right, now, where was you when I had my kids? They were small. Okay? But you're going to love this because she's focusing on helping others build emotional intelligence, launch purpose-driven business ideas, and give back through Accepting Prosperity, a nonprofit providing undergarments and essentials to families in need. I'm telling you, this is an innovator. She's a mother. She's a friend. She's a business owner. She's just a bad boss woman. Come on, clap the hand for Dr. Latoya Abram Patton. Did I get you?
You got me.
Here we go.
Okay, you got a little music on. Good evening. July 6, 2014 was the beginning of my purpose. Picture this. You out on the town with your girlfriends, having fun, living it up, and the night ends. So you decide to take that hour drive home. So before you get in the truck, you call your husband and say, babe, I'm on my way. So you get in the truck, and it's just you and the freshly paved highway. You bopping to your music, the wind in your hair. You just vibing. 30 minutes in, you see lights out of your peripheral. And all of a sudden, things go dark. The next thing you know, the paramedics is calling you and trying to wake you up and say, ma'am, are you okay? Are you okay? Is anybody else in the car with you? I'm like dazed and I'm confused. And I'm like, no one's in the car with me, but why am I on the ground? And am I okay? So I thought to myself, I said, if I can wiggle my big toe, I know that everything will be okay. So I braced myself. And guys, I wiggled my big toe. And I knew everything was going to be okay. And I blacked out again. Next thing I knew, I was surrounded by doctors at Duke Hospital saying things like orbital fracture and massive swelling and road rash. What are these things? Come to find out, I had a massive orbital fracture so bad that they said, Miss Payton, this swelling got to go down because if not, you can wake up in it and your eyeball can see through the cracks like an egg yolk. I was broken. I was in my room resting, and my mom came and she saw her oldest daughter laying there on the bed. She instantly went and covered all the mirrors in the room. I was broken. Fast forward to 8 days later, I had the surgery. I was able to go home, and I was surrounded by love, family, life, laughter. But I was empty inside. I had no purpose. All I wanted was my remote, my bed, my thoughts, and my muted TV. 4 months later, the lawyer called me. He said, Miss Payne, I got some good news. And
I got some not so good news. I said, okay, Lord, what you got for me? He said, we found a 34-year-old habitual felon that hit you, but State Farm found you 0.01% at fault. We're going to have to close your case. I instantly called my mom, and over my broken language, and I'm trying to explain to her what was going on. And she said, oh, baby girl, I'm so sorry. I'm still crying, and I'm a ball of emotions, and I just don't know these feelings that I'm feeling inside. And the next thing you know, my mama said, she said, LaToya, Janae, Abram, Peyton. Now, you know when your mama call you by your whole government name, you got to stop what you doing, and you got to listen to what she got to say, because she about to tell you so, right? So I stopped, and now I'm listening. She said, there is no amount of money worth your life. It could have went another way. And those words resonated inside me, and I started feeling all funny inside, and I was like, that moment, I changed my heart, and I changed my mind, and I started working on me. I was finding my purpose. I realized that I needed to seek out the mindset visualization and the professional development and the emotional intelligence. So I did just that. I sought out the gurus and the mentors like Eric Thomas and Tony Robbins and the Sean Fairs. I started to find my purpose. I saw things shifting online. I didn't even know what it was, and it was called e-commerce. And I began to research what it was, and I started a store called Peyton Place. Look it up. I now have 3 products under my belt. The Comfy Bath Vanilla. I was able to go on a syndicated show called America's Big Deal on USA Network, and I sold 750 units in 90 seconds. Thank you. Look it up. It's on Peyton Place LLC. It's up there. My second product, I wanted to cater to mothers because I knew how it was when I had my children, and we try to pack up the whole house and take them everywhere, and you know, so I invented called the Comfy Baby Bag / bassinet. Because I know how it was to go to someone's house and lay your baby back in the back room or lay them on the couch. Now it's a bed. I invented a bed. You can lay them right there beside you. Now, this third product is so near and dear to my heart. See, I have my education in curriculum instruction. I just got my doctorate in May. And over the 25 years of teaching, I noticed that children are so tech savvy these days. I bet they can work a phone better than you can. But they found out the love of reading, and they lack emotional intelligence even before the height of COVID. So I decided to create an app that you take your mobile device and you take the physical book and you're able to download the app and you scan each illustration that pops up. It becomes augmented reality, and it teaches children strategies how to combat that sadness and how to combat that anger, to let them know that it's okay to feel this way as long as you got those things in place to help you like that. So they become manageable children and sustainable adults. Now I have a nonprofit called Accepting Prosperity. It's a 501c3. And I realized over the 20 years of my teaching that my babies were coming to school with no underwear, no t-shirts, no socks. It's been so many times I've discreetly, nobody knows these stories, I've discreetly said, baby girl, go put some underwear on. In the dead of winter, guys. So I decided with my nonprofit to start an initiative called Underneath It All, to provide kits to the children that's underserved. And that's where you come in. I'm seeking donors and sponsors to help me with this cause because I can't do it alone. I want my babies to come to school to feel pride and dignity and not worry about what they got underneath. So I'm asking you today to take your phones out and text KIDS, KIDS, to 586-684-1108. Let me repeat that. 586-684-1108. And help me with this wonderful initiative. And before I go today, you can find me on LinkedIn at Dr. Latoya Abram Payton, or you can find me on Payton Place LLC on all social medias. But before I go, I want you to repeat after me, because I even tell these to my kids every morning before we get our day started. Whatever I think I am, I'm always so much more. Let's say that one more time and really think about these words. Whatever I think I am, I'm always so much more. Have an awesome day with purpose.
Here we go.
All right, she did that thing. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, listen, we're winding this down. We're winding it down. This is always amazing. And you know what's amazing is that every tour brings a certain amount of energy, a certain amount of people, and a certain amount of stories. And what's amazing that these stories somehow interchangeably be together. I'm telling you, it's almost like these speakers have talked to each other or planned it, but it's not so. You got it? And so I'm always amazed. Well, listen, meet Dahlia Cummings, bringing the bold energy of Texas. There's been a lot of Texas folk up in here. What's going on in Texas? Texas owe us something. Okay? We let them come to Michigan. No. She's from from Texas, and the deep roots of her Cleveland, Ohio hometown. From the boardroom to the home, she empowers women at every stage of leadership through the power of SPACE, S-P-A-C-E. She helps women lead with alignment, confidence, and purpose. A dynamic voice for authentic leadership and intentional living. Would y'all clap those hands for Dahlia Cummings?
Hello, everyone. I want to start this off by simply asking you a question. When you hear the word space, what comes to mind? Is it physical, like how we purposely pick movie seats as far away from anybody else in the theater? Or is it nostalgic, like space, the final frontier? Well, unfortunately today, my fellow Trekkies, I am not here to talk about the USS Enterprise, but I am here to help you reframe your understanding of space. You see, because for most women, space feels like a luxury that we just simply cannot afford. There's always something in our space: work, home, expectations, emotions. But here's something we don't ever talk about. Over half the women in the workforce report feeling burned out. Not stressed, not tired, burned out. And while we make up nearly 50% of the workforce, only about 10% of Fortune 500 CEOs are women. So what does that mean? That means you're not alone, because it's everyday women, nurses, administrators, educators, caregivers, that make up the majority of women that feel like they have no room to breathe, to reset, or to lead from a grounded place. And it is because space is not something that we're given. Space is something that we have been told, and for some reason still secretly believe that we have to earn. And I'm gonna challenge that. But first and foremost, we have to be honest. Life teaches us that our worth is directly tied to our performance. That for some reason having space makes us selfish. That slowing down means we're not serious. That rest is weakness, and hustle is what's holy. But here's another truth. Feeling depleted is not proof of how much you care. It is a sign that you have been doing too much for too long. So let me tell you a story. So we have all had that day that life has lifed, and it has forced you to question everything, including yourself. And I remember that day, looking at this woman in the mirror, like, what are we doing? What are you doing? Why are we even still here? And it wasn't the questions that shook me. It was the fact that I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how to answer. And it crushed me. But it was also my wake-up call. I did not need to plan another girlfriend's brunch. I did not need to go chase another leadership certification. And I did not need to continue to judge and shove down this feeling that I had been having for so long. What I needed was space. So in typical Dahlia fashion, I packed up my 4-bedroom, 3-bath home, donated over 10 garbage bags of clothes and shoes, sold all major appliances, and somehow managed to fit all needed belongings and my dog Wonder Woman into our little 3-door Hyundai. I drove 1,297.5 miles away to a place I had never even seen, never experienced, because my cup was full. Full of being successful but feeling invisible. Full of holding the umbrella out for others who didn't care nothing about me getting drenched. Full of just being everything for everyone but me. My cup was full. Well, it was that journey, commingled with over 20 years of HR, coaching, and training experience, that allowed me to create the SPACE framework. It's also the foundation of my signature program, Alchemized, which is designed to simply help women learn how to lead from a grounded place. Because here's another truth. No matter your background, your title, or your industry, you are the most important project that you are ever going to lead. Now, SPACE is a framework, but it's also an acronym that stands for safety, permission, awareness, courage, and expansion. Let me give you a little peek. Safety. Every thriving environment, whether it is a workplace, a household, or a relationship, depends upon psychological safety. And when women feel psychologically safe, we lead with greater clarity. Permission. Our cell phones do not ask us for permission when it's time to plug up. We just automatically respond. But for some reason, there's this shame when it comes to us openly admitting that we require that same type of energy. But when women learn how to openly embrace recharging, we naturally create healthier environments. Awareness. A lot of times we don't even know when we just click on the autopilot. I mean, that's how I burn myself out. But when we are able to become aware of our wants, our needs, our truths, and our triggers, we navigate conflict more confidently. Courage. Courage is not about busting out of the rock like we the mean old lion. It's about showing up every single day intentionally and daring ourselves to quiet that voice that constantly tells us to play it safe. Because when women are able to openly embrace their inner lioness, we create not only healthier environments, we model healthy risk-taking. And last but definitely not least, expansion. Expansion is not just about doing more for the sake of doing more. It's about opening up and being consistently strategic in every area of our lives. And when we are able to actually just expand, we lead with greater vision. So I said all that to say this. We as women, we're out here leading homes, workplaces, and expectations, but at the same time, depleted, completely disconnected from who we are as people. The day I made the decision to leave was the day that I had to face that my life felt restrictive. It was painful. And the day that me and Wonder Woman pulled out of that driveway was the day that I had put the mantle down. But what I did not realize was that I was opening up a door of transformation and allowing myself to meet me. And that's where the SPACE framework came from. Completely rooted in truth, designed to help women build courage, clarify, and lead from a grounded place. Because there's a lot of things that the world needs. Some we'll agree on, some we can debate on. But we know that the world needs women. But it needs women fully present, fully powerful, and fully alchemized. So if you're a woman that's sitting here trying to figure out how to lead differently or more authentically, or maybe you're an executive trying to figure out how to support the women in your organization, this work meets both of those needs. So you can visit me online. You can visit me online at rebelalchemylife.com, or you can simply text the word SPACE to 855-562-2853. Again, my name is Dahlia Cummings, Rebel Alchemy across all platforms, or Dahlia Cummings on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Yeah, come on, do a clap like this. Okay, follow me. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay. All right, now go faster. Oh, y'all good, y'all good. Give your own selves a hand clap. That's pretty good. And is it 4 o'clock? Yeah, it's 4 o'clock, 4:22 in the p.m. Listen, y'all have been fantastic. Y'all have been an amazing crowd. You have been interactive. You have been cooperative. And I'm just so godly proud of you. I pronounce all kind of blessings on everything you do, all right? That you're going to have nothing but success. Nobody can stop you. You have no enemies. All your enemies will be your footstool. And they will be your elevators for every hater. Come on, you believe that? Clap those hands. That's for sure. Listen, we have here our last speaker for today. All right, before you get some of the closing remarks from Sean Fair and Marcus, I want to thank you. Listen, if you're not following me, pull your phone out, and I need you to go to Facebook. Go over there to Facebook, go over there to LinkedIn, Anthony D. Shannon. All right, I need you to follow me so I can follow you, see what you're doing. All right, I want to promote what you're doing. And then guess what? I want to put you on a podcast, all right? I want you to tell people in my community about you. How about that? All right? Let's show them that we support each other, that we're not just hating on each other, okay? Let's make that happen, all right? And then we've got Leaders Live Generously Academy.com, all right? We help everybody learn how to lead, how to love, and how to give. That's what we're about, okay? So let's bring up this last one, all right? Helen Houghton. Now, what's amazing about Helen, she's a trailblazer in the public service and community leadership. She's retired Baltimore City Council member. She's first elected and stayed there for nearly 30 years. Wow. She served for 21 years, 5 terms, winning against the odds. Nobody thought she was going to do it. But with God, all things are possible. She's former executive director of a national nonprofit working with county officials across the U.S. And she was there when President Barack Obama hit that stage. There she was, right there, all right? She's a master of resilience. She don't even look like what she's been through. It's her story, boy. I say, you don't look like that, all right? She's been tested, tried, and true. Rising higher with every challenge. She is going to be talking about Rooted, Radiant, and Rise Ready. Her target audience is leaders and high-performance professionals with a calling to women on the rise. She's also the founder of Intentional Leaders Alliance. We walk with you and your team, navigating what's hard and delivering what works. We will not leave you by yourself. That sounds like a Marine Corps. Hoorah. We will not leave you behind. Would y'all clap those hands for Helen Houghton?
All right now. Y'all ready to have some fun? You know, I've listened. I've been educated, engaged, entertained by some of the best speakers on the planet. When's the last somebody reminded you that you are a one-of-a-kind masterpiece? Raise your hand. How many? No, see, look, do you understand that you are an original work of life? Come on, give yourselves a hand. Look, that's right, because there's nobody else like you. But I work with leaders to make sure they understand that. Because as leaders rise, stuff happens. But I believe you're here today because you want to grow deeper, you want to shine brighter, and you want to rise higher in your purpose, your passion, and your power. If you're with me, let me hear you say power. One more time, power like you mean it. That's right. That's what we're talking about today. We are here at the Leadership Experience Tour, and it's about power, because power generates a whole lot of things. The cars we drive, the lights we turn on, a whole lot of stuff. Well, I'm Dr. Helen Holton. I am your resilient leadership coach, trainer, speaker, author, and founder of Intentional Leaders Alliance, where we show up for you. Now, I'm curious. How well are you sleeping at night? What keeps you up? Stress? Burnout? Expected performance with nothing to get it done with? Too few hours in the day? Let me hear you. Anybody? Yeah. Look, and sometimes maybe a little too much late night TV. You know, I never watched Seinfeld when it was on, but it comes on twice, right after the 11 o'clock news. I've seen the same episodes over and over again, and every now and then I say, why do I keep watching this? Because sometimes we want to unplug from the challenges that life throws at us. You know, it's like, you ever had life throw lemons at you? And before you could make the lemonade, your self-doubt stole the sugar. And your stress broke the juicer. And still society dared you to make lemonade. Well, my friends, I'm here to tell you, not only am I sipping lemonade, I'm serving up tools to equip you to weather all the lemons life wants to throw at you. I have mastered resilience. I didn't know it for a long time. You ever just keep doing things because there's an expectation, you want to move forward, you don't want to be left behind. Oh, but I want to get that next promotion, and when it doesn't come through, you keep on going and doing what you're doing. You ever been there? Anybody ever been there before? Yeah, that's a form of resilience. Now just imagine if you could package that up and turn it on whenever you need it. What do you think life would be like then? A little less stressful? Fewer burdens to be bothered with? Yeah. And more power. Can you say power? That's right. That's what we after today. We need some power. You know, this world is so mixed up and screwed up today. And I'm just going to say, I say to friends all the time, I say, you know, we live in life in a VUCA reality on steroids. VUCA, volatility, uncertainties, complexities, and ambiguities. Anybody got some of them going on right now? Raise your hand. Yeah. Well, I'm going to share with you my story that taught me resilience more than anything else. Under the care of 2 doctors, with a plan, a treatment plan, and a side effect reaction that changed my life forever. I'm so happy and excited to stand here today because the solution to years of pain was surgery. Hip surgery. Not 1, not 2, but 7. Over more than half the years of my life. Zig Ziglar once said, repetition is the mother of learning. I learned that the hard way. Each time I had to relearn how to reconnect my mind-body connection. I had to relearn how to walk one foot in front of the other. And I had to recalibrate what my life would look like. What came along with that? Shame, self-doubt. When I got that diagnosis, I was a basket case, full of mixed emotions, from anger to fear, doubt to uncertainty. I was in my 20s. That was a hard pill to swallow. But here I am, and it taught me resilience. And I want to give you all 4 pillars that have been the foundation to keep me every time I've fallen. Courage over fear. Courage. Confidence, the ability to believe in yourself. Consistency and commitment, they really go hand in hand. I call them the fraternal twins. But it's what makes resilience happen, because it's not a one-off and it doesn't happen overnight. You build it. And that's what I help leaders like you do. Build resilience that will keep you more than just surviving the storms, but being shaped by the storms to rise higher in your purpose. Purpose? Passion. And what's the third one? Power. Say it like you mean it. Power. Yeah, because that's what keeps you going through the challenges of life. But you have to want it for you. I'm here to walk with you to get it. I'm Dr. Helen Holton. Navigating what's hard, delivering what works. Go to my site and get your free giveaway at Dr. Helen Holton, just like on the, up here on the board. Don't put the period in there though. Just drhelenholton.com/free guide. Free guide, drhelenholton.com, free guide. And begin a journey of being the best you, bettering it. Be radiant, be rooted, and be the one, when you walk in the room, you shift the atmosphere. Thank you.
Man. Wow. Man. Wow. I don't even know how to contain myself. Remember, I said that today, the word of the day was power. That's what the right mentality word today was, power. Now, all of you out there and all of you in here have walked away learning about different things that can empower you to strengthen your own personal power. Power is important. You have the right power, you just have to know it, you have to believe it, and you have to put one foot in front of the other. So the question I have for you is, how did you enjoy the Leadership Experience Tour today? It's been fantastic. So, you know, we're getting ready to end the show pretty soon, but you know, Sean always has something up his sleeve. He can't help himself. And I can't help but mess with him. So you go ahead and tell the audience what's going on.
What y'all laughing at? Oh, where's I'm gonna need you to move to the side for just a second.
The shorter guy gotta move.
Shavonda Johnson, is she in the room? Yeah, somebody just grab her real quick. I need Cedric Singleton.
I need to move
yeah,
over
just
more.
yeah, you're gonna
Also,
need
just
to
get
move
out the
over some more.
frames when I'm here.
Yeah. What's that? Okay. We're gonna get there.
It's okay, since it's gonna be a few
It's
minutes,
okay.
can I go back over?
It's okay. I thought you was finished saying what you were saying.
I was gonna hang out with you, but I guess you know.
No, you can hang
So
out
can
with
I
me,
get
but
back in the frame?
oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so no, you gotta come back over.
Yeah. What's that? Oh yeah, I got that.
Excuse me.
Well, you know what? I'm
So
sorry,
I'm
Marcus.
gonna step out the
Can I
way.
ask you to just get off the stage for just 1 second?
Okay.
Just for 1 second.
Yeah, I'll see what
We'll
I-
bring you back up in a minute.
Okay.
You know, I just wanted to introduce somebody to you real quick. He is one of our sponsors, and why don't you just come over this way? Come on this way. He's going to come up and just say a few words. I'm going to let him introduce himself to you. How many of y'all looking for a house? Anybody looking for a house? You know somebody who's looking for a house? You know somebody looking for a house? Anybody looking for a house? Anybody looking for some financing? Know somebody who's looking for some financing? Just say yes, despite if you're looking for it or not. Just say yes. Work with me on this, because this goes way beyond this audience. I want you guys to put your hands together.
Colin.
Yes. You know, his last name is a little difficult to pronounce, but I'm just going to call Colin up to the stage. Put your hands together.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, son. All right, I'm Colin Munier with Nexa Mortgage. I like to say more than mortgage because I do business loans, commercial financing, and also non-real estate transactions like liquor licenses and things like that. All things business loans related, come and talk to me. 313-451-3251. I'm licensed in 21 states. My company is licensed in 48 states. Connect with me. Again, colinmortgage.com is the website. You can reach me again at 313-451-3251, and I'll see you guys out there.
All right, Colin. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, very well. It's always good to have some sponsors in the building. Now, what I would like to do is call Shavonna Johnson to the stage. I want to call our, is Cedric anywhere in the building? He may not be in the building. If he's not in the building, that's okay. So you guys remember what happened yesterday, right around 7 o'clock, 7:15, something like that? Are you gonna let me do this, or you wanna do this?
You know we can do it.
Okay, she wants to do it together. So we had a book launch yesterday. And we just launched the 3rd edition of Let Present Stories of the World's Greatest Speakers. And Shavonna Johnson just happens to be one of the stars of that particular book. Cedric Singleton, Mark Holland, who's not here today, Janice Lockhart-Jones, who is not here today, Elaine King, who is not here today, and Alethea Tucker, who's really been leading the way on this entire initiative. They've done a phenomenal job over the past 6 to 7 months putting this together. It's what we call our Platinum Edition. And I can't remember all of this stuff that they said on the site, but it says that we are #1 new release. We are #1 in new release business consulting. We are #1 new release for business consulting. We are #2 release in entrepreneurship management. And so it was a huge success. I just want to thank them for this, a job well done. And I'm going to hand the mic over to Shavonna Johnson for 90 seconds. And she's just going to say a few words on behalf of the entire author team for Let Present Stories of the World's Greatest Speakers.
Woo-hoo! Guys, I walked out the room earlier and Alethea, she says, you know what's happening? I said, what's happening, girl? She says, we #1. I said, we #1. I said, all right now, girl. I had to do a little dance for it. But listen, when you put your heart into things and when you want to serve and give back, it's nothing greater than hearing that you made it to the top. Because what we put in that book was lessons that we've learned to create opportunities for others not to go down the same path that we did, and just to give them a sneak peek and an insight on who we are as individuals. So I am so forever
grateful to have worked with everyone that's on the platform with me. And listen, guys, this isn't the last anthology. So get your mind right. Once you join the cohort, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the next anthology. And thank you so much to Sean Fair.
Thank you so much. You know, you wonder why, you know, a lot of people that come to the Leadership Experience Tour do exceptionally well. You know, Shavonna Johnson is a excellent example. She's at all the events. She's on all the stages. All the things that you're supposed to do as a speaker, she does it. And so she has just done an amazing job. Just wanted to say thank you for all your support and helping us out, too, for today. Also want to thank, you know, Stephanie. Wait, raise your hand, Stephanie. Because, you know, sometimes I get up here and I forget to thank folks. You know, it's not because I'm not thankful, but I just forget. My ADHD kicks in sometimes. But she's responsible for ordering all the banners. You guys don't understand just how difficult ordering banners is, especially with some of the vendors that we use. I mean, it's tedious work, and she's taking that off my plate. And she also is responsible for all of the things that you see in the building and all the placements. And, you know, we've been doing this together for a very, very long time. And we have Emil and Marcus, this is his son. You guys, the video work that is done here is TV quality. And so they're just absolutely amazing at what they do. And then we got Ryan Goldberg here is one of our action shot photographers, one of the best in the business. He's, you know, he drives 3 hours to be at this event. Yes, I do put him up at a hotel, so he's not driving back and forth. Y'all looking at me like that because I know what y'all thinking. He's in the hotel, but he just does an amazing job. And we got General Tawanda, also a part of our coaching cohort, who is responsible for some of the interviews, and Cedric Singleton. And the list just goes on and on and on. And Ellie Roberts, you know, is always a wonderful help. She's just always available anytime that you need her. You know, we kind of go back and forth, but she's a big sister, or maybe a little sister. I don't know how old she is, but I'm not going to tell you. But nonetheless, it's just a lot of folks that's here that makes this happen. And then you got Marcus Wright, who is our VP of Operations. You know, he's been going through a lot over the past couple of days. Mom has been in the hospital, and he's trying to control the schedule and all the things that's happening behind the scenes. So he's got a lot of pressure on his plate. So let's give him a nice round of applause as well. You know, what's that?
So Well, you know, I appreciate it. Because you know who it is. It's your boy, Marcus A. Wright. So we do want to thank Rita Carter. She couldn't be here the rest of the day. She did come in. I called an audible to have some additional people to help with interviewing. Cedric was an audible, and I'm so glad he came. Brigadier General Tawanda, just like Sean said, I didn't expect that, right? She was like, whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. And he thanked Stephanie, but from my perspective, but what I deal with managing all of these things, Stephanie manages me at times to keep me under wraps. And I can't thank Shavonna Johnson enough for how she really stepped up, made me sit down like my mama was here, and took over everything and told me when she felt like I was going through too much with my mom being in the hospital, she just said, sit down now. And y'all know how mama voices are. You know how mama voices are. So I know Sean, I'm going to step off the stage. He's got his final words on how things went. But I want to thank all of you for being here and all of your patience while you were here at the tour. I'm so excited. I look forward to seeing all of you out there at the next tour as Sean gives his final words.
All right. Thank you, Marcus. So I want the speakers to give themselves a nice round of applause. You guys did an amazing job. Your footage is going to be absolutely amazing, and the journey has just started with us. So every Tuesday at 6 o'clock p.m., we'll continue to have our calls, and they'll be focused in on what's next. But I do want to leave you with one final thing to think about. And it's just a brief story. So hopefully I don't forget it, but it is my story. Some years ago, between 2001 and 2005, I got hired into this company called TMS. It's the Mobile Solutions. You guys, you may not know the company, but you probably have interacted with the company in some way, shape, form, or fashion. You guys remember when you used to go to the malls and you used to see these kiosks with these young kids trying to sell you a phone, trying to pull you over? Like, that was us. Like, we dominated that space. We had over 435 of these kiosks in malls all across the country. And this was a very unique opportunity because this company hired me in as the vice president of training. Their training program was absolutely awful. But the one thing that they liked about me is that they thought that I can come in, streamline the training program, but also bring some professionalism into the organization. Now, you're probably wondering, what do you mean bring professionalism into the organization? You know those young kids that were trying to sell you a phone? People didn't realize it. But those kids on average was making $60,000 per year, commission only. That was the average payout. The managers who ran those stores on average was 20 years of age. 60% of them were making over $100,000 a year. That was back in 2001. The regional guys who were overseeing 3 of those locations within a state, those guys are making over $250,000 a year. The market directors, who were over 13 to 15 of those stores within a state, was making over $300,000 a year. And all I'm trying to say to you, it was a bunch of young kids making a lot of money. So when I came on board, I talked to the executives. I said, listen, I would like to have a conference in Tucson, Arizona, and bring in all of the leadership from the VPs all the way down to the regional managers. And we got this nice hotel called the Renaissance. It was beautiful. It was gorgeous. Do you know that we got kicked out of that hotel on the first day? Because the employees were in their rooms dropping beer bottles, trying to hit folks as they passed by on the sidewalk. It was a bunch of young kids making a lot of money. Now, at the time, we were in another growth mode. And so I had 2 graphic designers. I had 135 trainers that reported to me. I had 4 national trainers. And now, because of the growth, I need a 5th national trainer. And I'll never forget it. His name was Phil Black. And when Phil Black came on board, I explained to him that he was supposed to go to new hire training in week 1. But because of my travel schedule, which was going to be in California, I told Phil I couldn't make it out there. So we will have new hire training in week 3. But in the meantime, I want you to go out to Seattle and work with Rob Ford. See, he's the market director out there. He'll train you up and teach you the lingo so that when you come to training, you'll better understand the information. See, Phil wasn't from the industry. And then in week 2, I want you to go out to Chicago and work with Rich Swice. He's the market director out there. That way, you will have the Midwest flavor. So that way, when you come to training, you'll better understand the information. Now, I want you to understand, I was lying to Phil. I just didn't feel like going out to San Diego. But that's what I told him. So he goes and he does this thing. And in week 2, I was having a conversation with one of my other national trainers, and her name was Laura Malwitz. And I used to love talking to Laura Malwitz because she had been with me for some time. She knew all about the industry, and I would demonstrate free reign leadership. I would give her autonomy and authority to do what she wanted to do. So I get on the phone with her, and she would tell me about what state she was going to and who she was going to be working with, and I would enjoy that conversation with her. But in the midst of that conversation, I get a phone call from Phil Black. But I didn't answer the phone because the experts say that anytime you're having a one-on-one conversation with your employees, you're supposed to give them your undivided attention. That's what the experts say. So I'm back talking to Laura, and we're having a great conversation. We're having a good time with one another. And about 10 seconds later, guess who's calling? It's Phil Black. But I didn't answer the phone Because the experts say that anytime you're having a one-on-one conversation with your employees, you're supposed to give them your undivided attention. So I didn't answer. So I'm back talking to Laura. We're having a great conversation again. And about 2 minutes later, guess who's calling? It's Phil Black. Now, that's what I call unusual behavior. I said, Laura, can you do me a favor? Now, this is just a hunch. Can you do me a favor? Do you mind going to your email, because I wasn't next to my computer, and see if the company has sent something through the distribution list that may confuse someone new in the organization? It was just a hunch. So she goes over to her computer. It took her about 2 minutes or so to come back to the phone, and when she comes back, she is laughing hysterically. And I said, Laura, I would like to laugh, or what's so funny? She said, well, there's a picture of Phil Black in my email. No. She said there's a picture of Phil Black in everybody's email. It went across the company's distribution list. And I said, well, Laura, there's nothing wrong with a picture. What kind of picture is it? She said, well, Sean, he don't have a lot of clothes on in this picture. Now, Laura, when you say that he don't have clothes on, you mean like he's got on some basketball shorts, a tank top, or something along them lines. She says, no. Phil is about naked in this picture. See, now I know why Phil Black has been calling me. I said, Laura, can I call you back? She said, Sean, please go take care of your business. Now, I want you to understand that when you have an emotionally charged conversation, you have to go into that conversation with the right mindset. And the right mindset is maintain the relationship. So I'm real calm. I know everything that's going on at this point. I'm real calm. I call Phil. I said, Phil, I noticed that you called me a few times. I was just wondering, how may I help you? And you can hear the tremble in this man's voice. Hey, Sean, man, I just want to let you know, man, I'm just embarrassed right now. I just had to call and talk to you, man. I said, man, Phil, you scaring me, man. What happened? Well, Sean, I was sending a picture to my girlfriend. I stopped him. Now, Phil, when you say you sent a picture to your girlfriend, did you send it through your personal email or the company email? He said, well, Sean, I sent it through the company email. I stopped him. I said, you should have never done anything like that, but that's okay, Phil. We all make mistakes. What kind of picture was it? He said, well, it was her birthday. It was meant to be a sexy kind of picture. I stopped him. Now, Phil, when you say sexy, how sexy of a photo are we talking? He said, well, Sean, I didn't have a lot of clothes on. I stopped him. You mean like you had on some basketball shorts, a tank top, or something along them lines? He said, no, Sean, that ain't exactly what I mean. Now, I want you to understand that my emotions was starting to rise up at that particular moment. So I said, Phil, can I call you back? Because the experts say that anytime your emotions start to rise up, there's a few things that you could do to calm down. They say that if you just take a cold sip of water in the midst of that emotionally charged conversation, that's supposed to cool you off. That didn't work for me. That may work for you. They say if you're sitting down in your chair and you change your position, that's supposed to give you a different outlook or a different perspective of the situation. That didn't work for me. That may work for you. And all I'm trying to say is that I couldn't get beyond my emotions at that particular time. Now, I had two decisions that I can make. Now, I can call the HR department who's already working on this. Or I can call my executive vice president, Mike Gormley, who happens to be 25 years old, and I was 35 years old at the time. Mike is making about $1.5 million a year. But he and John McAvoy, who is only 31 years old, who was making about $31 million a year, are going to make the decision on this. So I bypassed HR and I called Mike. And when I called Mike, guess what he was doing? He was cracking up. And I said, Mike, I don't have time for your jokes. How do you want to handle this situation? He said, well, Sean, what happened? I said, I don't know. I got so mad with Phil, I had to get off the phone with him before I exploded. He said, well, Sean, just tell Phil this. Whatever he did, just tell him, don't do it again. It was just that simple for Mike. I said, Mike, I can handle that. So once again, I get myself together and I call Phil. I say, Phil, how you doing? He said, man, I'm not doing so good. I said, that's okay. I got good news for you. See, you got a job. And I got my job. And Mike has his job. See, had this been T-Mobile corporate, he would have been fired. I would have been fired. Mike might have got fired. This would have been a major liability issue. But this was a dealer. This was their company. I said, Phil, just make sure that you don't do something like that ever again. And that was the end of my conversation. The one thing I did say was this. Phil, I wouldn't suggest that you send a picture like that to your personal email, let alone the company email. And that was the end of our conversation. About 4 days later, Phil called me back again with the same tremble in his voice. I said, Phil, what is it? He said, man, Sean, they changed my signature. What do you mean they changed your signature? They changed my signature. See, in his email, the signature is supposed to say, Phil.Black, National Sales Trainer. Now it says Phil.Black, National Sex Trainer. And the sex was highlighted in red. And he was calling all of our vendors, Motorola, Nokia, all these. This is the most embarrassing thing of all time. See, back in those days, everybody's email address was the same when you started. It was their first name dot last name at tmsmail.net, and everybody's password was 1234. He never changed his password. Now, the moral of the story is this, is that he was supposed to go to new hire training when? In week 1. And I was supposed to do what? The training. Guess what I was supposed to cover on the first day in the first hour of new hire training? Email ethics. And we have everyone change their password. And all I'm trying to say to you is that no matter what your circumstances are, is that everyone in this room has blind spots. There are certain things that we all need to be trained on, and we can't assume that you don't need to be trained on it. So if you're trying to be a speaker and you're trying to get to the next level, and you're trying to get a certain income, and you're trying to get a certain exposure, is that training is absolutely necessary. And if you think that you could do it by yourself, if you're not already there, you would be sadly mistaken. Training and having a coach is absolutely necessary, a coach that knows how to get the job done. So for all of you that's listening right now, if you're trying to be a speaker, a coach, you're an entrepreneur, and you need help, the Leadership Experience Tour is here for you. We have the resources, we have the talents, we have the gifts, and we have the people. I just want to thank all of you that's listening to me right now. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you being here with us today. Speakers, this is just the very beginning of our journey. There's so much more to come. And we're getting ready to have a great dinner. But let me just tell you what you can't do before you leave. You can't leave them banners out there. You got to go get them banners and take them home with you, because I am not a storage facility. I know what y'all are thinking. I'll be calling me talking, Sean, ship the banners. Make sure you take the banners with you. Everybody, it's been fun. It's been real. We'll see you next year. We'll be on the cruise on the Norwegian Ocean of Love. And we're going to be in a room that's holding 2,000 people. We just found that out the other day. And it's going to be an amazing event. So you have an opportunity to join us there. If you're coming to the Super Bowl with us, make sure you reach out to us. You can join us there. If you want to come to London with us, you can join us there. And we have so many other people that's having phenomenal events, like L.A. Roberts out in Atlanta and Rita Carter out here in Michigan. And the list goes on and on and on. Everybody, thank you so much. I'm Sean Fair. Have a good night.